Chapter 151, Raiding the Zeus Clan. What? How? Felix stared at Neo, stunned. How did you join the student council? They approached me and offered me to take the test. Wait. Explain everything from the beginning. Neo almost wanted to sigh. He recounted the events of the day. Sigh, Jack was right. Nothing normal happens when we are with you. I can't decide if I should be surprised that the student council came to you first, or if I should ask how you passed the test so easily. Neo rolled his eyes. The cafeteria was filled with murmurs and fingers pointing at Neo after Felix shouted how he joined the student council. He ignored the unwanted attention and filled his stomach. The day ended without more surprises. Neo lay on his bed. It was already night. He closed his eyes and activated the death skill. His sense of balance shifted and he appeared inside the building in the Tartale town. 3 months ago, after Neo and other went to visit the Sphinx, Charlotte completed the paperwork. She put down the pen and removed her glasses. Rubbing her eyes, she laid back in the chair. The puppet maids entered the room while she was resting. Master, you called? Yes. Since the paperwork is done, I thought I would complete the task I've been procrastinating until now. Charlotte stood up and wore her coat. She whistled. A beat later, the giant phoenix flew down from the sky and waited outside her window. The mythical beast suddenly started to become smaller. It became as small as a fist and sat on Charlotte's shoulder after flying into the room. Create a portal to the Zeus clan's headquarters. Master, the older puppet maid, who had purple earring, hesitated. It will take us time to open a portal inside their headquarters. Their defensive formation might throw us into an unknown dimension if we are not careful. Charlotte snorted when she heard the answer. There is no need to worry so much. We are not infiltrating the place secretly. Knock down their doors with brute force. The puppet maids nodded. If they did not have to worry about hiding their portals or their divine energy signature, the task became much easier. The two held their hands and chanted a spell. The divine energy in the air churned. Silver motes of energy shimmered. The bodies of Charlotte and the puppet maids flickered, and suddenly they were floating in the sky above a grand city. The phoenix grew in size and caught them on its back before they fell. Huff, huff, master. This is the closest we can create a portal to the Zeus clan's headquarters. It's good enough. Charlotte focused on the city below her. Their sudden appearance and attempt to enter the headquarters unauthorized put the city on lockdown. The peoples were scattering around and station guards were preparing their weapons. Burn them! The phoenix responded to her command. It released a shrill cry before spewing gigantic flames from its mouth. The flames were stopped by the invisible barrier covering the city. The barrier started to crack under the relentless attacks of the phoenix. High-ranking demigods flew out of the city. Please wait. Why are you attacking us? Principal of Demigod Academy. Bring out your clan elders. You have 10 seconds. Charlotte waved her hand. The hundreds of giant fireballs materialized in the sky, ready to fall over the Zeus clan. This is the Zeus clan. How dare you? 10. Stop it right this instant. Even if you are the principal of Demigod Academy, this is crossing the line. 4. Did YU just skip the counts? 1 and 0. The fireballs fell like a meteor shower. The defensive formation of the Zeus clan was shattered. Dozens of buildings were destroyed and the city was badly damaged. The soldiers' faces hardened. They never thought Charlotte would actually attack them. No one has died yet. However, I can't promise the same for the next attack. Bring out your clan elders, or suffer the consequences. Just as Charlotte was about to conjure another volley of giant fireballs, an old man flew out of the city. He had long white beard and his face was filled with wrinkles. You are too feisty for your age, Charlotte. What will the youngsters think when they see you like this? He floated before Charlotte. Charlotte stared at him with murderous intent. Is that how you are going to apologize for what you did in my academy? Ha ha ha, are you here for that? You could have just called me. The old man looked at his troops. All of you can leave. I'll take over the situation from here. But, Elder Putin, leave. The The soldiers could feel the suppressed anger behind the elder's smile. They retreated as they had been ordered. Alone in the sky, Voron Putin, one of the elders of Zeus clan, opened his mouth. How about we continue this talk in a better place? Fine. Charlotte snapped her fingers. The puppet maids teleported Charlotte and Voron into an office. Ho? Where are we right now? Charlotte glared at Voron. It's strange, Voron. I don't see you apologizing for trying to kill one of my children. You mean Neo Hargraves? Voron chuckled. I didn't think you would attack our headquarters for just a single student. He isn't even that important. Voron. Charlotte spoke slowly, her voice dripping with murderous intent. Touch my children again and you'll have a war with the Academy. For the first time, the smile disappeared from Voron's face. He had been thought Charlotte was just lashing out. However, the threat of a war made things different. Just for a single kid? He isn't even from a god clan. Charlotte did not answer. However, her gaze spoke plenty. She was not giving empty threats. Charlotte had refused Neo to give him any support against Lucas' betrayal. But that was a lie meant to trick Neo. Neo was blessed with friends and family who cared for him. He could easily take them for granted and start doing things, believing he would never face repercussions. It was why Charlotte treated Neo as if he was nothing special. Nevertheless, it did not mean she would spare Zeus clan after they tried to kill him. Chapter 152. Destroyed Town. Neo looked around. He tried to find Celine. Where is she? Don't tell me she thought I wouldn't return and left. It did not bode well. Neo needed the blood droplets. The last droplet helped him recover 10% of his divine energy. For more droplets and he could recover all the divine energy he lost in the contract with Paimon. I need it no matter what. If I had my original divine energy pool during the student council test, I would have been able to use the blessing more freely and broken Percival's record. Neo left the building. He was looking around the town, searching for Celine and found her. The spider was eating noodles on an open stall. She froze when she noticed Neo. And Neo? Why are you here? I told you I'll come to complete the mission. Wait. You are here for that? She slurped the noodles in one smooth motion and came out of the stall in a hurry. Should we start the mission? That's why I'm here. Celine was excited and grateful. The two left the Tartale town. Thank you for coming, Neo. I really mean it. It's been difficult to find teammates. If you didn't come, I didn't know what I would have done. It's fine. I'm just completing my side of the deal. Yup, about that you don't need to worry. The blood droplet location I know is still a secret. I'm the only one who knows about it. Neo nodded. They were moving away from the Tartale town at a swift pace thanks to Celine's shadow movement spell. Can you tell me something about this mad hound? How strong is he? Soul Hunter Building, Tartale town. The flying skull, Scalix, tended to the mission reports as usual. The long lines of soul hunters before his desk never ended. It was a usual day for Scalix until he noticed a commotion. Get in line, you fucker. Stop breaking the line. We've been waiting for an hour for our turn. How dare you break the line? A sigh escaped Scalix's lips. Must be a newbie if they don't know the rules. Scalix stopped speaking when he noticed the golden badge on the newbie shoulder. That's the badge of a soul reaper. Hey, you idiots, shut up. The flying skull floated towards the center of the commotion. Don't shout, idiots. Can't you recognize your superiors? He scolded the people before turning to the girl who broke the line. She had blue hair and twisted horns on her head. Scalix took a subservient attitude in front of her. What does our humble town owe the honor of a visit from a soul reaper? Silence fell over the hall. They couldn't believe Scalix's words. Soul Reaper was the highest rank. It was just one step away from the mythical Grim Reapers. The ones who had shouted at the girl quivered. We're sorry, Mississippi. We didn't recognize you. She ignored them. Her gaze was fixed at Scalix and her next words made the flying skull flinch. I'm here for the Mad Hound mission. A Mad Hound? I know he is a disaster for us. But that's for us. Someone as esteemed as you doesn't need to bother with him. Scalix was not lying. A team of Soul Wardens would be enough for Madhound. Celine and her late team members were Soul Keeper rank. Although they were annihilated, they had nearly defeated Madhound. The blue-haired Soul Reaper took out 2 photos. Madhound has these 2 as his captives. My job is with them. Aren't these the Zeus clan souls who came to the Underworld a few months ago? That's true. I came to the Underworld along with them. It's why I want to save them before Madhound corrupts them. Scalix was surprised that the girl before him became a Soul Reaper in just 6 months. He suppressed his curiosity and advised the girl. Madhound has the ability to command those whom he corrupts. He kidnaps souls before soul hunters find them and turn them into his minions. If he has your friends, I'm afraid. The unsaid words were clear to the Soul Reaper girl. She frowned. I can't leave before I confirm it with my own eyes. Just tell me Madhound's last known location. Scalix followed her words. After completing the procedure, he watched the blue-haired girl leave. A sigh escaped his lips. If her words are true and Madhound has gained Zeus clan bloodholders as his minions, Celine and the boy stands no chance. I hope she arrives on time and save them. The Flying Skull regretted failing to stop Celine from choosing her revenge. If he had not given her the mission a few days ago, the Soul Reaper that came today would have dealt with the Madhound. Celine would have gotten a closure, even if she didn't kill the Madhound with her own hands. But now there was no guarantee Celine and the boy would survive. Neo and Celine reached a destroyed town. Are we in the right place? Neo asked. The mission details said Madhound was last near the Daclea Lake. Yes, but I doubt Madhound has not changed his location. He will be here? According to his habits, this is the most probable location. This town is one of the Reaper towns that were destroyed in the aftermath of Veldora and Nermax's battle. There would have been gravely injured people around. It's the perfect place for Madhound to restore the minions he lost. Celine and Neo entered the town while talking. The minions he lost? Yes, my last team wiped out almost every minion he had. Only a few weeks passed since then. He wouldn't have been able to gather many minions. We can defeat him with just 2 of us while he is weakened. So that's why you were absorbing the blood droplet. I take it as everyone refused to team with you after your last team was defeated. Since you had no one, you decided to fight Madhound after you got a boost from the blood droplet. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Celine let out a melancholic smile. The people in the Tartale town think I lied when I told them my late team wiped out the minions of Madhound. They reached the center of the town. Neo and Celine sensed multiple presences surrounding them. So, what's the plan? Chapter 153, Responsibilities of the Blessing. I'll take care of the Madhound. You only need to distract his minions. Celine took out a tiny black ball from her shadow space and gave it to him. It's a black pearl fruit. The corrupted monsters love it. The minions of Madhound are all corrupted monsters. They'll follow you as long as you have that fruit. Neo took the fruit from Celine. She nodded to him and activated her shadow movement spell. Her body turned into a drop of ink and fell into the shadows on the ground. She'll search for the Madhound and defeat it while I distract his minions. It's a simple plan, but I don't dislike it. He unsheathed Obitus. The minions, dozens in numbers, were small monsters of misshapen shapes. Some of them looked like humans with twisted limbs and crawled on all 4s while their stomach faced the sky. Some had the head of a bear, the hands of a grasshopper's, and the body of a beetle. Neo kept the black fruit inside his pocket. The minions rushed at him from all sides, their claws drawn. He was about to react in kind when suddenly his blessing reacted. It activated on its own. Neo, surprised, was forced to dodge the monsters and retreat. He jumped back to put some distance between the minions and back. Obitus, what are you doing? I did not trigger the blessing, Master. The blessing was activated from the other side. The other side? The minions caught up to him and attacked. Neo ducked to dodge the overhead swing. He slashed at the minion's thigh and kicked it away. The one who gave you the blessing activated it. Neo's eyes widened. The blessing was given to him by the Underworld. What does the Underworld want from me? There was no time to think. The blessing was draining his divine energy at a frightening pace. He couldn't deactivate it. I'll finish this before my divine energy empties out. Neo slid the sword back into the sheath. He took the stance and wrapped the blade in aura of death and darkness. He compressed the auras and let them build up. The minions attacked him. Just as their attacks were about to land, Neo unsheathed the blade and slashed, too fast for the eye to see, in wide arc. The air around him ruptured and the ground shattered. The minions dropped at a frightening pace as the death reaped their lives. Neo returned the blade to the sheath with a soft click. He looked at the corpses around him. It was quite easy. Looks like Celine was right. Madhound didn't have time to refill his stash of minions. Neo thought everything was over until he saw his blessing still activated. It refused to deactivate. Master, the blessing wants you to. I know. I noticed it. Neo could feel why the blessing was going out of control. It wants me to give a closure to the minions. The minions, corrupted by the darkness, would become a part of darkness after their death in Underworld. They would suffer for eternity while experiencing the insanity of darkness. The same madness Neo suffered while he used darkness. Listening to the voices of darkness for a few seconds was painful. Neo did not want to think how it would feel to hear the voices for the unending eternity. The Underworld wants me to make the minions a part of myself instead of letting them suffer under the true darkness. Neo nodded. He always planned to do that. There was no way he was letting go of free stats. The darkness hidden inside his shadow bloomed. It devoured the minions. The voices returned. Neo could feel a faint presence of minions settling inside him just like everything he devoured. Giving the closure to the dead. This must be the responsibility of the blessing Barbados and Paimon were talking about. While Neo was focused on devouring the minions, his senses suddenly warned him of an incoming attack. Neo blinked and an arrow wrapped in golden lightning was already in front of his face. There was no time to dodge. Come out, Madhound. I know you are here. Celine walked through the forest at a slow pace. She spread out her senses and kept her eyes out for any ambush. A sound came from the above. Little spider, you are back. She raised her head and looked at the tree branches, but no one was there. How many times has it been? 2, 3, 5. The voice was coming from different directions every time it spoke. Celine couldn't pinpoint its source. You should know by now you can't defeat me, little spider. We won't know until one of us dies. Well, what can I say? I always try my best to kill you. You are just awfully good at escaping. Your friends, though, are not. Madhound's words made her recall the horrible past. Celine forced herself to remain calm. Madhound continued to speak. I still remember the first time we met. It was surprising to meet a soul who did not want to survive and was prepared to go along with the Reapers. Bah, I tell you, there is no paradise. Those Reapers are just lying to everybody. You should stay in the forest of all beginnings and enjoy your life. Dying's still better than watching yourself slowly become a monster, Celine retorted. Well, little spider, you are talking as if it's my fault you became a monster. It is your fault. Celine lost her cool. She couldn't stay calm after hearing the provocative words of Madhound. I wouldn't have stayed here if you didn't corrupt my friends and turn them into your minions. How's that my fault? Kiki, you wanted revenge and you refused to go with the Reapers until you killed me. It's your damn fault you became a monster since you are too weak to kill me. Madhound couldn't complete his words. Celine suddenly entered her shadow. He, hidden among the branches, looked around. Where did she go? Behind you. Before Madhound could react, one of Celine's leg pierced his back. The werewolf Madhound howled in pain. You? How? I was talking to you. Find your location. Celine smirked. She wasn't stupid enough to be agitated by Madhound's words. You damned spider. Let me go. Why don't you laugh now? Celine stabbed another leg into his back. Too weak to fight without your minions? I bet you never thought I could get another teammate. Pfft. I know you brought a teammate with you. He'll die to my minions, while I kill you finally for once and all. Madhound's words were ominous. Before Celine could respond, Madhound melted like a wax. This is a double. Madhound's voice came from behind her. The sword in his hand pierced her neck. Can't believe you fell for the oldest trick in the book. So much for defeating me. Madhound smirked. He grabbed one of her legs and snapped it before she could run away. Celine clenched her jaw. She tried to ignore the pain while searching for a way to escape. Little spider. Oh, my little spider, what do you want? Madhound grabbed her head and muttered in a glee. Will you escape again while your teammate dies at my minion's hands? Or will you die along with him? He whispered in her ears. I would recommend dying. I'm sick of fighting you already. We don't need to do it anymore. Madhound twisted the blade inside her neck. Chapter 154. True Power of the Blessing. The arrow was in front of Neo's face before he knew. He triggered the ocean's embrace at the last second and let the arrow bounce off his skin harmlessly. It was easy. Or so he thought when suddenly, a golden blurry figure appeared next to him. The figure, cloaked in lightning, attacked at a speed faster than Neo. He could not react even with the warnings of death affinity. The new minion was a human with leopard legs and whiskers. Golden lightning crackled around him and his face. Oh! Neo stiffened. He recognized the minion. Kendrick D. Valemont. The Zeus clan members that died in the window alongside Christian and others. Kendrick, now a minion, ignored Neo's shock. He punched Neo in the abdomen, causing him to fly back into a broken building. Neo coughed blood. He had broken a few ribs in the last attack. Kendrick had grown stronger after he was corrupted by the darkness. He must have devoured monsters. A lot of them. The monster Kendrick bolted towards Neo on all fours, leaving no room for Neo to breath. Neo did not move, nor did he try to dodge. His mind was blank. If Kendrick is corrupted by darkness, he can't be revived. The realization hit him like a giant hammer, leaving him paralyzed under the weight of it. The monster Kendrick paid no heed to Neo's thoughts. He, powered by Invincible, rained down a flurry of punches. Neo did not fight back. His body was smashed into the ground. The pain he could ignore, but the truth before his eyes made him feel like he was being choked. Not just Kendrick, Gwen D. Langley too. Gwen shot the first arrow. The arrow, wrapped in golden lighting, was too fast to be fired by a normal monster. It must have been shot by Gwen, who died in the window, and was now using Invincible. The golden lightning was the proof. This is my fault. Neo barely interacted with Kendrick or Gwen. They were neither his friends, nor his acquaintances. Still, they were his responsibility. He had vowed to save them. Please, kill me. Suddenly, Kendrick stopped attacking. His face contorted and tears shimmered in his eyes. He had come to his senses for a moment. Neo, you are Neo, right? Please, I don't want to become a monster. Devour me. End me. How did you regain? Before Neo could complete his words, Kendrick lost control over himself again. He growled and grabbed Neo's leg and threw him. Neo's body bounced a few times before coming to a stop. Fuck! He stood up and wiped the blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Fuck! I hate this shitty feeling of helplessness. He gripped his sword. His eyes were focused on the monster Kendrick rushing towards him. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Neo resolved his dilemma. I'm sorry for giving you a fake promise. He unleashed his aura of darkness. It's impossible to save you now. The monster reached him. He ignored the incoming attack and slashed at his neck. I'll put you out of your misery at the least. Just as Neo's sword was about to behead Kendrick, an arrow warped in lightning struck his sword. The attack changed, his trajectory changed, and he missed. It became an opportunity for Kendrick. He landed a clean attack on Neo, but Neo stood firm. He absorbed the impact of Kendrick's attack by using the aura of darkness. Neo grabbed Kendrick's hand and wrestled him into a hold. Kendrick continued to try and get out of Neo's grip. But he was no match for Neo while he was using his blessing. A familiar voice resounded just as he was about to snap his neck. Wait! Gwen rushed out of the woods. Don't kill Kendrick. The last thing Neo expected was Gwen to give up her advantage of being hidden and come out in the open. However, more surprising was, "You can talk?" "Yes, I haven't corrupted by the darkness," Gwen answered while slowly closing the distance. "I have darkness affinity. I can resist the corruption." Neo took a deep breath. He was a bit relieved and suspicious at the same time. "Why are you working for Mad Hound if you aren't his minion?" "Because he has the way to reverse the corruption of darkness." "Oh." He promised to save Kendrick. Neo's face hardened. She believed those words? As a darkness wielder, she would have known there was no going back after one was corrupted by the darkness. "I know what you are thinking, but here they have a way to stop the progress of corruption. It's possible they can reserve it too." She was desperate. Neo had seen those eyes. People like her were already dead inside. They knew there was no hope and they still kept searching for it, clinging to it. Fucking shitty coincidence to meet them here. Neo clicked his tongue. "I'll kill him and—" "No. Why are you thinking of killing him? He hasn't become a corrupted monster yet. You saw him regain control. We can save him. Please." Neo didn't let her words affect his psyche. It was already too late for Kendrick. Killing him was far better than letting him suffer under darkness. Gwen aimed her bow at Neo's head when she realized he wouldn't stop. "Stop, or I'll kill you." "You are too weak to do that." Neo was about to finish Kendrick when suddenly his blessing reacted. It didn't want him to devour Kendrick. "Oh." A different voice, not belonging to Obitus, spoke in his mind. "Not souls. Judge them before delivering a punishment to them." The words made no sense to Neo, but he instinctively knew what he had to do, how the blessing was supposed to be used. An obsidian black glow covered Neo's hand. Gwen became dazed when she saw the black light. She didn't know what was happening, but the black light was assuring. Somehow that convinced her Neo wasn't harming Kendrick. Neo placed his free hand over Kendrick's head. Foreign memories rushed into Neo's mind. A boy born in Valemont family belonging to Zeus clan. He was mischievous and cheeky like any other child. He lost his playful attitude as he grew up in the cutthroat environment of Valemont family, where bloodbath and death was a daily occurrence. Only the best survived in that harsh hell. The boy managed to remain kind even after living there. He was made fun of by his cousins, called naive by the adults. Surprisingly, the boy was talented. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he was one of the best of his generation. The clan, satisfied by his strength, allowed him to take the test for Demigod Academy and let him represent them. The boy hated the strength-obsessed clan. Who were they to not let him take the test if he was weak? Still, his life, his goals, his aspirations, everything was decided by the clan. He was their puppet. He couldn't deny them. Nevertheless, the fate worked in mysterious ways. The first time the boy denied his clan was after he entered the academy under the clan's order. Interfere with the test of Kingsley Kid. Don't let him complete the requirements of S-rank mission, they said. The boy let the Kingsley Kid pass the test. The boy was punished for his insubordinance. And he had laughed. For the first time in years, he felt like he was himself. Maybe it was time for him to change. Who cared if the clan forced him to follow their words? Morrigan was thrown away and she was still alive, no? The boy wanted to do the same. He wanted to change. He felt like the world was becoming bright again. Just when the boy was about to take a flight for his freedom, he died. Neo gasped. The memories ended. That was Kendrick's life. Neo was disoriented. Still he moved. He followed the blessing and did his duty as the heir of the underworld. You've lived a good life. The black starry glow condensed around Neo's palm. It seeped into Kendrick's body. The corruption of darkness started to break away from Kendrick's body and his body began to disappear. Thank you. Kendrick regained his sanity at the last moment. Under Neo's gaze, Kendrick disappeared into nothingness. Gwen snapped back to her senses. What did you do to him? What did you do? Neo didn't answer. He looked at his hands and the disappearing glow with a shocked gaze. I sent him into the cycle of reincarnation. Huh? What do you mean? I've reincarnated him. The true power of the blessing. It allowed Neo to judge souls. Just like a judge of the underworld. He evaluated the life of Kendrick D. Valemont and delivered the judgment. You think I'll believe those lies? Gwen let go of the arrow. It flew towards Neo with a swift speed. Neo grabbed arrow. He hadn't used the blessing to boost his physical abilities. Still, he managed to catch the arrow fired by Gwen, who was using invincible. Neo looked at the source of his strength. You have delivered the judgment. A is satisfied with your judgment. +5 strength. +6 agility. Chapter 155. Madhound. It was surprising. Neo never expected the blessing to be like this. The power to judge the souls. Such mythical power belonged to the realms of the gods. Neo cleared those thoughts. He was just an awakened demigod. Becoming a god was too far in the distance. Stop ignoring me. Gwen lunged at him. Before she could do anything, Neo suddenly moved. His figure blurred and he appeared behind her. Grabbing her neck, he smashed her head into the ground and knocked her out cold. He won. It was laughingly easy. Just a few months ago, he could not hope of defeating a single Zeus clan member, even if he went all out. And now he could defeat them without using his blessing. All that training was worth it. He smiled. I just need to awaken my time element and I'll finally become the strongest first-year student. First thing first. He looked at the unconscious Gwen. I need to recover my divine energy. He turned his gaze towards the forest. Celine was late. He won't survive, just like your previous teammates. Madhound licked his lips. I've carefully selected my new pets. He won't die. Neo won't. Celine gathered her strength. She believed what she had said. Neo wouldn't be defeated. The reason she recruited Neo was because he survived absorbing the blood droplet. Ha 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 ha. There is no way he is defeating 2 Zeus clan prodigies. What? Celine's blood turned cold. It made Madhound happy. Why do you think I couldn't gather more minions? I was busy working hard collecting those Zeus blood bags. Celine's face lost all color. Good. That's the face I wanted to see before I kill you. Madhound grinned. It's the perfect punishment for the trouble you've caused me. There was no need to keep Celine alive anymore. Madhound pulled the blade out of her neck, causing her to flinch and stumble. He kicked her down the tree and jumped over her. Just as he was about to crush Celine, a red bolt of lightning crashed into him. He was flung away and his back hit the tree. Who is there? Madhound growled. He bared his fangs at the human walking out of the thicket at a leisure pace. It seems your aura of death is just for show. The monsters like Celine and Madhound had been living underworld. Their auras grew stronger after being corrupted. It was why Neo misjudged their strength. In truth, they were. You are pathetically weak. Madhound's eyes widened when he saw Neo. Countless questions surged inside his mind. He rushed towards Neo and drew his menacing claws. Ha 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 ha. I don't know why you are here, but this is better. I'll kill you in front of Celine. Die. Neo spoke a single word. Suddenly, Madhound's legs stopped working. He fell face first into the ground. Growling, Madhound tried to stand, thinking he had tripped. However, he came across a horrible truth. His legs wouldn't move. They were dead. What did you do? I'm just practicing my elemental control. Neo nodded to himself. It seems it's possible to kill individual parts of the body. Madhound shuddered. Both of them had death element. Yet Neo could kill him with a word. It meant Neo was far stronger than him. Wait a second, don't kill me. I'll do anything you say. Madhound's wolf-like ears flattened as he took on a submissive attitude. I can. Shut your mouth. Neo killed his arms and jaw. He grabbed Madhound by the neck and carried him to the dying Celine. You look like shit. That's a terrible thing to say to your teammate who is about to die. Celine tried to smile but failed miserably. She had lost too much blood and her injury was fatal. It was a miracle she wasn't dead yet. Neo threw the Madhound next to her. Devour him. There is a chance you might be able to heal yourself. I doubt I'll be so lucky. There is no harm in trying. Celine didn't try to devour Madhound. She looked at the horror in Madhound's eyes, a smirk. I won't devour him. Let him suffer under the true darkness after he dies as a monster. Her dying eyes were full of relief and gratitude towards Neo. About the blood droplet. Cough. Cough, I'll tell you the location. Stop spouting nonsense. Neo created a tiny aura blade with right hand's fingers. He used it slice off his left hand's fifth finger. What are you doing? Neo ignored Celine. He focused on devouring the blood from the finger. Only an empty husk of flesh and bones was left behind. He threw it to Celine. Devour this. It will heal you. Celine didn't understand how or why Neo's flesh could heal him. He had to be a Grim Reaper or even higher than them to have that kind of body. She shook her head. You'll never regenerate that finger if I devour it. It's just a pinky finger and I'm not giving it to you for free. Neo had no problem giving up a finger. He wouldn't lose anything if Celine devoured it. Besides, unlike Celine thought, the finger would regenerate when he ranked up. The only problem was if the finger would heal Celine, since he took away all the blood. Celine was still reluctant, but it was clear Neo was not going to budge. Darkness beneath her stretched. It devoured the finger. Instantly, a surge of power rushed into Celine. Her injuries began to heal. Her affinity with death and darkness saw a tremendous boost. The corruption of darkness, that was always threatening to drown her, stopped progressing. It was miraculous, almost impossible. Everything that happened after she devoured Neo's finger defied logic. She stared at Neo with a different gaze, as if she was looking at a higher being, at a god. Who are you? If you are healed, focus on the task at hand. Neo pointed at Madhound with his chin. Celine followed his gaze. She understood Neo did not want to answer her question and complied. Madhound was salivating. Chapter 156. Well of Death. Unlike Celine, he had smelled the scent of Neo's blood even though Neo devoured it as soon as it came in contact with air. Finish him, Neo said. Celine stood up. With a swift thrust, she pierced Madhound's head. The werewolf continued to stare at Neo until the end with greed. Neo destroyed his body with death element after he died. He made sure no one could devour Madhound's corpse and let him escape from true darkness. Thank you. Celine lowered her head. I could get my revenge only because of... She choked up. She finally avenged her friends. Neo patted her back. She tried to hold back her tears and spoke. I'm fine. I'll take you to the place. There is something I need you to do before that. Neo brought her to the unconscious Gwen. She is? The Zeus clan's soul working under Madhound. I want you to take care of her after she wakes up. Wouldn't she try to fight me? She will. That's why you need to deal with her without harming her. Just say that you saved her from me. If she doesn't listen to you, tell her some random bullshit about you wanting revenge against me and you saved her because you saw yourself in her or something. I'm sure she'll follow you after that. Celine didn't ask why Neo wanted to help the girl, or why the girl wanted to kill Neo. She owned him and was prepared to do whatever he demanded. Makes sure she doesn't die or fall to the corruption. After understanding the power of the blessing, Neo was torn between the choices. Was it really correct to revive Gwen and others? In the underworld, their lives would be judged and they would receive appropriate verdict. Death wasn't a cruel mistress. She was the inevitable end of the journey known as life. There was no need to avoid her. Neo decided to have Celine babysit Gwen until he made a decision. After he explained everything to Celine, she carried Gwen over her back. The three traveled through the forest and reached a massive hole. The blood droplet in down there. Neo peered into the hole. It stretched across hundreds of meters and its depth was obscured with darkness. Even with his ability to see in the dark, he couldn't find the end of the hole. Are you sure there is a blood drop down there? Yes, and it's a big one. Neo frowned. Why isn't anyone trying to take it? This place is as empty as they come. Because this place is called Well of Death. Anyone who entered it never left. Celine continued. Neo, I know you want the blood droplet, But please think about your safety too. Take care of Gwen. Neo cut her off and jumped. His body fell into a hole at an alarming speed. His clothes fluttered and Neo could sense the increasing presence of death. Strange. This presence of death doesn't belong to my blood. Why can't I sense the blood droplet? Neo stretched his senses to the limit. His actions alerted the monsters hiding in the wall of the hole. Giant worms came out. They dashed towards Neo, their maws filled with thousands of razor-sharp teeth ready to tear him apart. Die! Condensed bolts of red lighting materialized around Neo. The death worms died as soon as they entered Neo's vicinity. He continued to fall, ignoring the monster's attack. Suddenly, Neo felt as if his body passed through a boundary. The monster stopped following him. The presence of death lingering in the surroundings disappeared, and Neo finally understood why no one came out of the hole. Life, holy. The two elements were present in abundance down there. His skin began to tear apart as the elements, opposing to his own, seeped into his body. Technically, Neo was dead. The holy element and life element were poison to him in his current state. Why are these elements present in Underworld? Neo was about to hit the ground. He plunged his sword into the wall to slow his descent. He stopped at an appropriate height. There was no danger even if he fell from his current position. He pulled out the sword and landed on the ground with a thud. It feels like shit here. Neo chewed out his words. He walked to the shimmering lake present in center. It was the source of life and holy element. Anyone who entered the hole must have been purified by the elements. His expression twisted when he noticed the giant blood droplet floating above the lake. It's really a big blood droplet, like she said. He ruffled his hair. Fuck. He could still feel a stinging pain all over his body. The presence of death from the blood droplet was clashing against the holy and life presence radiating from the lake. Those presences were suppressing his blood's presence and being suppressed in return. It was why Neo could not sense his blood droplet from the top of the hole. This is troublesome. If he absorbed the blood, the life and holy element would be unleashed fully. Right now they were being held back by his blood droplet. When the blood droplet disappeared, Neo would be purified and vaporized by the unrestricted holy and life element. Fuck! Why the hell are these things here? Neo sat cross-legged on the ground. There was no point in wasting time, complaining. I'll use Immortal to return to the world of living as soon as I absorb the blood. He began to absorb the droplet. The blood was being suppressed by the overwhelming amount of life and holy elements in the surroundings. It made the process easier. Neo grunted. His divine energy pool began to increase at a frightening speed. It recovered to the half of his original reserves in a few minutes. He regained his previous divine energy pool as time went by. The blood droplet was still far from being absorbed completely. Neo's divine energy pool continued to increase. His veins swelled as the flow of blood rich in divine energy increased. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 3/4, twice. Neo's divine energy reserve became twice as large his original reserve. The life element and holy element started to go out of control after the blood droplet grew smaller. Chapter 157. Increasing divine energy beyond limit. His body was crumbling away, turning into dust. Neo unleashed his aura of death and darkness to reduce the impact of holy and life elements over him. He absorbed the blood droplet hurriedly. 2 1/2, thrice, 3 1/2, 4 times, 4 1/2, 5 times. The half of the blood droplet disappeared. Neo was shocked to see the amount of divine energy stored in the blood droplet. If the droplet was not inside the well of death, it would have caused war among the monsters for its ownership. Half of Neo's arms had crumbled away. The holy and life element healed his wounds before burning them away again. Neo bit his lips to stifle the screams. 5 times and a fourth. 5 times and a half. Neo encountered a new problem. His body was rejecting the divine energy. It was too overwhelming. He had become an overcharged battery. Any more and he would burst. Neo gritted his teeth. This is my blood. Fuck you mean I can't? Take it back. He activated all of his spells. His mental energy was being drained at a rapid pace. Blood trickled down his nose. The spells reduced his divine energy and made space for more. 6 times. 7 times. 8 times. 8 times and a half. 9 times. 9 times and a half. 10 times. Neo absorbed the blood droplet. He used Immortal swiftly and returned to world of living before the holy and life elements pulverized him. His body healed. He stumbled and fell to his knees, groaning. Too much divine energy. His current reserves were comparable to Grade 3 or even Grade 2 mythic demigod. Neo used Ocean's Embrace, activated his blessing and materialized condensed bolts of red lighting. Using 3 divine energy-heavy techniques reduced the burden, but it was barely enough. Neo felt bloated. He gagged. His skin turned purple as more and more of his blood vessels burst, unable to handle the divine energy. Neo clenched his fists. His nails dug into his skin. He tried to concentrate. Darkness. Devour. The darkness bloomed like a flower, crawled up Neo's skin and seeped into his body. He devoured the divine energy. The overflowing power disappeared slowly and Neo could finally breathe. Fuck. I almost thought it wouldn't work. Neo devoured the divine energy until only a fourth of his present reserves remained. He kept his divine energy suppressed and devoured it as soon as it recovered more than a fourth. Better to place a limit on myself than explode like a balloon. He could finally stop worrying about his divine energy pool. Now, whenever there was a battle, he could stop limiting his divine energy reserves and use Essence Breath spell to recover it to its full capacity. With the amount he had, he wouldn't run out of divine energy even if he used all of his techniques at the same time. That's one thing out of the way. Neo nodded to himself. Out of the frying pan into the fire. He would wake up in the well of death when he returns to the underworld. Maybe I shouldn't have been too hasty in entering the well. He let out a bitter smile. Despite his words, Neo would have done the same if had a second chance. There was no guarantee no one else would enter the well and steal the blood droplet. A soul with holy or life element could survive down there. There are 2 ways I can resist the holy and life elements. Either my mastery in death or darkness reaches a high level, or I awaken holy or life element myself. He massaged the bridge of his nose. I would need to reach expert mastery death and darkness to resist the overwhelming amount of holy and life down there. I don't know how long it would take. My safest bet is completing Barbados training and receiving the holy element from the system quest. His expression worsened. He still had no idea how he had to surpass himself to clear the 4th trial. Fuck my life. It was always bad to worse. Neo looked at the rising sun. He yawned. I'll take a short nap before the classes start. The day was tiring. He needed rest to regain his mental energy. After a power nap, Neo visited the meditation hall. He knocked on the office door. Professor Daniel, are you there? The door opened, much to Neo's surprise. A young man, seemingly in his early 20s, opened the office door. He adjusted his glasses and stared at Neo with a stern gaze. You again? I told you I won't help you awaken your time element. Professor, I can compensate you. Leave. Neo clicked his tongue. However, he did not leave. There was a reason Neo worked hard to become the first-ranked student. It was to abuse the powers that came with the position. You will teach me. What did you say? I am the ruler. One of the privileges given to me is I can ask for any professor for a private lesson, and they must comply unless there is a proper reason. Contrary to Neo's expectations, Professor Daniel was not angry. He blinked, confused, when he heard of the privilege. When was that rule added? A few hundred years ago. Oh, Professor Daniel made a thoughtful expression. I don't remember it being there the last time I checked the academy rules. He nodded. I will teach you if a rule like that exists. But not right now. I'm busy at the moment. Come back later. Neo struck his foot in the doorway to stop it from closing. Professor Daniel frowned. How much long should I wait? Neo asked. Instead of answering, Professor Daniel stared at Neo's foot. Is this how students act these days? Do they have no concept of respect for teachers? I apologize for it, but I have a tight schedule. I can't wait here all day for your work to be done. Professor Daniel's eyes scanned Neo from head to toe. Impatience isn't a virtue for a time mage. He looked at Neo with a stern gaze. This wouldn't work. You won't be able to awaken time as you are right now. You are too impatient. He nodded. I'll teach you right now, but you need to pay first. How many credits do I need to pay? Chapter 158. Becoming Grade 1 Awakened Demigod. I don't need credits. Pay me with your patience. It will double as your training. Neo's face hardened. An ominous premonition crept into his heart. How will I pay with my patience? Stay outside of my office until I leave my office. If you can do that, I will help you in awakening your time element. Are you doing this because I stopped you from closing the door? I wouldn't do something as petty as that. Neo was exasperated. Was everyone here petty? He couldn't refuse the payment. It was genuine, even if it was just to fuck him over. How can I know you won't leave through a back door? There is no back door in my office. Can I check? Professor Daniel didn't like Neo's attitude, but he stepped aside and allowed him to enter. The office was small and cozy with plenty of sunlight entering through the window. Neo used the darkness. He commanded it to cover the room. The darkness entered the gaps in the drawers and seeped into the cracks on the walls. Neo recalled the darkness after a few minutes. There is no back door or a hidden door. He frowned. The first time I came here, he disappeared from the office. I'm sure of it. If there is no back door, did he teleport outside? I don't have space element. I can't teleport, Professor Daniel answered as if he had read his mind. Don't worry. I won't use any petty tricks. I will leave my office through the front door only. Neo nodded. He agreed to Professor Daniel's demand. He sat on the bench outside the office. Amelia and Felix came to find him in the evening. Why didn't you come to the student council office? Amelia questioned. I'm busy with the professor. Neo told them about his deal with Professor Daniel. I see. Good luck, Amelia said. I'll explain everything to the student council members. They are an understanding bunch. They won't have any problem if you miss the student council work for a few days. Thank you for the trouble. They left. During the night, Neo, bored, killed himself, then revived himself as soon as he arrived in the underworld. He received the notification of Immortals EXP Rising. I can continue my training at the least while I wait. It was 10 in the night when the group came to him. Why are all of you here? We thought we would bring you dinner. Then we thought it would be weird if you ate while the other person stared at you. One thing led to another, and all of us decided to eat together here. Jack grinned. How long will you guys keep this up? Until your test ends. Neo almost sighed. He could sustain himself with the divine energy he was devouring. However, there was no need to reject the kind intention of others. Thank you. The dinner was more rowdy than Neo would have liked. Still, he couldn't deny he enjoyed it. His friends continued to bring him food for all the time he was there. Time passed. Soon, the midterms began. Neo skipped them. He could afford it thanks to being in the student council. While he waited for Professor Daniel to leave, he continued to train his immortal skill and death and darkness elements. Second semester began. New teams were made. Jack recruited more members after Neo told him about whom he could invite. Their team was famous, and there was no shortage of students who wanted to join. More time passed. Neo reached 150 of 150 EXP in Immortal and became Grade 2 Awakened. He grew stronger, and his masteries over death and darkness continued to improve along with his spell masteries. Few months later, Neo lost his position as the ruler due to his falling grades. He had not participated in a single activity ever since he came to the academy. Even if the student council let him pass the exams, he still received minimum grades. Second year began. Neo missed Amelia's graduation ceremony. He should have been kicked out of the academy by now due to the number of mandatory exams and events he skipped. It was thanks to him being the former ruler and a member of student council that he was not expelled. Neo was sure Elizabeth had a hand too in stopping his expulsion. More time passed. Jack, Arthur, Felix, and others came to tell Neo to give up on the Professor Daniels test. They told him he was wasting his precious time in the academy. Neo persisted. Time element was important. It was the power that could help him become the strongest. He was ready to sacrifice his academy life for it. The new first-year students started to visit the meditation hall to see the crazy ruler who gave up on everything for no apparent reason. Neo became a laughingstock as time passed. From the divine ruler to a fallen genius. More time passed. His immortal reached 200 out of 200 EXP and he became a grade 1 awakened. Jack visited Neo one day. He did not come at the usual time. He was alone. His eyes were swollen, his gaze was blank, and he looked as if he had exhausted his tears. He sat beside Neo. "We should have listened to you and not accepted the mission." As he spoke, he started to tear up and doubled over. Mars is dead." Neo did not say anything. He had expected it when he heard they were accepting the Labyrinth S-rank mission. "We couldn't do anything. We were helpless against the Minotaur. That thing wouldn't die. It was immortal." Jack's voice cracked. He continued to give the mission report to Neo. "Mars decided to stay back and buy time for us to escape." Jack was broken. He had surpassed Mars long ago. Still, he had been helpless when he was needed. He blamed himself. It wasn't Jack's fault. It was Neo's. If only he had been there. If only he had given up on his own selfish needs and went with them on the mission. Jack wiped his tears. "We are holding a funeral for Mars tomorrow." Chapter 159. Experiencing time. "We couldn't recover the body. We are doing the funeral without it." He did not tell Neo to attend the funeral, but his intentions were clear. Neo shook his head. "I'm sorry. I see." Neo closed his eyes after Jack left. Fuck. Mars was supposed to die in the large-scale attack that would happen on Academy. He would have sacrificed himself to protect others. But Neo stopped the attack long ago by sabotaging the mystical fauna owner. He thought it would have been enough. This damned fate. Neo bit his lips. He knew it was Mars' choice. The reason why Mars sacrificed himself was because Mars knew he was bound to die in a few months due to his constitution. The reason, however, did not make it easier for Neo to accept his friend's death. Despite everything, Neo had no intention of reviving Mars. Knowing Mars' personality, he wouldn't want to be revived. The only thing Neo could do was continue his training. More time passed. It was the day of Neo's graduation. He stayed in the meditation hall. Neo would have to leave Academy tomorrow morning since the graduation was completed. The sun reached the peak and hid behind the horizon in a few hours. He waited for Professor Daniel until the sun started to rise again. So he never really planned to teach me. He stood up and was about to leave when he heard the voices from the office for the first time in 2 years. "You are late." "Shut up." The door opened. Professor Daniel stepped out and noticed Neo. "You are still here? How much time passed?" He took out his pocket watch. His face stiffened. 2 years? He opened his mouth and closed it, unable to form his next words. In the end, he took a few seconds to ask, "You have been here for 2 years?" "Yes." Professor Daniel's face went through countless changes. Shock, disbelief, grief, acceptance. He covered his face with both hands and sighed. "Come inside. You have paid enough." The two entered the office. Professor Daniel sat on the head seat while Neo sat across the table. He stared at Neo silently. "Do you hate me?" He chuckled bitterly when Neo remained silent. Shaking his head, he changed the question. "Why do you want to awaken the time element? 2 years isn't something a person who would waste on a spontaneous decision." "Because it's powerful." Neo's answer surprised Professor Daniel. "Powerful, huh? Is that why you use darkness even though it's a forbidden element?" "Yes." Professor Daniel massaged his brows. He leaned back on his chair and stared at the roof. "The answer is clear as day, but I'll still ask the question. Are you sure you want to awaken time element? It is one of the 13 forbidden elements for a reason. I want to awaken it." Sigh. Professor Daniel loosed his tie and stood up. Okay, I'll help you awaken. He circled the table and stood behind Neo. There are 3 ways to awaken an element: natural awakening, trauma awakening, and immersion awakening. He continued, natural awakening means waiting for your element to awaken naturally. With trauma awakening, we wouldn't know which of your dormant elements will awaken, if they awaken. The only choice left is immersion awakening. Do you know how it works? Professor Daniel asked. Experiencing the element. That's how immersion awakening works. We experience the element and it increases the chances of awakening. Neo answered. Yes, that's correct. Swim in water to awaken water element. Feel the warmth of fire to awaken fire element. This is immersion awakening. However, the chances of awakening from immersion awakening are pitifully low. He continued to explain. Neo knew a lot of information, but not all of it. He listened carefully. The chances can be increased by going through a violent immersion. Drown in the water to awaken water element. Burn yourself to awaken fire element. What are you trying to say? Neo asked. You have been experiencing time for your whole life. You are already going through immersion awakening. Since it's not working, you need to experience time through violent immersion. But it can cost you your life. It's fine. I'm prepared for it. Figures. Professor Daniel sighed. Do you have water affinity? Yes. Good. He placed his palm on Neo's back. Buy a lottery ticket. I won't repeat this every time. And keep a pocket watch with you. When today approaches, come here to meet me again. What do you? I'll start with 1 week. It's important to build your resistance before I send you further back. Professor Daniel pushed him. An unnatural amount of force hit Neo. It was as if he was standing in front of the floodgates of a dam. The force was strong enough to make him think his soul was being pushed out of his body. It's the river of time. Don't let go or you'll be washed away. Brace yourself. Resist the flow. Neo did as the professor's voice told him. He felt like a stone dropped in front of a high-pressurized water stream. It was eroding him. Suddenly, everything stopped. Neo opened his eyes, huffing. He was outside Professor Daniel's office. He took out his device. Ha 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 ha. This is crazy. It works. It fucking works. Neo was back 1 week in the past. He decided to call it D7 Day, since he would meet Professor Daniel on D-Day. Wiping the blood trickling down his nostrils, he sat on the bench to calm his trembling limbs. These looks like the aftereffects of partial erosion. Erosion. It was one of the many types of death that could happen while traveling through time. Death from erosion was an existential death. The person would stop existing and no one would remember them. Their past, their present, their future. Everything would be erased. There were more types of deaths that came from handling time element. Time slipping and unremembrance were some Neo could recall. I should buy the lottery ticket and pocket watch. It took Neo 2 hours to shake off the aftereffects. They did not disappear completely. Neo still felt he was standing in front of a high-pressure water stream, but, unlike before, it was manageable. Fuck. Looks like I'll keep feeling like this forever. Neo left the mediation hall. He brought a pocket watch and a lottery ticket from a nearby convenience store. I can understand the need for pocket watch, but why the lottery ticket? Despite being confused, he kept them in his pocket. The result of the lottery came out on D5 day. I lost. The number S1D5 SFA1, while Neo had brought A43 AFDS 3423. It's not even the same number of digits. Neo clicked his tongue. I know which lottery number to buy next time at least. Neo had not awakened time element. He would have to probably regress a few more times. The meeting with Professor Daniel came on D0 day. Neo knocked on the door. There was no response. He checked the time. 5:03 a.m. Should I just enter the office? He opened the door. There was no problem since Professor Daniel was the one who called him. The place was empty. Neo pursued his lips. As I expected, he is. I don't remember telling you to enter without permission. Neo turned around. Professor Daniel stood there. He looked pale. Never enter my office unless I open the door. He walked towards Neo. How did you feel? Awakened the time element. I don't think so. What about the lottery? I lost it. Professor Daniel nodded. Next time, buy the winning number. It should be easy since you saw it this time. What else did you do during this week? Nothing worthwhile except training. Neo answered, confused as to why Daniel questioned him about it. Did you meet your friends or anyone else you knew? No. Professor Daniel frowned. You need to experience time. Swimming against the flow of rive of time is one way to go about it, but doing different things in the same time period is another way to do it. You have already done nothing in the past. This time, do something, he added, and inform me as soon as you hear the voices. Voices? The voices of darkness. No, not those ones. He shook his head. The voices lost in time are different. You'll know it when you hear them. Just inform me as soon as you can when you hear those voices. Understood. After explaining a few more things to Neo, Professor Daniel put his palm over Neo's back. I'll send you 1 week into the past again. Can't you send me further back? No, you'll be eroded. He pushed. Neo felt the sensation of standing in front of a dam's floodgates. He tried to resist. He started to lose against the overwhelming current. Just before he would have slipped, the overwhelming force hitting him disappeared. He opened his eyes and checked his device. D7 day. Neo purchased pocket watch and the winning lottery ticket. At D5 day, he got the result of the lottery. What? It's different. Chapter 160 Time Slipping. Author note: there is a typo in last chapter. It was said time slipping and unremembrance are 2 of the many types of time death. However, it should have been remembrance instead of unremembranced. Neo frowned. In this round, until today, all of his actions were the same as he had done in the last regression. He had been wary of buttery effect and made sure he did nothing different. This can't be possible. I'm sure I didn't do anything different. There is no way this is the result of butterfly effect. Then how? Suddenly, a voice spoke to him. It's the mechanism of fate. Whenever you travel through time, the fate will interfere to stop you from changing the timeline. Neo swiftly turned his head. There was no one around him. That was Professor Daniel's voice. His face hardened. The symptoms of remembrance started already. The ability to hear voices of time was called remembrance. Neo had acted oblivious in front of Professor Daniel, but he knew about the time deaths. I don't have much time left since the symptoms began already. I need to awaken my time element quickly, or I'll be lost in time. He joined the graduation ceremony. His friends were surprised when they saw him. Neo? Is that really you? Jack questioned. Yeah, I'm back. What about Professor Daniel? He agreed to teach. Before he could complete his words, he was jumped by Arthur and Felix. They hugged while laughing and crying. Neo smiled. He had ghosted them for 2 years, yet they treated him the same as ever. The ceremony ended without many incidents. Neo did not receive any honorary mentions. He was, however, the center of attention of the ceremony. Just not in a good way. Arthur, Felix, Jack, Neo, and Nathan had a party in the evening. They told Neo about their academy life. He listened with a smile on his face. While waiting for D0 day, Neo checked his status. Neo Hargraves. Rank: Grade 1 Awakened. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 3 Mythic. Stats: Strength: 77. Speed: 81. Dexterity: 76. Constitution: 69. Luck: 0. Affinity: Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water, Time. Magic spell: Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath. Bloodline: Monarch of Death. Unique skill: Death Immortal. Quest: Complete Barbados Training, Part 1. Training completed. March 5th. Neo pursed his lips. The stats carried over his regressions. Professor Daniel must be a high-level mastery in time if he can let me retain my stats and ranks. It's weird how I never read about him. The next day, Neo visited Professor Daniel's office. "Come inside." The two sat across the table. "Did you win the lottery?" "I didn't." Professor Daniel was slightly surprised. "You lost already? How low is your luck?" "Even those with 2 or 3 luck can win a few lotteries until fate interferes with them. It's quite low." Professor Daniel did not ask Neo about the exact value of his luck stat after Neo dodged the question. He continued, "This was the reason I told you to buy lottery tickets. Just because you can go back in time doesn't mean you are invincible. Fate's interference is one of the many roadblocks time travelers like us face." Professor Daniel stopped speaking when he realized Neo was not surprised. He asked cautiously, "Did you know about fate already?" "I have heard about it." "From who?" Neo's silence answered Professor Daniel's question. Professor Daniel slowly sat up straight. His eyes grew fierce and he stared at Neo with a hawk-like gaze. "The voices of time told you about fate's interference?" "Yes." "Damn it, why already?" Professor Daniel punched the table. He stood up. "The original plan was to let you adjust to the time slowly and send you further back into the past with each attempt. But we don't have that luxury. I'll chuck you as far as your body can handle. It will put immense pressure on you and increase the chances of your awakening." Neo nodded. Professor Daniel placed a palm on Neo's back. "I'll say it again. Resist the flow when the river of time tries to wash you away. Do anything you can to stop yourself from slipping. If you don't, the river will drown you." Professor Daniel pushed. Neo felt a gallon of water smash into him. He staggered. The powerful current began to erode him. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. Neo could not tell if he had been swimming against the flow for a moment or for a month. The strong flow of the river suddenly disappeared. Neo fell to his knee, gasping, clutching his heart. He checked his device. D250 day. Blurg. Blood mixed his bile juice came out of his throat. Neo wiped his mouth with the sleeves. He was trembling, short of breath. Suddenly, another powerful force hit Neo. He tried to resist and he slipped. Neo felt himself being washed away. He was drowning. He tried to resist. His body and soul were strained to the limit. The powerful current disappeared and Neo reappeared in the corridor outside the Professor Daniel's office. He used the wall as a support. "What date is it today?" His voice cracked. The thick dark circles beneath his eyes and his pale, thin face made him look malnourished. D150 day. Neo bit his lips. "I time slipped 90 days forward. From D240 to D150. He tried to suppress the aftereffects of time traveling when suddenly he heard a shout. "Neo?" Jack rushed to him with dinner in his hands. It had been his turn to bring the dinner to Neo. He never expected to see Neo like this on a usual routine. "What is happening to you?" He swiftly took out his device and contacted the medical ward. Neo cut the call before Jack could call someone. "And no need to worry. I'm just training." "What do you mean training? You look like you are about to die." "I'm completely fine." Neo heaved his stomach. Jack's expression worsened when he noticed the blood mixed in puke. He helped Neo sit. "Take deep breaths. In and out. In and out." While Neo followed his advice, Jack opened the dinner he had brought and gave him water. He massaged Neo's back. "How are you feeling now?" "It's better now." Neo drank the water and nodded. "Thank you." Watching his condition, Jack opened his mouth and closed it, unable to decide whether he should say his mind or not. "What is it?" Neo questioned, still short of breath. "You should stop. I don't know what is going on. But this isn't training. You are just killing yourself." "Don't worry. I'm immortal." Neo tried to chuckle when Jack's face contorted. "I told you I'm Hades' kind. Death isn't enough to kill me. But let's go." Neo stood up, cutting off Jack's words. Jack's eyes widened. "You are leaving the hall?" "Yes, the professor agreed to teach me. I don't need to stay here anymore." A sense of relief washed over Jack. The two returned to the Seraphim Hall. Jack had to support Neo to help him walk. The two entered Neo's dorm room. Neo frowned when he sensed multiple presences inside. I'll take a leak. See you later. Jack tried to slip away, but Neo grabbed his shoulder. Did you tell them about my condition? No. Look me in the eye before you answer. Yes. I messaged them and told them I was bringing you. Neo massaged the bridge of his nose. He could feel the headache coming before he took a step inside. Neo, you are back. Nathan, Arthur, and Felix came out into the hall. They surrounded him and asked questions about his health and why he looked half dead. Neo stared at them with a blank gaze. He wanted to rest, but they wouldn't shut up. Shifting his gaze, he stared at Jack. I'm starting to wonder if it was correct choice to save this guy. After a loud meal, Neo finally thought he could rest until he was hit by another bombshell. You guys are going to sleep here? Yes. Isn't it okay? Felix stared at Neo with puppy eyes. No, it's not. Get out. Boo. But we are worried about you. You suddenly grew thin and started puking blood today. What if it happens again? Neo stared at her with an unimpressed gaze. Felix stared at Jack with a side eye, asking for assistance. But Jack looked away when Neo turned to him. Pretty please. Felix continued to persuade him. Neos clicked his tongue. Whatever, but nobody will sleep with me in my room. The next morning, Neo woke up from the noises. He noticed everyone was in a hurry. What's up with you guys? We have out midterms from today. Damn it. I forgot about them because of everything that happened yesterday. Jack was as pale as a sheet. Arthur was nowhere to be seen. He was probably on his morning jog, having prepared for the exam. Nathan was muttering gibberish, while revising everything for the 7th time. Felix, although prepared, was helping Jack, since Jack had not prepared anything. Yawn, I'll come too, Neo said. Huh? You? Have you studied anything? Felix questioned. Chapter 161. Regressors are not allowed here. I've read previous year's question papers. Felix did not think much of Neo's answer. They reached the examination hall and met with Arthur, who was waiting outside. The group entered the hall when suddenly a professor stopped Neo. He gave Neo a scrutinizing gaze. The time elementals are in chaos around you. You came back in time, didn't you? The professor's face contorted. It's always same with you time affinity students. One question wrong and you'll regress to redo the paper. You are the 4th student today. Damn it. Go stand in the outside. Regressors aren't allowed here. You'll receive a different question paper. The professor huffed. Sensitive demigods, like the professor, could detect time elementals if the elementals were present in high quantity. They did not need the affinity to sense the elementals. It was similar to how people could sense Neo's death aura when he used a large amount of death elemental. While the professor was scolding Neo, Elizabeth approached them. Is there any problem? Yes. Listen to this, Professor Anna. Elizabeth, disguised as Anna, had become famous as a strict and impartial professor during the past year. She did not hesitate to punish the God Clan students when the need arose, and treated the God Clan and non-God Clan students the same. Listening to the professor's explanation, she nodded. Let me help you, Professor Frank. I'll go print the new question papers and give them to these regressors. Thank you, Professor Anna. 5 students, including Neo, were taken to a different room. All of them were regressors. Unlike Neo, they traveled back in time themselves and they could return only a few minutes into the past. Elizabeth bought them question papers. The students groaned when they saw the new sheets. New. This is a different paper. I used all the time elementals I saved to go back by 1 hour. I can't do it again. What's the use of my sacrifice? Neo checked his own sheet and frowned. It was the original question paper that was given to non-regressor students. He was not given a different paper. Elizabeth was helping him. Good luck, Elizabeth said to all of them and sat behind the desk. Neo smiled. He answered the questions easily, since he had read the question papers during his previous rounds. Finishing the test, he stood outside the examination hall to thank Elizabeth, only to notice she had left already. Arthur, Felix, and others approached him after their test. Why were you taken away by the professors? They wanted to give a different question paper to regressor students. Oh, that's... Wait, what? Felix grabbed his shoulder. Why you? You awakened your time element? Not yet. It's Professor Daniel who sent me back in time to help me with immersion awakening. The group was shocked. Felix and Jack looked at Neo enviously. I wish I had time affinity too. Neo shrugged. They visited the cafeteria for lunch and returned to their rooms. I have 5 months until D0. I'll grind some stats until then. The academy classes and events were useless for Neo. He had skipped a large portion of curriculum and was far behind his peers. The next day, Neo visited the mission hall. What mission do you need? The receptionist asked. The labyrinth. The receptionist flinched. It's an SS rank mission. We can't give it to you. She stopped speaking when Neo presented his ID card. Neo Hargraves. Team Umbra. Team's rank 7th. Position. Team leader. You are the leader of Team Umbra. You are that deadbeat ruler? The reception spoke in a daze and suddenly realized what she had said. I am sorry. Yes, you can take the SS rank mission. Team Umbra qualifies for it. She changed the subject and gave him a golden key. The key could open the chamber where Minotaur was imprisoned inside the labyrinth. This mission was different from the S-rank mission his friends took. The SS-rank labyrinth mission was to defeat Minotaur and close the labyrinth. Unlike the S-rank mission that was to rescue a person lost inside the labyrinth, Neo took the key. He left the academy and traveled to the Redwood City through the bullet train. The city was lively and filled with adventurers. Adventurers were demigods who went into the labyrinth, hunted monsters and sold monsters' body parts or other valuables found in the labyrinth. Neo took a look around the city. He entered the labyrinth. The entrance was filled with hundreds of demigod. Neo had to go further inside to find an empty place. He took out the map he had found inside the window number 12862. It seemed like a useless object when compared to the key Jack found alongside the map. After all, the key allowed Jack to open and close shadow dimension windows. However, only Neo knew the map was just as valuable as the key, if not more. He opened the map. The ordinary paper suddenly glowed. It started to suck the ambient divine energy present inside the labyrinth. Lines, corridors, and doodles of monsters appeared on the map. Thank God this thing works. I was worried I need Jack to activate it. The living map, created by Daedalus, had many purposes. Its main purpose was to defeat the Labyrinth of Greenwood, where Minotaur was imprisoned, by mapping the entire labyrinth. Labyrinth of Greenwood, or Labyrinth for short, birthed monsters. It was ever expanding and its path continued to change every day. The labyrinth had not been closed by high-level demigods, because it generated a good amount of revenue and it served as a training ground for low and medium-level demigods. Of course, there was no rule against closing the labyrinth. It was why the Academy had put an SS-rank mission to close the labyrinth. Neo used the living map to locate Minotaur's chamber. His current rank was too low for him to reach the Minotaur. He killed monsters and devoured them until D0 day and returned to Professor Daniel. Come inside. Professor Daniel opened the door of his office. His nose scrunched up when he noticed the blood and dirt covering Neo. You are dirty. Ah, sorry. I forgot about it. Neo used the darkness to devour the filth. Cleaned, he took a seat. Time slipped in the beginning of this round. How many days did you slip through? 90 days. Professor Daniel nodded. He had expected it to happen after Neo heard the voices of time. This time, I'll send you 1 year back. Can you handle it? I'll try my best. Arriving in the past, Neo time slipped to D150. I returned to the same day. His face hardened. Last time, he regressed to D150 after time slipping, and it happened again. Chapter 162. Immortality v/S Immortality. I'll need to ask Professor Daniel about this. He took on the SS rank mission and left for Labyrinth. While he was trying to reach the Chamber of Minotaur, he attained 249/250 EXP in Immortal. As long as he reached 250 EXP, he would become a mythic rank demigod. It's a good news, but the EXP isn't increasing anymore. The EXP wouldn't go higher than 249 no matter how many times he used the skill. He instinctively knew what the problem. There is no pressure. I need to put heavy strain on the immortal skill to increase the EXP. Back when he awakened his god blood, he had done the same with death skill. Neo forced himself to use death multiple times, even thought it strained his soul. How the hell am I supposed to put pressure on the immortal? Die very hard and then revive? The list of his problems only increased. He stopped finding monsters inside the labyrinth. It was as if they were purposefully avoiding him. When he did find them, they wouldn't give much stats. What is this, damn it? It's just one problem after another. The fate is trying to stop you. The voices of time answered. A few words were spoken in the voice of Professor Daniel, a few in Elizabeth's voice, and Felix's voice. It was sounded as if someone was editing recorded lines and rearranging them to form new sentences and answering Neo with them. This damned fate. He returned to Professor Daniel. I'll ask him if there is a way out of the fate's machination. Neo doubted Professor Daniel could give him an answer. However, there was no harm in trying. He waited outside Professor Daniel's office at designated time. Professor Daniel did not open the door no matter how much Neo waited. He always opens the door at 5:03 a.m. But it's 8 a.m. right now. A dark foreboding settled in Neo's heart. He waited until 11 a.m. and entered the office when the door remained close. Professor Daniel, I'm entering since you have been late. Neo's words were struck in his throat when he saw Professor Daniel lying on the floor, unconscious. He picked him up hurriedly. Why is he so light? It's almost as if he is hollow. Neo shook his head and lay Professor Daniel on the sofa. The professor woke up after a few hours. He massaged his brows. Professor Daniel, are you okay? Did you awaken time element? He cut off Neo mid-sentence and asked. Neo frowned. He realized Professor Daniel did not want him to ask why he had fainted. Not yet. Then give up. Professor Daniel coughed and continued. You have no talent for time element if you can't awaken it even after so many tries. Give up. Your body can't handle more regressions. You'll die from erosion. I can endure. Look at yourself. You have grown 5 years younger due to erosion. Neo stopped speaking. He couldn't say anything in return. When was the last time you met your friends? I knew it. You don't want anyone you know to find you are dying a slow death of erosion. Professor Daniel glared at Neo. Let go of your obsession, Neo. Accept it. You don't have talent for time. I can't give up. Professor Daniel hit the table when he heard Neo's answer. The time is eroding you. More regressions and you'll be snapped out of existence. Gone just like that. No one will remember you. Neo clenched his fists. He knew Professor Daniel was correct. But he had vowed, I would rather die than give up. Professor Daniel stiffened when he heard those words. What did you say? I won't give up. You damned brat. He raised his fist to hit Neo. However, when he saw Neo's determined gaze, he lowered his hand. He covered his face. Damn it. Professor Daniel had seen Neo regress for multiple years. Neo suffered under the after effects of erosion and time slipping, yet he never complained. Neo was not going to give up. Professor Daniel knew. 3 more regressions. If you still can't awaken time after that, I won't help you anymore. Professor Daniel stood up. I don't care if you don't agree. He placed his palm on Neo's back and pushed. Neos arrived back in time. His average date of return varied from D180 to D120. He returned to the labyrinth. The number of monsters he encountered in the labyrinth decreased with each regression. Seems like I'll just waste time if I try to search for more monsters. It's time I fought the Minotaur. He reached Minotaur's chamber in the last regression. He wanted to use more regression to strengthen himself to the limit before fighting the Minotaur. However, Professor Daniel's words made it clear. With not much time left, Neo decided to fight Minotaur. He stood in front of the gigantic doors and used the Academy-issued key to open them. The heavy doors screeched. Neo walked towards the Minotaur. The towering Minotaur wielded a colossal mace. It had muscular frame, curved horns, and fierce eyes that were hungry for blood. Minotaur, a monster from the myths, looked more majestic than Neos had imagined it to be. It looked like a battle-hungry berserker incarnate. In contrast, Neo was thin and pale. His lips were cracked and his eyes had heavy dark circles. He looked more malnourished than he did when he first arrived in this world. "You killed one of my friends." Neo drew his sword. "I won't say this revenge." He slowly increased his pace and started to run towards the Minotaur. "But be damned ready to die." Neo jumped and slashed. The Minotaur brought down its axe. Red lightning of Neo and blood-red aura of the Minotaur erupted. Their clashes created massive shockwaves. The floor cracked and the pillars started to break. Suddenly, two more hands appeared on Minotaur's back. It used them to deliver an uppercut. The attack threw Neo high in the air and smashed him into the rooftop. Before his body could fall under the effect of gravity, the Minotaur roared. A condensed red ball of energy gathered between its horn and shot towards Neo. Neo used Ocean's Embrace and Darkness. Black flames materialized around him and he tried to absorb the attack with them. Another explosion erupted. A giant crater was formed in the rooftop when the Minotaur stopped. Neo fell from the sky. The Minotaur opened its maw and tried to eat the falling Neo when suddenly a shockwave exploded with Neo at its source. The monster staggered back. Caution and surprise appeared within its eyes. Neo, having unsealed his divine energy pool, activated his blessing to the limit. He triggered Essence Breath spell, Ocean's Embrace, and wrapped his blade in thick aura of death and darkness. Chapter 163. Immortality v/S Immortality 2. The Minotaur charged with a deafening roar. Neo dodged the monster's swing and retailed with a quick strike to its ankle. The Minotaur used its mace to block. It grunted and raised its mace with a surprising agility, swinging its down in a wide arc. There was no time to dodge. The monster was too fast for its size. Neo raised his sword. He let the Minotaur's mace slide off his blade and he deflected it into the ground. The floor shattered. Neo's parry caused the Minotaur to lose its balance. The monster staggered. Taking the advantage of the situation, Neo leapt. Death and darkness wrapped around his sword flared. The sword grew in length and Neo slashed, slicing off the Minotaur's arm with a clean, wide swung. The forearm, which was larger than Neo, fell with a dull thud. Instead of bellowing in pain, Minotaur acted as if it did not feel anything. It moved its calculated coldness and grabbed Neo with its other arm, making Neo realize the Minotaur had baited him by sacrificing its arm. The monster held him in a crushing grip. Neo's bones cracked under the pressure. Blood began to seep from his eyes. He used Necrotic Touch and applied 5 stacks on the Minotaur's fingers. Cracks appeared on its skin. His hand shattered. Neo, freed, fell from its grasp. He was about to land when the Minotaur, with its 2 last remaining hands, smashed him into the ground. It roared and tried to pick its mace to finish Neo only to realize it couldn't. The Minotaur looked down and noticed it was missing its hands. At the last second, Neo had attacked instead of defending and sliced them off. "You look better that way." Neo stood up with a cough. He wiped the blood clouding his vision and ran towards the Minotaur who had lost all 4 arms. The monster stomped its feet, like an elephant trying to crush an ant. But Neo used his agility to dodge the attacks and climbed its body. He leapt again to reach its head in one go. Neo used the aura slash to behead the Minotaur. The Minotaur fell with a resounding thud. Neo stood over the fallen beast, breathless but victorious. He watched the monster dissipate into black smokes. The divine energy of the labyrinth churned. It rushed towards the center of the chamber and the deafening roar echoed. Minotaur, revived, beat its chest as if to assert dominance. "Of course, you'll revive, you damned fat cow." Just as Neo was about to raise his sword, the Minotaur moved so fast it disappeared from Neo's sight. A giant shadow fell over him. "Fuck!" The Minotaur fell over him, bringing down the mace with the power of gravity and momentum. Neo died he had to use Immortal. He clicked his tongue. "I hate using this skill in the battle, but I guess it's fine since we are both cheating." Healed and refreshed due to the revival, Neo attacked with full power to return the favor. Professor Daniel's office, Demigod Academy. Professor Daniel appeared inside the empty office. He doubled over, coughing blood. He took out his pocket watch with his trembling arms. I arrived a few weeks earlier. In Neo's words, he had returned to D79. He massaged his brows. It's getting harder and harder to control the dates. In last round, he was unconscious when he arrived at D0. This time, he tried to arrive earlier because he didn't want to faint in front of Neo. However, D79 was too early. It's getting harder to control dates? Of what? Your time slipping. Professor Daniel snapped his head into the direction of the voice. He saw Charlotte, the principal, flipping through the documents while she sat on his chair. No need to be surprised. It's quite clear you are going through time slipping. Professor Daniel nodded and took a seat. Charlotte continued. You are more talented than I thought you would be. It's the first time I've heard someone can control their time slipping. It's nothing special, Principal. I can barely control it and my control weakens every time I time slip. I see. Charlotte threw the documents towards Daniel. The pages slipped across the glass table. They stopped before him. His personal information was written over it. Name: Daniel Selim. Age: unknown. Job: professor. Subject: meditation. Side job: healer. Rank: bloodline. To elemental affinity. Time: why are you showing this to me, Principal? Your profile is funny. It's missing quite a lot of information. Professor Daniel frowned. He suppressed the aftereffects of time slipping and spoke. The Academy allows us to keep our privacy. There should be no problem with my missing records. We do allow privacy, but this isn't Academy records. It's the record of all the previous principals. This is all information we have on you. She snapped her fingers. The pages of the documents flipped on their own. They showed the pictures of Professor Daniel from 10 years ago, from 20 years ago, from 50 years ago, from 100 years ago, from 200 years ago. He was in all pictures, even in the picture taken during the foundation of Academy 3,000 years ago. Who are you? If you've been in the Academy for so long, we should have more information on you. But we don't. Even the Sphinx refused to speak about you. Professor Daniel stared at Charlotte. His lips pressed into a thin line. He sighed after a few minutes and finally opened his mouth. I thought there was an unspoken rule among the principals to not disturb Daniel Selim or interfere with his life. There is a rule like that. Charlotte nodded. But, you see, I like to know about everything that happens in my backyard. It includes you. You are too strong to be a simple demigod whose only strength is his long lifespan. You could send Neo Hargraves into the past multiple times. Is this why you recommended Neo Hargraves to me? To test the limits of my powers. Professor Daniel's gaze grew stern. Watching him, Charlotte chuckled. It's quite funny how you lose control over your emotions despite being thousands of years old. And you don't need to be angry. Neo Hargraves had no idea I was using him to test you. He is genuinely working hard under you to awaken his element. Chapter 164. Immortality v/S Immortality 3. Professor Daniel let out a sigh mixed with relief and frustration. He had been teaching Neo because he had seen the unyielding will in Neo and because he did not want Neo to suffer the same fate he suffered. Professor Daniel could see himself in Neo, a boy who thought time was supreme and worked hard to awaken the power of time. There was no one to teach him about time. After awakening, the boy, drunk on his power of time, abused it, and was cursed to suffer the consequences of his actions for all eternity. Why do you want to know about me? If you have any intentions of using my power for, no need to worry about it. I have no such intentions. Besides, it's clear you can barely control time anymore. Charlotte continued. It terrified Professor Daniel how accurate her guess was. How many times can you repeat the time? Once or twice. After that, you probably won't be able to control your time slipping and end up a few hundred years in the future. Isn't that how you ended up living for 3,000 years? You? How to know all this? As I said, I can guess. You might have unparalleled mastery of time, but the world has been steadily advancing. We now know a lot more about elements, god blood, and other mythical quantities than we did 3,000 years ago. With so much knowledge, it's easy to hypothesize the limits of your powers. Charlotte's words felt like the slap of cold reality to Daniel. He had been alive for 3,000 years, but he had lived for less than quarter of that. So, who are you? I can't answer it unless I know the purpose of your question. Professor Daniel stopped acting oblivious. It's curiosity. Just that. Yes. Professor Daniel thought about her words. In the end, he decided to humor her. I'm the founder of the Academy, though I doubt anyone remembers since I've reset the world too many times. I see. Thank you for answering me. Charlotte stood up. A portal appeared next to her. She spoke to Professor Daniel as she stepped through it. Since I've troubled you, I'll give you good news in exchange. Neo will soon manifest his time element. Chamber of Minotaur, Labyrinth. Condensed red lightning bolts crackled around the chamber in a dance of destruction. Not a single stone of the chamber had been left upturned. The pillars were destroyed and the floor was smashed into pieces. Neo and the Minotaur's clash of exchanges created thunderous echoes and shockwaves. They had been fighting for 2 days. Neither of the two had fallen. However, both had grown weaker over time. Neo's skin was cracked and the Minotaur's movements were slow. They were affected by the uncontrolled red lightning rampaging in the chamber. Finally, something clicked in Neo's mind. It was the moment Neo had been waiting for. He leapt and sliced off 2 arms of the Minotaur. The monster, having faced the same situation countless times in the past 2 days, ignored the injury and dashed towards Neo. For the first time, Neo used the darkness to trap the Minotaur in the coffin of darkness. The monster was confused when it saw Neo using a new attack. Before it could get over the confusion, Neo picked its sliced-off arms and devoured them. The Minotaur froze. Its eyes turned red and it let out a rage-filled roar. However, Neo stabbed the sword into its heart before it could attack him. Again, the divine energy of the labyrinth churned and the monster was revived. Nevertheless, it was missing 2 arms. Seems like your immortality can't keep up anymore. He let out a cold smirk. Truth be told, Neo's own immortality was at its limit. The amount of death present in the chamber had slowed his process of revival. The red lightning, death, accumulated from the countless deaths of Minotaur and the death elemental released by him were weakening Minotaur and him. If not for it, Neo would not have been able to devour the Minotaur's arm. This is it. I can feel it. My immortal skill is about to level up. Neo left behind red sparks as he ran towards the Minotaur. The Minotaur, enraged, roared and charged forward. Their weapons clashed. But this time it wasn't an equal exchange. The Minotaur was pushed back. Neo severed its legs before the Minotaur could regain its balance. The monster fell and Neo kicked its torso hard enough to throw his giant body across the chamber. He devoured its detached legs. The Minotaur charged at him on all 4s in a mad fury. However, it was no longer a match for Neo. He finished the battle in a few minutes. The last thing left of Minotaur was its heart. Neo devoured it. Immortal +1. Unique skill immortal has been mastered. 3 skill evolutions have been unlocked. Please choose carefully. 1. Before Neo could read the notifications, his body stiffened and he fell face first into the ground. He could not move. Damn it, I can't fall here. I don't have any charge of immortal left. His heartbeats continued to weaken with each passing second. Neo had used too much death in the past 2 days. Skill evolution. His mind was muddy. I need to choose something. I'll be healed if I rank up. Despite his thoughts, Neo knew it was the end for him. The labyrinth was closing after the Minotaur's death. If he stayed there and tried to rank up, he could be crushed within the labyrinth before his breakthrough completed. And without ranking up, he could not move, let alone escape. Neo was stuck between a hard place and a rock. Sighing, he stared at the roof. Well, at least I killed an immortal being before dying. That's one thing off my to-do list. The ground trembled and the walls started to fall. Just when he thought it was the end of road for him, he heard an unfamiliar voice. It's rare to see you give up. How are you here? Chapter 165. Unique skill immortal evolves. Neo doubted his eyes. I came to help you. Elizabeth stood in front of a silvery portal. Beyond the portal, he could see the puppet maids of the principal. I thought high-rank demigods were prohibited from entering the labyrinth? That is Master's problem. She will handle it. Elizabeth motioned him over with a flick of her finger. The divine energy in the air wrapped around Neo and picked him up. Let's go. She carried him into the portal. The two appeared in a mansion on a hillside. Elizabeth brought Neo inside the mansion. She entered the biggest room and laid Neo on the bed. Thank you. Neo's voice cracked. Knowing he was safe, a wave of relief washed over him. He felt accumulated exhaustion from the past days crash over him at once. His vision blurred. Sleep. Elizabeth gently covered his eyes, urging him to close them. You need to rest. Neo woke up, refreshed. He tried to move when suddenly a sharp pain tore through his body. Where am I? He looked at himself. Tucked in a bed in an unfamiliar room, wrapped in bandages and antiseptics, wearing clothes that weren't his. The last thing I remember is I was about to devour the Minotaur's heart. He massaged his brows. The memories returned to him slowly. Was that really Elizabeth? Neo smiled bitterly. He owed her for saving him. Still, how did she know I was there? I don't remember telling her I went to the labyrinth. Neo decided to question her Elizabeth when he met her. He tried to stand and nearly fell when his broken body refused to move. Just then, Neo noticed the piece of paper tucked beneath his pillow. Come down to the mansion's training chamber at 9 p.m. Until then, rest. I guess I don't need to question who wrote this note. The demanding tone is quite clear. He chuckled and sank back into the bed. The battle with Minotaur left him with serious wounds. For one, he could not use his death affinity for a few days. His core had been strained beyond its limit during the battle. With nothing else to do, he called his status. Unique skill immortal has been mastered. 3 unique skill evolutions unlocked. 3? That's nice. The unique skills gained at mythic rank were different. They were born out of synthesis of his experience and the power of his bloodline. Unlike the previous skills, death and immortal, that were unique to his bloodline, the new skills would be his and his alone. He would be the only person to possess them. I hope the roulette is something good. Please choose one. 1. Eternal. Become ageless and gain resistance against status ailments. Plus 10% resistance. 2. Undying Berserker. Continue fighting even after your death. Duration: 24 hours. 3. Transcendence. With each revival, your body and soul grows stronger. Plus 1% boost. Neo reread the skill's description. They are too good? He could not believe his eyes. Is this a dream? Since when did my damned bloodline give good skills? Eternal made him ageless and gave him resistance against status ailments. There were many types of status ailments: poison, mental corruption, debuffs, and curses. There was no need to explain the power of status ailments, since Elizabeth almost died to a curse. Resistance alone is strong, but ageless? This is like a dream come true. I won't need to worry about time erosion if I choose this skill. Erosion killed a person by reversing their time. The person would keep growing younger until they were snapped out of existence. An ageless being could resist erosion. Undying Berserker is also good. Immortal recharges every 24 hours, and Undying Berserk lets me fight for 24 hours after I die. I'll become a true immortal if I use them together. The third skill was not weaker than the first two. With Transcendence, I only need to kill myself every day, and I can continue to grow stronger infinitely. Neo had a hard time choosing between the 3 skills. They were exceptionally powerful. He made his decision. Unique skill chosen. Beginning breakthrough. The divine energy around the mansion shifted. It rushed into Neo's core and caused it to inflate. His core continued to grow larger until it reached its limit. Cracks appeared on his core. Neo grunted. He suppressed the pain-induced moans and directed more divine energy into his core. It exploded. A golden sun was born from within its center. The broken shards of the core revolved around the golden sun. Black pus seeped out of his skin. Neo's blood gained a thick hue of gold. His bones snapped back into place. His wounds healed and he grew stronger. Rank awakened mythic. Neo opened his eyes. He exhaled a putrid breath and punched after standing up. The air exploded with a sharp noise. He smiled. I finally reached mythic rank. His smile, however, quickly disappeared. It smells. Neo sniffed himself and his nose scrunched up. He entered the bathroom connected to the room. After washing himself, he came out refreshed. That felt good. He checked the time. It was 9 p.m. Recalling the note left by Elizabeth, he moved downstairs. The mansion had 3 floors and a basement. Neo stood before the doors connected to the basement. The door opened. He stepped into the white room on the other side of the doors. Elizabeth stood there. She was fiddling with the holographic screen in the center of the training chamber. You are here. Elizabeth was slightly surprised when she noticed he had healed. Her eyes glowed. You've ranked up. Congratulations. Thank you. Neo looked around the room. The place was completely white, giving it an illusion of being infinite. He frowned. There was something strange about the air. Neo could not place his finger on what it was. Something is strange here. It's something that will help you manifest your time element. Oh? Before that, let's spar. I want to see how much you've improved during your regressions. A small section opened on the ground. It rose up. Neo was surprised to see a storage space inside it. Elizabeth took out the training suit and her spear. The same storage unit opened beside Neo. He saw the body-tight suit and decided against it. You are not wearing them? Chapter 166. Manifesting Time 1. I feel more comfortable in my normal clothes. You'll fight in a pajama and a t-shirt? I don't see why I can't. Elizabeth stared at him for a moment and shook her head. She changed into the full-body black training suit. It clung against her curves that were threatening to burst out. She has a big heart, Neo thought. Do you stare like that at everyone? Not at everyone. While Elizabeth took the stance, Neo checked his status. Neo Hargraves. Rank? Grade 5 Mythic. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 2 Mythic. Stats. Strength. 107. Speed. 101. Dexterity. 103. Constitution. 108. Luck 0. Affinity. Death. Shadow. Darkness. Void. Water. Time. Magic spell. Necrotic touch. Ocean's embrace. Essence breath. Bloodline. Monarch of death. Unique skill. Death immortal eternal. Quest. Complete Barbados training. Part 1. Completed March 5th. The stats were good, but not good enough to fight an exalted demigod. Why are we fighting again? Don't worry. I will match my strength to your level. I'm not worried. Your eyes say otherwise. Neo pursed his lips. Am I going to get beaten? Why would I hit you? Because I did some crazy things? Regression until he was about to be erased due to erosion was beyond crazy. Elizabeth decided to be the bigger person and didn't point it out. Neo felt a chill crawl up his spine when the corner of her lips rose. Wait, we should talk it out. Elizabeth disappeared. Neo instantly ducked and a spear shot through the space where his head had been moments ago. His senses warned him of another incoming attack. He was about to trigger the ocean's embrace when suddenly a fist hit him in the abdomen. The attack knocked the air out of him. All of the divine energy gathered within his core dispersed. Don't use spells or elements. Just fight with your sword. I want to see your techniques. You could have said it first. Neo stabilized his breathing. Elizabeth stabbed the spearhead towards his heart. Instead of dodging, he moved towards her. He raised his left hand to block her attack. His sword was shorter than her spear, but he could attack her if he sacrificed his arm. Elizabeth, not wanting to harm Neo, changed the attack's trajectory at the last second. Neo used the opportunity and slashed towards her neck. The sword passed through her harmlessly. Elizabeth's figure flickered. She burst like a water balloon and drenched Neo. Shit! It's a doppelganger. Neo scanned the room. He couldn't find Elizabeth. The water on the ground shook and transformed into 5 Elizabeths. Neo retreated and put some distance between himself and the doppelgangers. The real one must be hiding among them. Neo's mind raced. I doubt the doppelgangers can have bloodlust. I should be able to sense the real Elizabeth with my death affinity when she releases her bloodlust. Neo stiffened. The bloodlust was coming from all doppelgangers. They attacked him together. Neo cleaved the first Elizabeth into 2 halves. She burst into water and the water transformed into 2 Elizabeths. His actions only increased her numbers. Which one is the real one? Confused, Neo held himself back from using a big attack. Elizabeth would not know how strong he currently was. Even if she could see his rank, she couldn't see the extra stats he gained through darkness. I can catch her off guard. I just need one moment. Neo kept his senses sharpened when suddenly a cold piece of metal touched the back of his head. You've lost. Elizabeth held the spear against his head. When did she sneak up on me? Neo frowned while he turned back. So, that's why I couldn't sense her. He realized his mistake. She never held any bloodlust towards me. Neo thought back to a few moments ago. Not all doppelgangers radiated bloodlust. I should have kept my focus on those doppelgangers. He continued to think of the factors that led to his defeat and what he could have done better. It was a habit he gained from countless battles. Elizabeth lowered her spear. She flicked his forehead. It was a good battle. You don't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. The first attack was enough to defeat Amelia. You dodged it with ease. Neo returned his sword to the sheath. Was that good enough for a spar? Yes, it was. I'm satisfied with your progress. She smiled, and it was not the scary smile she showed him a few moments ago. How do you feel now? Neo closed his eyes and sensed his condition. His divine energy was knocked out of his body when Elizabeth punched him. Weirdly enough, he wasn't exhausted even though he barely had any divine energy. This must be the result of one of her spells. I feel strange, Neo answered. I'm recovering my divine energy using the breathing technique. But the air in this room is weird. Whatever is present here is entering my body. Elizabeth flicked her wrist. A small hole appeared on the ground and a spherical machine flew out of it. Neo could sense the weird particles in the air were coming from machine. It's an elemental storage unit. Right now, it's emitting time elemental and filling the air with it. The current quantity of time elementals in the room is high enough that a time wielder can sense them. But it's still at a level that someone with no affinity for time cannot sense them. What? Neo's face hardened. If your words are true, doesn't that mean you've awakened time element? That's impossible. I can't control time yet. Elizabeth shook her head. You might have not realized it, but the amount of erosion covering you is enough to kill any mythic rank demigod. The only reason you are still alive is because you've awakened your time element. Trivia number 3. Neo wasn't not sad or afraid when he was about to die in the labyrinth. It's because he had won the battle against the Minotaur. The victory was more important to him than his life. And since he had already accepted death while mastering his death element, the idea of dying in a battle seemed normal to him. Chapter 167. Manifesting Time 2. Neo stared at her, unable to believe her words. The reason you can't control time is because you haven't manifested it. Oh! A thin stream of water materialized around Elizabeth. It circled her in a loop. Death manifests as red lightning. What do you think time manifests as? River. Neo answered while staring at the water stream. Time flows, just like water. That's how most people imagine time. It's not what I want to know. I'm asking what image according to you suits time. Oh. Neo did not understand what Elizabeth was trying to say. Unlike most elements, time has no fixed shape. There are some time wielders who manifest time as sand, and some as lightning. It's their image of time. Neo understood her a little bit after the explanation. He recalled that, before his first regression, Professor Daniel asked him if he had water element. Did he ask that question because he wanted to know if I could associate time with the image of water? Neo felt his guess was correct. Professor Daniel didn't teach you about this because he was probably unaware of the concept of manifestation. It's a relatively new theory of elemental awakening. Elizabeth explained. After elemental awakening came elemental manifestation. Most elements had fixed forms. Fire as flames. Water as water. Time was different. It had no fixed shape. People needed to give a shape to it. Most time wielders followed the teachings of Kronos and manifested time as a river. After the explanation, Elizabeth stared at Neo. What do you think of time as? It was an etherical question. Elizabeth didn't believe Neo could answer her question now. Associating time with an image could take months or years. Neo was too inexperienced. Oh? Elizabeth frowned. The time elementals present in the air churned. They gathered around Neo as if he was the eye of a storm and entered his body. He is manifesting already? She couldn't believe her eyes. Neo sensed the time elementals entering his core. Since his core was emptied by Elizabeth, he had easier time absorbing time-infused divine energy. What is time for me? Neo thought about Elizabeth's words. He closed his eyes and recalled the years he spent while regressing. It was a long time. However, the meaning of time didn't come from those years for him. They were long, but, compared to the eons he spent in the fourth vision of the Sphinx, they were short. Time is an unending eternity. In the fourth vision, he was forced to live for billions of years while he trapped in a body he couldn't control. Time is. He had wanted to kill himself. He had raged, cried, begged to the gods, to the Akashic records, to save him, to let him die, but nothing gave him the salvation he wanted. He had lived, for eons, against his wish. He continued to float in that void where countless bugs tried to eat him. It was hell. It was despair. The storm of time elementals rushing into Neo's body shook the mansion. Neo was the center of the storm. The elementals caused the floor to age at an accelerated pace. The training room was decaying. How is he fine after absorbing so much time? Elizabeth never saw anything similar before. It's like he is devouring time. The thick amount of time elementals entering Neos started to make him age. He grew older and older. His body reached the physical age he was before he was eroded by the regressions. Just when Elizabeth thought he would continue to grow older, his body stopped maturing. Time couldn't accelerate his age anymore. Agelessness? Is that one of his bloodline skill? She watched in amazement as every last bit of time elemental entered Neo's body. He opened his eyes. His gaze carried a profound aura. Have you manifested time? She asked cautiously. Neo smiled. He opened his palm and showed her the caterpillar in his hand. What is that? A worm. It's my manifestation of time. Time was the synonym of despair for Neo. It was an unreckonable force. When he thought of an image to associate time with, the maggots came into his mind. They were his only companion in the unending eternity. He despised them. He was thankful to them. That's a unique form. Elizabeth knew Neo would manifest a unique form of time. But a caterpillar? It was a first in history. What can it do? Elizabeth questioned. Oh. Different manifestation of time have different abilities and weakness. The river manifestation makes it easier to regress. But the time wielder becomes prone to time slipping. The sand manifestation can stop time more easily than river manifestation. However, it doesn't work if their opponent has same or higher elemental mastery, in any element, as they have in time element. Elizabeth pointed at the caterpillar. What can your time do? Neo tried to wake up the caterpillar. The green thing opened one of its eyes, stared at him, scoffed, and returned to sleep. Did it just insult me? Neo's eyebrow twitched. I can't control it. For now. Seems like it has its own ego, Elizabeth spoke. She became more confused when she saw Neo's manifestation of time act on its own. Neo tried to make it do something, anything, but the lazy worm refused to move. It's quite whimsical. He smiled. Congratulations. You've completed your awakening. Thank you. Silence. The two stared at each other. Elizabeth spoke first. What will you do now? Will you regress again? Or will you keep living here? Neo pursed his lips. He was fine without regressing. Although he never complained, he hated regressions. They erased the relationships he had with people. It was why he stopped meeting his friends and entered Labyrinth as soon as he regressed. He would return to the past despite his qualms about regression. He had left too many things unattended. Elizabeth spoke before he could answer her. It's the right decision. Don't blame yourself too much for it. Neo bit his lips. He could nod and move forward. But he forced the words out of his mouth. Why are you so calm? You'll forget everything that happened. Even this moment. Once I regress, all the choices you've made in the past month will become meaningless. Neo. Her voice cut through his rambling. Why weren't you sad when you were about to die in the labyrinth? Neo didn't understand the intent behind her question. He answered nonetheless. Because death isn't something to be afraid of. I've accepted it when I decided to master the element of death. If I die, I die. That's all, he said. The same if true for time. If you want to master it, you have to accept it. Elizabeth added. You can't keep dwelling on small matters, wondering if others will be negatively affected when you regress. There is nothing wrong with using your powers, the powers you've worked hard to gain, for your choices. Neo clenched his fist. Elizabeth could tell Neo had a hard time accepting her answer. She stepped closer to him and hugged him awkwardly. The tip of her ears turned red. Making sure Neo couldn't see her face, she spoke. You don't need to worry about me. As long as you are happy, that's enough for me. She smiled. You are just as important as Amelia to me. I'd rather see you use your abilities for yourself than waste them because of me. Now go. I'm sure you have things left to do in the past. Elizabeth let go of him and stepped back. Right on cue, a silvery portal appeared inside the mansion. The principal and her two puppet maids stood beyond the portal. There was a large shift in time elementals around the mansion. What happened? Charlotte questioned. Neo manifested time. Already? Elizabeth nodded. Charlotte stared at him with a deep gaze. She beckoned him over. If you've awakened, go meet Professor Daniel. He doesn't have much time left. He'll soon time slip again, and I doubt he can control it anymore. Neo nodded. One of the puppet dolls entered the training chamber and created another portal. Goodbye, Neo said without looking back and stepped into the portal. He appeared in the corridor outside of Professor Daniel's office. The portal closed behind him. A voice came from the other side of the door. Come inside. Neo opened the door. He met Professor Daniel's gaze. The man looked as young as ever. But, after manifesting time, he could sense the unstable time elementals around Professor Daniel. You've awakened time. Professor Daniel didn't praise him. He just acknowledged his achievement. Sit. Neo followed his words. The two stared at each other. Neo broke the silence. So the reason you gave me a deadline was because you couldn't keep up anymore? Yes. Neo pursed his lips. Have you been purposely sending me back to only do 120 days? Yes. Why? If I send you further back, it would have put heavy strain on me. Not doing that was why I could send you back so many times. It was either sending you far back into the past only a few times, or sending you to a near date multiple times. Before Neo could question him again, Professor Daniel spoke. Don't worry, I'll send you back to your original time after this. What about you? Doesn't matter. Professor Daniel shook his head. It does matter to me. Emotional attachments? You should stop putting importance to them. It's shameful for a wielder of darkness. Professor Daniel berated him. That wasn't the question I asked. Neo leaned over. What will happen to you after you send me back to the past? Professor Daniel sighed. He massaged his brows. I'll time slip, probably wake up a few hundred years later. Neo had no words. He couldn't even imagine how Professor Daniel was calm after knowing what was going to happen to him. Chapter 168. A Goodbye. Waking up one day, finding all of his friends were dead, and he was in a world where no one knew him. It must be a nightmare. Why are you so calm about it? I'm used to it already. He stood up. You don't need to worry about me. Even if I didn't help you, I would have lost control over time slipping sooner or later. It always happens. Neo's expression didn't change. Professor Daniel sighed and added, I'll regain control over my time slipping after a few hundred years. Just stop worrying about me. He stood behind Neo. Neo Hargraves, you are the 5th person I've taken in as my student. I might have needed others' help in awakening your element, but I'm still your master. Do you accept it? I do. Good. A smile replaced his usual stern expression. Even if no one's remember the struggles you've gone through during your regressions, I do. I can assure you, your will to continue forward is unmatched. You might not be the most talented student I had, but I've never seen someone with a more indomitable spirit. I'm proud of you, Neo. He hovered his hand behind Neo's nape. Divine energy flowed through his fingers into Neo. It crawled over his back, burning his skin, and drew the pattern of a dragon biting its tail, forming a loop. Neo frowned. What did you do? You'll know when the times comes. Professor Daniel stopped infusing Neo with his divine energy. He wiped his sweat and placed his hand over Neo's head. This might be the last time we'll meet. As a parting gift, I'll read your future. Do you want me to do it? Why are you even asking about this? Because some people hate knowing their future. They think predicting it will set it in the stone. Professor Daniel closed his eyes. His iris glowed behind the eyelids. After a minute, he snapped them open. Tired, he was breathing heavily. What did you see, Professor? Professor Daniel flinched when he heard Neo's voice. He opened his mouth and closed it, unable to form words. Professor? Are you okay? Neo turned around and stared at him with concerned gaze. Watching Neo like this calmed Professor Daniel. I'm fine. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. What did you see? Instead of answering him, he placed his hand on Neo's back. His gaze carried slight fear. Professor. Professor Daniel pushed. Goodbye, Neo. Neo felt a massive stream of time elementals smash into him. He was thrown across time. The force of time elementals trying to pull him increased the further he went. Despite being ageless, his body started to grow younger. It was a slow process, almost minuscule, but he was aging. If it was someone else, they would have been eroded a few times by now. Just when the force of time was staring to become unbearable, Neo sensed something move within his clothes. The green caterpillar came out of his collar as if it was dragging itself out. It yawned. The time elementals trying to drown Neo suddenly started to flow towards the caterpillar. They entered its mouth. The pressure over Neo lightened. The caterpillar closed its mouth and returned to sleep after a few seconds. Neo felt a shift and he appeared in a massive hall. Sir, what rank do you want to opt for? He looked at the woman and turned his gaze towards the students in the hall. This is the beginning of the ranking tournament. Oh. Suddenly, a massive flow of time elementals hit Neo. He tried to hold on to time. The caterpillar had reduced the pressure. However, it was still huge. He, struggling to stop himself from time slipping, had to let go of the limits he constantly placed over himself. The divine energy pool, unsealed, started to suck divine energy from air greedily, and the auras he always suppressed burst out. The students in the hall fell to their knees. Some of them fainted. Not even the proctors were left unscathed. Neo realized he had to suppress his aura. The shift in focus caused him to let go of his hold over time. Neo slipped. He appeared on a mountain top. Your divine energy purity is higher than mine, Morrigan said. That's why you are sturdy. Her frown worsened. Time slipped to the battle between me and Morrigan during the ranking competition. Neo saw Morrigan glaring at him. She really wasn't taking me seriously back then. Although it looked she was angry, she had no intention to fight seriously. Her muscles were relaxed, her stance was incomplete, her breathing was stable. There is no shield that won't break. Morrigan's eyes widened. She swiftly retreated and took a proper stance. Just like Neo could guess her strength at a glance, she could too. Her senses were going off like an alarm. They warned her of the one in front of her. Morrigan. Invincible. Golden lightning crackled around her. She disappeared and reappeared before Neo in a split second. Her sword moved towards his shoulder. Neo felt like he was seeing her move in slow motion. He stepped closer to her. How can he move faster than me? Morrigan's eyes widened. Before she could react, Neo's fist dug into her abdomen. The blow sent her rolling away. She coughed uncontrollably, having the air knocked out of her. Neo, intending to end the battle, moved towards her when suddenly the force of time returned. It hit him. He could barely muster any protest before he slipped again. Neo appeared on a stage. He looked around. This is the ceremony that happened after the ranking competition. I cursed at all the students back then, didn't I? Neo could feel time coming for him. He would slip again. While waiting for time, he noticed the gazes of students were different. Unlike last time, where they looked at him as if he was a fraud, they stared at him in awe, fear, and respect. The past changed. They respecting me now because they saw me overpower Morrigan with a single punch. After he time slipped and left the battle, Neo was sure the past him would be beaten by Morrigan. But the fact remained he pushed her back while she was using Invincible. Time slipping, Neo stood in a dark, broken world. Arthur's shadow beheaded Christian and rushed towards Neo. Chapter 169, Bashing Lucas. It was an opportunity. Neo could save others. I need to take the shadow down before I time slip again. His body reacted in a split second. Arthur's shadow, powered by mimicked Invincible, stabbed the dagger towards his heart. Neo dodged the attack with ease. He grabbed the shadow's head and bashed it into the ground. I can see you did not defeat my shadow through a stroke of coincidence. Lucas, covered in golden lightning, stared down at Neo. Neo stared at his surroundings. Time slipped again. He pursed his lips. Was that enough to defeat Arthur's shadow? It was only a single attack, but I put my all into it. You don't look surprised by my betrayal, Lucas said. His words snapped Neo out of his thoughts. He teleported behind Neo with a small smile. Just when the sword was about to pierce Neo's neck, Neo casually struck backward with the back of his hand. The backhand slap made Lucas' neck nearly snap. He flew back, breaking through dozens of walls, and crashed. Lucas was covered in blood. A single attack shattered his invincible skill. Before he could escape, Neo appeared above him and stomped. His ribs broke and he coughed a mouthful of blood. Despite being heavily injured, Lucas' smile remained. Were you always hiding your strength? How many people died in the mission? Lucas stared at Neo, confused. Why are you asking that? He could sense the thick amount of unknown elementals around Neo. Coupled with the fact Neo suddenly became strong and his fighting style changed, it was clear why he was asking the question. Regression. Lucas smiled. That's a trick I haven't seen in a long time. Lucas puked another mouthful of blood when Neo increased the strength behind his leg. The force made his ribs snap. Answer the question. Should I? Lucas continued to smile. Unfortunately for you, this pain is like a tickle compared to the training we have in my clan. His smile irritated Neo. Neo removed his leg from Lucas' chest and crouched. Listen here, you little fucking shit. You really think you are some hot shit, don't you? Then again, I shouldn't have expected anything from a dumbass who is planning on betraying Zeus clan. Lucas' smile stiffened. Why are you surprised? How did you know that? Oh, not going to deny it? Neo scoffed. I know everything about you. You've been acting like a puppet to make the clan trusts you. All for you to betray them when you get the perfect opportunity. The smugness in Lucas' eyes shifted to surprise, then gradually gave way to horror. You had the political advantage and you still lost the position of Zeus clan group's head to Morrigan. If it wasn't for me, you would have been forever number 2. You can't even take over a group of academy students. Why does your dumbass think it can topple the Zeus clan? His words hit Lucas in the heart. It made Lucas face the reality he had been trying to ignore. Not wanting to listen to Neo, Lucas tried to wriggle away. Neo stabbed his sword into Lucas' shoulder to stop him from escaping. He twisted the sword. Face it, Lucas. You are a failure. You can't do anything. You are a kid, throwing a tantrum, who is deluding himself into thinking he can defeat the invincible clan. Neo stared down at him with cold eyes. You! Why are you getting angry? Smile like you always do. Lucas glared at him with intense hatred. Neo time-slipped. He arrived in a long corridor and clicked his tongue. It was getting fun. Neo looked around and checked the device. I'm outside Professor Daniel's office. It's the day when he told me I need to pay him my patience for his teachings. Neo smiled nostalgically. He entered the office and waited. Professor Daniel never appeared inside the office. Seems like he lost control over time-slipping. Although Professor Daniel never said it, Neo was sure he had not made Neo wait for 2 years on purpose. He had time-slipped probably. It must be why Professor Daniel was shocked when he saw Neo waiting outside his office after 2 years. Fuck. I hate this feeling. Neo stared at the roof. His mind wandered. He wanted to know if his past actions saved Leonora and others. However, he did not take out his device. I damaged Arthur's shadow, but it wasn't enough to kill it. I doubt the fate would let them live with such a half-assessed attempt on my part. He pursed his lips. Fuck. He took out his device and searched on the Academy website about the S-Rank Sphinx mission. The mission evaluation report opened. A lot of content was about the Windows difficulty and Neo's contribution in closing it. He scrolled down. Causalities. Christian von Villiers, Gwen D. Langley, Kendrick D. Vailmont, Leonora von Villiers. A hollow laugh escaped his lips. At least Clara Brown is alive. I'm sure Sean is happy his twin sister lived. He clenched his fist. His actions barely had any impact. Status, he muttered while he threw away his device. Neo Hargraves. Rank? Grade 5 Mythic. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 2 Mythic. Stats. Strength. 107. Speed. 101. Dexterity. 103. Constitution. 108. Luck 0. Affinity. Death. Shadow. Darkness. Void. Water. Time. Magic spell. Necrotic touch. Ocean's embrace. Essence breath. Bloodline. Monarch of death. Unique skill. Death immortal eternal. Quest. Complete Barbados training. Part 1. Completed March 5th. I'm probably the strongest first year with these stats, and I couldn't defeat Arthur's shadow when I had the chance. Neo blamed himself, and he was disgusted with his thoughts. In the corner of his heart, he was relieved for not being able to save his friends. The more his mastery in death increased, the more he started to see death as the place of eternal rest. Death wasn't wrong or evil. There was no need to avoid. A small piece of him felt it was not right to disturb his friends' rest and bring them back. Chapter 170 World Core. Neo massaged the bridge of his nose. In the fourth vision of the Sphinx, he wanted to die but couldn't. He couldn't rest. It was why he started to see death as a form of rest. It's my form of death. I shouldn't force it on others. Despite his words, the act of revival was a turn-off for him. If he was not immortal, he would have felt reviving himself was disgusting. I guess I'll ask them if they want to be revived. If they do, I'll revive them. If they don't, I won't. I need to return to the underworld for it, though. The well of death and the pond filled with holy and life elements came into his mind. He needed to complete Barbados training and get a holy affinity to survive the well of death. At least, now I have an idea of how to complete the fourth trial. He stood up and was about to leave Professor Daniel's office when his caterpillar moved. It stared at him and opened its mouth. A powerful suction force started to devour the chaotic time elementals around Neo. The caterpillar returned to sleep after having its fill. It can do this? Neo looked at himself. He had barely any chaotic time elementals left around him. If someone sees me now, they won't be able to tell I've been regressing for years. Only those with time affinity will be able to tell I regressed, and they'll think I regressed a few minutes or hours at best. Neo stared at the caterpillar. It was powerful, and he felt the current abilities it had shown were but a small part of its arsenal. If only this pig wasn't so lazy. It only wakes up, eats and sleeps. The caterpillar rolled around as if it didn't want to hear the scolding. Shaking his head, Neo left the office. He went to his class. He noticed Arthur and Felix as soon as he entered. A wave of reminiscence surged inside his mind. He suppressed the nostalgia and sat in his seat. "Where have you been since the morning?" Felix questioned. "I was busy with Professor Daniel." "Professor Daniel? The one in charge of the meditation hall?" "Yes, him." "Why?" Arthur asked. "He helped me awaken my time element." "Ah, your time element." Felix stopped speaking. Her eyes slowly grew wide as she understood the implications behind Neo's words. "You had a time element?" "Yes. You have death, darkness, shadow, time. That's 4 elements already. Isn't that too much?" Neo shrugged. Arthur opened his mouth. "Isn't 4 elements normal?" His words made Felix freeze. She turned to him. "Dear Sir Kingsley, pray tell, how many elements do you have?" "I haven't awakened all." "How many?" Arthur started to sweat. Maybe he should have kept his mouth shut. "Sir Arthur." 25. Felix stared at Arthur, returned her gaze to Neo, and stared back at Arthur. "Do you two know there is something called a limit?" "Ha ha ha." Arthur gave a nervous chuckle. He might have many elements, but awakening them was hard. Mastering them was harder. Inwardly, Arthur respected Neo. Neo might have only 4 elements. However, all 4 of his elements were among the most difficult elements to master. It was to the point that if someone awakened death, darkness, shadow, or time, they would give up training them and focus on different elements. While the 3 talked, the professor came into the class. She picked up the chalk and wrote, "Elemental resistance," on the board. "Today we will discuss elemental resistance." Professor Evelyn continued. "It is an important topic for anyone who is thinking of becoming a Junior Templar. Since Junior Templars need to fight otherworldly monsters, demigods, or mystical beasts, you should be aware of how elemental resistance works. For example, let's say." She scanned the class with her eyes. Her gaze stopped at Neo. "Neo Hargraves has adept mastery of the death element, while I don't possess the death element. Since I don't possess the death element, I can't increase my resistance against it by training the element. Does this mean Neo Hargraves can kill me with a single attack if he uses his death element on me?" The students shook their heads and said no. "Exactly. Even if I don't have the death element, I possess resistance against the death element. So do all of you. Every person has a degree of resistance against all elements. Today's class is to teach you how and why we have the resistance against elements we do not possess." She pushed up her glasses and asked, "As many of you know, none of us have all elements, yet we can sense the elemental aura of our opponents no matter which element they use. Do you know why?" Arthur raised his hand. Professor Evelyn ignored him and shifted her gaze to Felix. "Felix, can you answer the question?" Felix's eyebrows twitched. She glared at Arthur with a side eye and stood up while grumbling. "Because the opponents use a large amount of elementals to create an aura. It's why we can sense those elements without even having the elements ourselves." Professor Evelyn nodded with a wrinkled nose. She looked around. "Anyone else knows the answer?" When no one raised their hand, Professor Evelyn turned to Arthur. "Arthur, please answer." "It's because of our core, world core, and resonance." A smile appeared on Professor Evelyn's face. She signaled Arthur to continue. "The world is a living being like us, and similarly it has a core. We call it the world core. The world has all elements, And since every person's root belongs to the world, it triggers a phenomenon known as resonance between our core and the world core. Resonance allows us to gain partial elemental affinity of all elements. Arthur explained. The smile on Professor Evelyn's face became brighter with each word he spoke. Thanks to it, although we still can't use the affinities other than the ones we are born with, we can sense all elementals. Perfect! Professor Evelyn clapped. She was so excited it looked like she had watched a spectacular dance performance. Chapter 171. Old demigod equals strong demigod. That's the perfect answer. Today's topic, elemental resistance, is related to resonance. Let's say Arthur here has lightning affinity. The higher his mastery is in lightning affinity, the more resistance he has to lightning. This proves that for the element we possess, mastery is equal to resistance. The students continued to take notes during the lecture. The ones belonging to the non-god clans were frantically writing, while those from god clans were relaxed. They had already been taught about this. What about the other elemental affinities? We have resistance against them thanks to resonance, but does this mean we can't increase those resistances? No, that's wrong. It is possible to increase the resistance for the partial elemental affinities. Professor Evelyn wrote 3 big letters on the blackboard with the chalk. H. The older you are, the higher your resonance with the world core. As resonance increases, so does the resistance for the partial elemental affinities we gain through the world core. Professor Evelyn returned the chalk to the compartment below the blackboard. This is why, if your opponent is old, just retreat. There's a high chance your spells and aura attacks won't work against them. She added, on a side note, make sure you know at least one weapon technique and have a few self-buff spells. If you can't defeat your opponents through spells or aura attacks, you'll need to resort to physical attacks. If your opponent is old, they might have high elemental resistance, but they would be physically weak due to having grown, well, old. The lecture continued for a few more minutes. Professor Evelyn explained more about partial elemental affinities and resistance through more examples. She recommended a few self-buff spells and some weapon techniques. The class ended without any incident. Neo, Arthur, and Felix visited the cafeteria for lunch. Arthur, don't you get bored of these lessons? It's clear you know everything, Felix questioned while munching on her food. She had been pissed off after the class. Arthur had to promise her he'd teach her a few weapon techniques to calm her mood. No, the classes helped me revise everything. Besides, after coming down the mountain, I found out a lot of things were different than I imagined. I can confirm the knowledge I was taught about the mystical quantities is correct through the classes, Arthur answered. Who even taught you all that? Arthur suddenly became silent. Felix sensed the shift in his emotions. It's fine if you don't want to answer. I shouldn't have asked about a sensitive topic. My grandfather. He raised me and taught me everything I know. I loved everything he taught me. It was fun to understand how the world and the elementals worked. Fighting with him, learning weapon techniques, everything made me happy. I never told him that though. I used to act like I hated him for keeping me locked up on the mountain and forcing me to learn about the mystical quantities. Arthur's eyes became distant as he reminisced. I really should have told him I loved him. Felix patted his back. The mood became heavy. Arthur wiped the tears that threatened to overflow and laughed. Well, I still hate him for those burnt chicken legs. He sucked at cooking. Huh? Chicken legs? He couldn't make such an easy dish. Felix took the cue, understanding Arthur wanted to shift topics. Yes, I won't lie. Until I tasted the chicken legs prepared by Nathan, I used to think they were horrible and hated the dish. Felix laughed. The two joked while Neo added a few words to their conversation every few minutes. After lunch, the 3 prepared to leave. Do you 2 have any class now? I have the dagger weapon elective, Arthur asked. I have the firearm elective, Felix answered. They turned to Neo. What about you? My elective isn't today. Don't you have etiquette class? Felix interjected. Neo pursed his lips. I'm skipping it. Oh. Is it because etiquette class grades aren't counted in the final evaluation? Neo nodded. Quite a few people skipped that class. Arthur and Felix left. Neo, alone, decided to give the student council office a visit. Reaching the place, he entered the mansion, the gathering place of student council members, and knocked. Ophelia, the treasurer of the student council, opened the door. "You're early," she smiled. "Come inside." The place was lit with bright lights and had expensive paintings hung on the walls. Neo followed Ophelia and sat on the sofas in the living hall. "Where is Senior Amelia? I was told she would help me learn my tasks for the student council. Something came up suddenly. She's busy with it. I'll brief you about your job in her place." Neo nodded. "How strange. Last time Amelia came to find me in the evening on this very day. Did the events change due to fate's interference? Or was Amelia so worried about me that she left her task back then?" He kept his thoughts to himself and listened to Ophelia's explanation. "You're a member of the disciplinary committee under the student council. Your job is simple. Stop the fights between students when they break out in public places. Other than that, you will be called when we carry out surprise raids on dorms." "Raids?" "Yes, raids," Ophelia responded, wondering whether to be direct with Neo. She decided to be honest. There have been cases of students getting high on magical drugs and performing rituals. Last year, a student with darkness affinity summoned a horde of monsters from the underworld. She scratched her cheek. The cases with magical drugs are no better. In the worst cases, their bodies mutate, and they become chimeras, half monster, half human. So the raids are to ensure students don't do anything stupid? Yes. Ophelia's explanation took a while. She gave him a tour of the student council mansion while providing brief information about the other committees under the council. It's already late into the evening. She noticed the time and her expression shifted to one of apology. "Sorry, but there's still more I need to tell you. How about we continue this in the cafeteria over dinner? My treat, of course." Chapter 172. Dinner with Morrigan. Isn't second year not allowed to enter first year's buildings? Student council members are allowed. Oh, Neo nodded. Then, let's meet at 9 p.m. He left the place and looked at the time. It's 6:30. There is still some time left before the library closes. Although Neo was on the fence about reviving his friends, he had decided to follow their choices. He had to prepare for the resurrection ritual in case they asked to be revived. "I'll need to learn a time reversal spell to restore the corpses." Neo visited the library. The place was jam-packed with students. Most were trying to search for weapon techniques, incantations, or self-buff spells. Neo moved towards the time element spell section. A spell to revert time for an object. He looked at the catalog placed at the entry point of the time element spell section. There were many spells that suited his requirements. Their price, however, made his eyelids twitch. The cheapest one is Rewind Enchantment, a resonance-ranked spell that costs 1,000 credits. He took out his device and checked the balance. Credit balance, 729. 500 credits came from Student Council, while the other 100 came from an S-rank mission. I would have only 229 credits without them. Neo clicked his tongue. It's too low. I need to grind quests for a few weeks. Neo left the library. He visited the mission hall. After selecting a few missions, he went up to the mission distributor. "Sorry, sir, you can't choose these missions. To choose a C-rank mission and above, your team needs to have 5 active members at the minimum. Unfortunately, you have only 3 active members right now." Neo pursed his lips. He forgot such a basic detail since he always left the team handling tasks to Jack and never bothered with them himself. He left the mission hall. 2 more members. Should I just take some randoms? Quite a few non-God clan students had yet to join teams. They were waiting for the second semester to begin. In second semester, the student ranks would be rearranged, and they would get a higher chance of joining a better team as long as they could improve their rank. He entered the cafeteria. As he stepped into the building, his eyes searched for Ophelia, only to find Morrigan. She was eating breads. Unsurprisingly, her plate was filled with a lot of them. "I want her," Neo decided. He went towards her and sat in front of her. Morrigan's face soured. She ignored him and focused on her plate. You should eat high-calorie food to restore your energy instead of eating this cheap bread in large quantities. I bet half of the students call you glutton. Morrigan froze. She raised her eyes and glared at him. I'm just saying the truth. Neo shrugged. She clicked her tongue and started munching down on the bread. Is it because you don't have credits to buy proper food? You can join my team. Will you please stop talking? It's annoying. While the two talked, Ophelia entered the cafeteria. She noticed Neo and approached him. Her eyes shined when she saw Morrigan next to him. Miss Morrigan, I'm a big fan. Can you please give me your autograph? She took out a small diary and a pen. Morrigan's brows creased. She alternated her gaze between Neo and Ophelia, wondering if they were being annoying on purpose. Before she could refuse, Ophelia took a seat and called for the waiter. She ordered something for herself, then turned to Neo and Morrigan. What will you two have? After Neo said his order, Ophelia waited for Morrigan. What about you, Morrigan? Me? Yes, I'll treat you too since you are here with Neo. Morrigan realized Ophelia mistook her for Neo's friend. I'm not with Neo. He sat there without my permission. It's fine. No need to be shy about it. Ophelia chuckled. Clearly, she misunderstood Neo and Morrigan as friends. Ma'am, the order? The waiter hurried them. Ophelia stared at her, asking her for what she would eat. Morrigan gulped and gave up on clearing the misunderstanding. I'll take. She named a few dishes. Neo had to hold himself back from laughing. Ophelia didn't understand why he was acting like that. However, Morrigan glared daggers at him. The food arrived. Before they ate, Morrigan opened her mouth. The autograph. Where do you need it? Oh, I thought I wouldn't get one. Thank you. Ophelia's expression brightened. She looked like a baby chick who was being fed by its mother. Morrigan signed the autograph. The three ate while Ophelia acted as the icebreaker. She explained about student council tasks to Neo. Is it okay for me to hear about them? Morrigan questioned. I was told student council doesn't like students sticking their nose in their jobs. It's fine since you'll join the student council next semester. Ophelia took it for granted that Morrigan would try to join the student council. Morrigan's brow furrowed. She nodded but didn't say anything. While the three talked, Ophelia asked the question she had been meaning to ask since the beginning. Why were you two together, though? I thought you would be either with all of your friends or alone. But just the two of you? No. I was asking her to join my team. Morrigan and Neo spoke together. They didn't want any wrong rumors to spread. Realizing they had spoken at once, they looked at each other. Morrigan clicked her tongue and shifted her focus on her salivating palate. Ophelia chuckled at their reactions. She opened her mouth. Did you refuse him, Morrigan? Yes. I feel I'm better alone than in a team. Even though you have been staying afloat on breads? Morrigan stiffened. You knew. Everyone knows. Her words made Morrigan's ears and cheeks turn beet red. It's fine. I'm not saying you should join a team. But, there are a lot of teams that would kill to have you among them. How about using that? Oh. Ophelia let out an exaggerated crafty smile. Neo was exasperated since he understood Ophelia's hint. She is telling you to make a bet with students. He explained. Something like, if you win, they'll treat you to whatever you want to eat, and if they win, you'll join their team. Despite his words, Neo didn't think Morrigan would agree. She is the future war empress. Chapter 173, Naive Morrigan. Even if she is a glutton, she wouldn't sacrifice her dignity. It's a good idea. I'm sorry, what? It's a duel with equal exchange. I get what I want and they get what they want. Her face said she wasn't ashamed. If anything, she looked proud. You'll make the bet with Neo? Ophelia interjected. Morrigan nodded after thinking for a bit. We can do that. Neo was shocked. His surprise only increased when Ophelia gave him a thumbs up below the table, hidden from Morrigan's eyes. Did she just trick Morrigan so that I could have her join my team? Neo stared at the rabbit-like innocent face of Ophelia. He decided to be on his toes around her. Shifting his focus, he turned to Morrigan. What kind of duel will we have? Food duel. We'll decide the winner by who can eat more. If you win, I'll join your team. If I win, you'll pay for everything we ate. Who will pay if you lose? Ophelia spoke before Morrigan. Since today is my treat, I'll pay for the food. You two can have a duel without worrying about the cost. Thank you, Senior. Morrigan stared at Ophelia with respect and admiration. Neo, on the side, was almost unable to watch how naive Morrigan was. He shook his head. I should be thankful to Ophelia. Morrigan is now talking to me at least. What should we order? Dessert. Morrigan licked her lips. Pancakes. They ordered 5 pancakes each. Both of them finished it in a few seconds. As a demigod, they had high metabolism. The normal dishes could not fulfill their nutritional needs. The pancakes were normal. Hence, they could eat dozens without feeling anything. It took Neo 3 rounds of orders to start feeling stuffy. Morrigan looked at him with a smug gaze. She continued to eat pancakes like she was drinking water. No way I can win against that. Neo was beginning to feel bloated. But I'm not giving up. He used darkness inside his mouth to devour the pancakes. Morrigan noticed it easily. Instead of complaining, she used her physical strength to squeeze pancakes into mini-sized balls and ate them. Their duel attracted a lot of attention. It wasn't long before the cafeteria was filled with cheering and shouts. Most of them were supporting Morrigan, since in their eyes Neo was cheating a bit too much by using darkness. Neo noticed Felix, Arthur, Jack, Mars, and Nathan in the crowd. Jack, on the verge of tears, was rolling while laughing his heart out. Felix was recording his video. It was their future blackmail material. Neo ignored them. It didn't take long for Neo to notice something was amiss. At the rate they were going, he felt Morrigan might outlast him. How the hell is she doing that? Neo spread his senses and focused. He noticed Morrigan's lightning elemental energy spiking up every few seconds. He understood what was happening. This crazy glutton. Morrigan was tasting the pancake, now mini-sized balls, and using the lightning inside her mouth to disintegrate them before they reached her stomach. She was cheating just as much as him. The students cheered for them. Morrigan! Morrigan! Neo! Morrigan! The sun started to peak from the horizon, signifying a new day. Neo thought he would lose until Morrigan ran out of divine energy. She continued to eat even after that and fainted. Finally, Neo sunk back into the chair. He looked around. Most of the students were drunk or asleep. The festive atmosphere from the last night made the cafeteria messy. He massaged his brows. Ophelia brought a tea for him. Thanks. Don't mind it. She smiled. You have your 4th member now. As for the 5th member, I'll introduce someone to you. Think of it as a gift from me for joining student council. Her smile only made Neo realize how devious she was. At least I don't need to pay for what we ate. It would have torn a hole in my wallet. 3 months later, Neo, Arthur, Jack, Nathan, Felix, and Mars left the examination hall. Finally, the exams finished. Hell yeah! Jack threw the question paper into the air with a maniacal laughter. He had deep circles below his eyes. Ha 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 ha! Take this, Professor Jerome. I'm definitely not failing. Jack, having fried his brain from cramming, continued to shout gibberish. They walked towards the Seraphim Hall to pack their luggage. Since the semester ended, they were allowed to return home during the holidays. How about we meet during the holidays? Felix questioned. Me. I'm in favor of the proposal. Jack raised his hand with a bright smile. They chuckled seeing how excited he was. Arthur and Mars agreed. Where will we meet? Neo asked. Suddenly the group turned silent and stared at Neo. What? My place. Felix smiled awkwardly. My clan isn't the best place to meet since my reputation is quite, well, you know about it. Anyway, we can't meet at my place. Ares' clan is a straight no-go. Jack's place is too far. Arthur doesn't have a place, so he will be living in academy. I'd rather not us meet here during our holidays if I can. That leaves only you, she explained. How about some restaurant? I was thinking of having a night over. We can have a night over in a hotel too. Neo remained adamant on not taking them to his place. If he invited them, he might need to invite Amelia too. If Amelia came, Elizabeth might come too. And if Elizabeth and his brother met? Neo shuddered to think of the consequences. Suddenly, Jack's face turned sorrowful. Neo, it was my idea to meet up at your place. You see, my folks are poor. I've always wanted to feel how it would be to live like a rich person, and I thought I could do that if we come to your place. Besides, I won't be able to pay for a restaurant. He sniffed his crocodile tears. Felix added with a melancholic tone. It's the same with me. My family won't give me much money for the night outs. Neo looked at them with a disgusted gaze. He turned to Arthur and Mars. Go on. I want to hear what excuses you two have prepared too. Chapter 174, S-Rank Mission. I wanted to join the weapon auction the Hargraves Corporation is holding. But I'm too poor to get the tickets, Arthur said, trying to force a sorrowful tone. I'm fine anywhere, actually. Felix elbowed Mars when he gave a normal answer. Mars smiled and shrugged. Neo, please. Felix stared at him with puppy eyes. Fine. Neo clicked his tongue and looked away. We'll meet 1 week later. Yes. Got him. Jack and Felix high-fived. The group dispersed to complete their packing. Neo left for the library and bought the Rewind enchantment spell. The cost is 1,000 credits. Do you wish to buy the spell? The librarian asked. Yes. The credits have been deducted from your account. Neo took the spell book and left the library. He checked his balance. Only 215 credits left. The exams and other utilities took a lot of credits. Neo studied the spell on his way to the mission hall. It was complicated. I'll need a few weeks to learn this. He returned the spell book to his bag and entered the mission hall. It's time I start the 4th trial. I just hope my guess is correct and the trial to defeat my shadow. The trial was to surpass oneself. One's shadow was a copy of oneself, and no one could defeat their shadow. Neo had repeatedly thought about the two ideas in the past week. He concluded he had to defeat his shadow in order to surpass himself. It's not easy though. I can find my shadow only in shadow windows or the world of shadows. Neo massaged the bridge of his nose. Fuck. Does my shadow even exist? I can stay inside shadow windows without safety gear. So I'm either the shadow myself or I've consumed my shadow to awaken my shadow element. Both of the options don't make any sense. Complaining wouldn't change anything. He decided to visit as many shadow windows as possible and hope his shadow spawns. If it doesn't work, I might need to go to the world of shadows. Life was always shit to shitter. As if the previous trials were not difficult. Now he had to search for a shadow that might not exist. Let's do everything step by step. First, I need to go into shadow windows. He stared at the missions posted on the mission hall. None of them had anything to do with a shadow window. Not a single shadow window mission in months. Of course, it never comes when I need it to. Neo clicked his tongue. There were shadow windows all over the continent. However, the Academy was not given the contract to close them. I guess I need to join an adventure party that is planning on entering a shadow window and go with them. Or, he could be in the right place at the right time. Making the choice, Neo took all the missions related to the labyrinth. There weren't many since a lot of students took those missions and planned to complete them during the breaks. Sir, you can't take an SS rank mission. Your team does not qualify for it. It's okay. Give me the rest of the missions. While the SS rank labyrinth mission had bountiful rewards, Neo could not wait long enough to get the qualifications for it. He took the S rank mission that killed his friends in the pre-regression round and a few C rank labyrinth missions. S rank mission. Details. Rescue Charles Drunma, dead or alive, who has been missing in the labyrinth of Greenwood. Reward: 50 credits, Hellfire or Nightclaw gauntlets. Assigner: Bismeth Drunma. S-rank mission. The mission had been posted 3 years ago. The wife, Bismeth Drunma, firmly believed her husband could survive the labyrinth for 3 years. Thus, the Academy had been forced to keep the mission posted. However, the fact that no one could clear an S-rank mission for 3 years proved it was next to impossible to clear. Neo left the Academy. He took a bullet train for Greenwood City and entered the labyrinth. It's good I can clear a few missions while opening a shadow window. He walked down the labyrinth while using Aura of Death to kill any monster that entered his vicinity. The best part is this S-rank mission. It would have taken backbreaking efforts to find traces of Charles. But since I know everything, I can skip the steps and salvage his corpse from the Minotaur's chamber. Neo stretched his fingers. He could sense dozens of monsters hiding behind the corner, ready to ambush him. Let's speed-run the labyrinth first. Echoes of metal clashing against metal reverberated through the cave-like corridors of the labyrinth. Mira, come back. You are going in too deep. George frowned when Mira didn't listen to him. She, fueled by adrenaline, had entered the ground of monsters. Flare burst. George shot an exploding fireball into the midst of the monsters. The attack threw them off their feet. He used the opportunity to pull back Mira. Mira, are you okay? Mira, answer me. Why yeah. The woman, barely 23, smiled. She wiped the blood from her face. Thanks for covering me there, she said. Did you get my fight on the camera? What? The camera, you know. The stream. This is our chance as Labyrinth streamers to. You dumb bitch. We are about to die. Who cares about streaming our battle? Despite his words, George grinned. He understood it was Myra's way of cheering him up. The two had been diving into the labyrinth for months as small-time Labyrinth streamers. They streamed their labyrinth exploration online. On good days, they would get 100-500 live views. Today, though, they had a whopping 5,000 views. Because they were about to get eaten alive. I care. Mira swung her spear in a wide arc and let the blood splatter on the ground. Make sure to keep the camera going. The two engaged the monsters rushing at them from all sides. Injuries piled over their bodies. Their situation, although despairing, was normal for average labyrinth adventurers like them. The labyrinth offered riches to anyone who dared to enter it. However, only a small percentage survived through the hellish place to enjoy the rewards. The Graveyard of Demigods. It was another name for the Labyrinth of Greenwood. Mira and George knew it was their time to join the graveyard. I'm still a virgin, damn it, Mira shouted and prepared to use her strongest spell. George, I'll create an opening. Use it to escape while I become the bait. Mira, get ready. Something big is coming. George sensed a powerful presence moving towards them. Chapter 175. How an Average Person Sees the World of Strong. His face became pale. The monsters were dangerous, but his senses were screaming that something far worse was coming towards them. The new presence was ominous. It was like death. The monsters suddenly started to fall like dolls with their strings cut. They were dying. Unlike Mira, George could sense the presence of death killing the monsters. All monsters fell within a few seconds. The source of the ominous presence approached Mira and George. The two noticed red lightning flickering over the walls of the labyrinth. A gust of wind blew behind them. I'll be taking this key as a price of saving you too. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang behind Mira and George. Their bodies froze instinctively. Sweat poured down their backs as they felt true fear for the first time in their life. The presence of death was suffocating. It was horrifying. They didn't turn back to look at source of the voice. Their bodies refused to budge. Suddenly, the presence of death disappeared along with the red lightning flickering in the vicinity. The pressure holding them in their place was gone. George and Mira fell to their knees. Huff! Huff! What was that? Mira shivered. Who rescued us? It was the person who rescued us, George answered. A powerful demigod. Despite being thankful, no words of thanks left his lips. Even recalling the presence made him shake in his boots. Mira tried to calm her trembling limbs and checked the bag. It had fallen behind them while they were fighting the monsters. The person who rescued us took the key. So that's why he rescued us. George covered his face with a sigh. Keys to Minotaur's chamber could be found throughout the labyrinth. It was not difficult to find the key, just time-consuming. The real challenge was locating Minotaur's chamber. Barely anyone found it once every few decades. After all, the labyrinth continued to change every second. Even if they found Minotaur's chamber, they would be wiped out by the mythical monster. Minotaur was undefeatable. It was common knowledge. Mira and George heard a familiar notification sound. George took out his device that was connected to his streaming camera. Curious Lady has sponsored 10,000 coins to me and Goo. Donor message. I'll give you 50 times more money if you follow that person and capture their face on the stream. Huh. Mira and George felt their eyes would pop out. 10,000 coins was equivalent to $25,000. It was a huge amount of money. Our channel had a big fish like this? George muttered in a daze. But why does she want to? Curious Lady has sponsored 10,000 coins to me and Goo. Donor message. If you dawdle, you won't be able to track him anymore. Ask the question on the move. Instead of following the words of Curious Lady, they looked at each other. Do we follow her words? I'd rather not do it if it gets the person who rescued us in danger. To be honest, she looks like a scout of an adventurer team or a temple. Maybe that's why she wants to see the identity of the person. George and Mira talked to each other with signals only known to them. They felt their guess was correct. We need to find him. The person who rescued them took the key. He wanted to challenge the Minotaur, probably. They had to find the person and advise them against it. After all, it was impossible to defeat Minotaur for demigods at their rank. We should help him. He saved us, Mira said with a determined gaze. George nodded. He cast a tracker spell and tried to sense the presence of death in the vicinity. It was faint, as if the person had experience in erasing his tracks. However, he had been in a hurry to remove all traces, or maybe he had not bothered with it. George, with his years of experience in fine tracks, could follow the tracks if he put in some efforts. The duo moved through the labyrinth at a swift pace. Wherever they went, they saw corpses of monsters. Some of them had half of their bodies eaten, as if someone chewed them and spat them out. They heard an ear-shattering roar while they were searching for the tracks. Their stream chat became lively. The live member count reached 50,000. Hundreds of messages were arrived every second. Curious Lady has sponsored 100,000 coins to me and Goo. Donor message. That's the roar of Minotaur. Hurry! George and Mira bolted towards the source of the sound. They had trouble breathing as they approached the location. The thick amount of elemental divine energy in the area was suffocating them. They saw the doors of Minotaur's chamber. It was the first time in 28 years that someone found the place. However, their joy was short-lived when they noticed the open doors. They rushed ahead. Inside, they saw the back of a black-haired boy facing the towering Minotaur. He looks like a high schooler. The boy, resting his right hand on the hilt of his sword, stood against the Minotaur. The monster looked like something straight out of a nightmare. Mira and George felt their hearts freeze at a single glance. The monster rushed towards the boy, swinging down its massive mace. Mira and George tried to move to rescue the kid. However, their bodies were frozen due to the overwhelming presence of Minotaur pressing down on them. Shockwaves erupted when the mace hit the ground. The floor shattered, and Mira and George were thrown off their feet. They flew back and hit the wall, breaking a few bones in the process. Teach the boy! The pain snapped Mira out of her stupor. If they, far from the epicenter of the attack, were injured, the boy must have been crushed to death. He must have frozen from fear. Mira realized the kid had been unable to dodge the attack due to his body freezing up. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into the palm. We couldn't save him. Mira trailed off when the dust cleared. She had a hard time believing the scene before her eyes. The boy was alive. He had stopped the gigantic mace with a single hand. The Minotaur roared, tried to pull back its mace and failed. I'm short on time. The monster trembled. It wasn't angry. It was afraid. So, I'll finish it quickly. The boy moved his arm. It was fast enough that his arm turned into a blur before coming back to rest. He had punched the air. The shockwaves moved forward and hit the Minotaur. A beat later, the Minotaur was smashed into the wall, with a giant hole torn open in the middle of its chest. Chapter 176. Powerful Death. The monster crumpled into wisps of darkness. The divine energy churned, and another Minotaur appeared. Before it could attack, the boy wrapped his blade in death and darkness. The sword's size increased. He slashed and sliced off the Minotaur's ankles. The monster fell. The boy jumped high in the air, wrapped in a condensed bolt of red lightning. His sword raised high and stabbed it into the Minotaur's head. The giant monster roared, but before it could react, the boy pushed red lightning inside its head through the sword. The Minotaur's body started to crack. Red lightning glowed beneath its skin. Just when it seemed the Minotaur would die and revive, the boy's shadow moved. The darkness hiding within it bloomed. It spread out like a flower and bit off half of the Minotaur's body in one go. The monster roared, not in anger but in pain and fear. 10 minutes earlier, the holographic screen continued to flicker in a dark room. The room was littered with drinks, half-eaten packed food, and dust. The woman with deep dark circles and unkempt hair sat before the hologram. Her eyes were glued to the screen. There is nothing to watch today. She moved the mouse and joined another stream. After finding nothing, she scrolled the page and filtered it by rising. There was nothing interesting. She continued to scroll until her eyes stopped at a labyrinth streaming channel. MI and GI. View count 1112. Skyrocketing. Skyrocketing. The tag signified that the channel had gained several times its peak live views within the last hour. Intrigued, the woman opened the channel. "I'm still a virgin, damn it!" the blonde woman in the stream shouted. It didn't take long for Luna to understand what was happening in the stream. They are going to die in the labyrinth. She clicked her tongue and pursed her lips. So that's why the channel had the skyrocketing tag. Luna was about to leave the channel when suddenly the monsters in the video started to die. Mira and George, the two streamers, froze. They heard a voice behind them. "I'll be taking the key in exchange for saving you too." The streamers, frozen from fear, couldn't move until the person who killed the monster left. They collapsed to the ground, relieved. However, Luna's gaze was fixed on the flickering red lightning in the corner. "Death element?" She gulped. Although stunned, she continued to analyze the stream. He could kill the monsters of the labyrinth with the element alone. That's adept mastery. No, maybe even higher. Her eyes gained life. She frantically messaged the streamers to follow the boy and gave them a tip. "I have to find him." Luna froze when she realized the boy had taken the key from the streamers. "He is trying to fight the Minotaur. Damn it. I finally found someone with high mastery in death." Luna swiftly stood up. She left her room and banged on the door opposite her own. "Shelley! Shelley! What?" The door opened, and a woman with messy hair, wearing pajamas, came out. "What do you want at midnight?" Shelley yawned. This." Luna showed her the stream. "I found someone with the death element and a high mastery." Shelley's sleepiness disappeared, only to be replaced by a frown. "You're still on that? It's been 5 years, Luna. Give up. Warp me to the labyrinth." Luna cut off Shelley, her eyes fixed on the stream. "Hurry. The kid is trying to fight the Minotaur. I need to save him." Shelley sighed. She knew her advice wouldn't change Luna's mind. "Don't come to me for something like this again." She clicked her tongue. "Go get changed. We don't have time for that." Shelley's expression worsened, seeing the desperation and hope in Luna's eyes. She placed her hand on Luna's shoulder and raised her other hand before closing her palm. The two appeared high in the sky. They hovered in the air. "Where is the labyrinth?" "There." Shelley followed Luna's directions and stared into the east. Of course, she couldn't see the labyrinth since it was several cities away, but a general direction was enough for her. She pointed her open palm towards the labyrinth and closed it. The world warped. The space between the labyrinth and Shelley's location was compressed into 3 centimeters. "Thank you." Luna jumped to the other side. A sigh escaped Shelley's lips as she let go of her hold over the space. I'm gonna get scolded again for using my abilities in a public area. Luna arrived before the labyrinth. No one had noticed her arrival. Only Shelley and those Shelley touched could see her warp abilities. Luna was about to enter the place when the guards at the entrance stopped her. We need to see your ID, miss. The guard's gaze scrutinized her appearance. Looking like a hooligan was one thing, but Luna was defective. We can't allow entrance to you unless you have special permission. The guard spoke while looking at her mechanical legs. Judging by how comfortable she is with those legs, it's clear she lost her original legs a long time ago, the guard thought. There is no way she can fight with those things. Luna's face contorted. Do you even realize who you are talking to? I'm an. Before she could complete her sentence, the kid in the stream encountered the Minotaur and was crushed in a single attack. Luna's eyes widened. Her gaze filled with horror until the dust suddenly cleared. The boy was alive. Not only alive, he took 10 seconds to subdue the Minotaur. Just 10 seconds to kill the mythical monster twice. What? The Minotaur didn't revive. The implications made Luna shudder. Greed and desire appeared within her gaze. He has built a portion of his concept of death. That's the only way he can kill an immortal with 2 attacks. The guard, realizing something was amiss with her, was about to tell her off when suddenly the labyrinth shook. The ground started to break. What? What is happening? The guard shouted. The adventurers entering the labyrinth started to leave the labyrinth in droves, and the whole place was chaos. Nobody understood what was happening. Instead of explaining what was happening to them, Luna focused on the stream. When the boy killed the Minotaur, the labyrinth started to close. The walls broke, and the door cracked. The whole place was filled with dust. Coupled with the bad camera quality, she couldn't see the boy's face. He was picking something from the chamber and storing it in a bag. While he was doing his work, the boy spoke to the streamers. You two should hurry and leave. The labyrinth will close soon. But what about you? I killed the Minotaur. Can you two do that? The streamers closed their mouths. Leave quickly if you don't want to be buried alive, the boy added. All paths of the labyrinth open at the exit when it's about to close. If you two run now, you should be able to escape. No, 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 Luna muttered. Get his name at least. This shitty camera quality, damn it. She gave another tip to the streamers. However, instead of following her request, they left the labyrinth. Luna was fuming with anger. She wanted to rush into the labyrinth, but she knew going inside now was counterproductive. It was better to wait for the kid outside. The labyrinth started to sink. Thousands of adventurers rushed out of the labyrinth before it sank into the ground, leaving a kilometer-wide chasm. The chasm was so deep they couldn't see its bottom. The labyrinth closed? Someone defeated the Minotaur. Did an Empyrean demigod or something enter? How could a mythic demigod defeat that monster? Someone call the authorities. Too many people are injured here. I need help. Luna ignored the crowd. She scanned the place for the kid. Suddenly, the ground shook as if an earthquake had arrived. Darkness and shadow elementals rushed out of the chasm. They flowed into the sky and hit an invisible roof. Hey, what is that? The powerful force of the elementals continued to strike against the roof. The sky cracked. Slowly, the crack enlarged, and a portion of the sky shattered, revealing swirling darkness beyond. A heavy pressure flowed out of the crack and hit the city below. Dozens of adventurers fainted, unable to handle the pressure, while some barely resisted and managed to stay awake. The adventurers had no time to rest. Shadow monsters with sharp claws and wings started to descend from the crack. Look above. Incoming. An unidentified window has appeared. Retreat. I said, retreat. All hell broke loose. While the disappearance of the labyrinth was shocking, the window was far more dangerous. Seeing the sky covered, they felt as if the world was coming to an end. Luna remained calm. That looks a bit dangerous. Although she had no intentions of closing the window, she wondered if she should take care of the shadow monsters emerging from it. She was about to move when suddenly she sensed a powerful force of death gathering in the distance. Chapter 177, Weird Dreams. The presence of death was overwhelming. Red lightning sparked in the surroundings. Soon, giant, building-sized, red flickers of lightning were gathering at a spot. A black-haired kid stood at the center. It's him. Luna was about to move, but she realized the boy wanted to deal with the shadow monsters flying down from the window. She decided to wait. Let's see what you are capable of. Her words got stuck in her throat when the boy attacked. How? How can he do that? Latte Cafe, Ferrora City, 2 cities away from Greenwood City. That's a true mythic demigod. Brian's eyes glowed with excitement. He continued to talk to Felix and Arthur, who were sitting on the counter. I'm telling you as a history major. Today's mythic demigods are too weak compared to the past. How so? Arthur questioned, intrigued. Brian ignored Arthur and continued to talk to Felix, clearly trying to hit on her. During the Age of Gods, when the terms demigod and god had yet to be coined, those who awakened mystical qualities were called awakeners. That was the only rank. Only one. Brian grinned, proudly flaunting his knowledge. Do you know all of us originate from the race called Homo sapiens? Homo sapiens had defective genes that limited their potential. It was why only one rank existed because no one could go beyond that limit. Felix openly sighed, showing her disinterest in Brian. She glared at Arthur from the corner of her eyes. Then how did we cross that limit? Arthur asked. We have more ranks now. Because of the myths. Brian continued. Back then, the monsters, the windows, and divine energy-powered natural disasters were destroying the world. You could say, the entire race of our ancestors, Homo sapiens, was on the verge of extinction. Unlike our ancestors, our opponents were not limited by their potential. Cities were destroyed, millions died every day, wars became common. But, Brian paused, adding an exaggerated effect to his words. They rose up, the myths, the awakeners who broke through the limit of their race. When survival became a luxury, the heroes, those who would become gods in the future, started to show abilities beyond what was thought possible. Back then, only a few could cross the ceiling of the awakener rank. They were the myths, the legends themselves, Brian explained. So the mythic rank is named after them? Arthur spoke. Indeed, that is true. But, Brian's eyes gained a fierce glow. Don't compare the past mythic demigods to today's. Back then, a mythic demigod could protect an entire city alone. An entire city. They were as strong as natural disasters. And this was when they, the Homo sapiens, had yet to gain the god blood. Arthur smiled bitterly at Brian's contempt. He knew the past mythic demigods were far stronger. However, it was natural. War created heroes. The desperation to survive and protect those they held dear forced them to be strong. In today's peaceful times, there was no need for them to push themselves to the limit. Demigods still tried to grow stronger, but it was for personal gain, and none of them had the drive. While Brian continued to try talking to Felix, the door of the cafe opened, and Nathan, Sean, and Clara entered. The twins noticed Arthur and Felix and approached them. Felix's eyes gained a bit of life. She realized it was her chance to get Brian off her back. They are? Brian asked as the new trio sat next to them. Our friends, Felix introduced them. She is Clara, a wind mage, and he is her brother, Sean, and Nathan, a darkness wielder. Brian's face stiffened when he heard her. Darkness user? Yes, he is quite good. Fuck. I can't believe I wasted my time talking to friends of a filthy fucker. He stood up and left. Felix faked a stunned expression. However, as soon as Brian left the shop, she exploded into a fit of laughter. Good riddance. She turned to Nathan. Sorry about calling you a darkness wielder. No problem. Nathan smiled bitterly. He was actually quite nice. Normally, people throw a lot more curses. Darkness being one of the forbidden elements was the reason why its wielders were shunned. The fact that most users of darkness went insane and became psychopaths and mass murderers didn't help. Simply put, darkness was evil, and so were its users in the eyes of the common public. Many countries, institutions, and organizations shunned users of darkness. The Demigod Academy not restricting its students, even if they used darkness, was one of the reasons why demigods saw it as a haven for teaching. The 5 members talked amongst themselves, laughing and chatting. After a few dozen minutes, Arthur and Felix gave a secret nod to each other. They decided to put the plan, the reason why they gathered everyone from their team, into motion. Felix gave an excuse and took Clara and Nathan with her. Arthur and Sean were left behind. "Is there anything wrong with my face?" Sean questioned, realizing Arthur was staring at him with a serious expression. "What is happening to you? What do you mean by that?" Sean smiled, confused. "You have been acting weird since a month ago," Arthur added. "Did you really think no one realized you've been on your toes around Neo?" Sean flinched. He opened his mouth to give an excuse but closed it. A sigh escaped his lips a few seconds later. "I was planning to tell you about this, but I didn't have the time." "What is it?" Arthur leaned closer and interlocked his fingers. "I awakened my time element a few weeks ago." "Oh? Congrats. Listen to me first." Sean massaged his brows. His eyes went toward the giant glass wall, and he stared at Clara, his sister, who was outside with Nathan and Felix. A frown appeared on his face when he noticed Brian approaching Felix. He continued, "Since the day I awakened my time element, I started to see, I don't know what to call them, weird dreams? It's always the same dream. The S-rank Sphinx mission." Sean added, "I see things that didn't happen." Chapter 178. As strong as old era myths. Arthur's face stiffened. He couldn't help but recall how many of them had died during the Sphinx mission. He listened to Sean. "In those dreams, Neo didn't injure your shadow in the first encounter. Instead, he was almost killed, and Clara died during the mission. That's not all. I did something horrible. Something so horrible that it almost cost us our lives." Sean stared at the table, unable to lift his gaze and look into Arthur's eyes, because Sean knew they weren't just simple dreams. Sean was no longer someone who lacked basic knowledge. A single semester at the academy opened his eyes and showed him the limits of mystical quantities. "They are not dreams. They are—" Arthur didn't complete his sentence. "Yeah, I know. The timing says it all." Sean picked the glass of water and gulped it down. "Since I started seeing the dreams when I awakened my time element, they aren't dreams. They are our past. The past that was erased because someone regressed and saved my sister. So that's why you were staring at Neo so much." Arthur leaned back into the chair. Sean's words made it clear, Neo was the only person who acted differently in the Soren mission. "Neo saved my sister. I wanted to thank him, but I couldn't decide if the Neo who is with us is the same Neo who saved my sister. That's what was happening. Everything makes sense now." Arthur smiled bitterly. "He is the same Neo. Are you sure about that?" "I am," Arthur explained. "You wouldn't know since you are in a different class. Neo is stupidly strong. He doesn't flaunt his strength, but he doesn't try to hide it either. I was confused why he suddenly grew so powerful. Talking to you cleared my doubts." Arthur added, "He regressed." A smile appeared on his face. He had been worried about Sean since Sean had been acting weirdly. But clearly everything was all right. "Damn. Now I want to awaken the time element too." "Arthur, open the news." Felix, Brian, Clara, and Nathan rushed into the cafe. "Hurry!" Arthur realized something was up when he saw their concerned expressions. He took out his device, opened the news, and switched it to a holographic screen. The news channel showed a lady with a screen behind her projecting a cracked sky. "Today, at 11:30 p.m., the Greenwood Labyrinth has been closed. The occasion calls for a celebration. However, the city has been instead enveloped in unrest. As soon as the labyrinth closed, it was replaced by a window connecting to the world of shadows. According to experts, the labyrinth's true purpose has been to seal the window, Now that the labyrinth disappeared, the seal broke, and the window opened. The screen zoomed in on hundreds of shadow monsters descending from the sky. "We need to go," Brian suddenly spoke up. "The window is apparently an unpredicted window. Its rank hasn't been evaluated. The authorities will take time to deploy troops. Thousands will die in the meantime." His body was trembling. "Please, I'm sorry for what I said earlier, but my family is there. You all are academy students. You would be able to help the situation with your strength." No one spoke. Brian grabbed Arthur's hand. I'll teleport you guys to the city. Please. Stop it," Sean spoke. "We aren't strong enough to do anything in that place. Besides, you won't be able to teleport us to Greenwood City in time." "What do you mean you aren't strong enough?" Brian exploded. "The demigods of the past era could do it. Why are you guys so weak?" Why? Tears started to fall from his eyes. "Why am I so weak?" Brian wiped his tears. His expression grew resolute. "I apologize for trying to get you involved in something unrelated to you." The divine energy around him churned. Just as he was about to teleport, Arthur opened his mouth. "Wait, look at this." His words made others stare at the news. They had ignored it after hearing the headline. Arthur pointed at the falling shadow monsters. "They are already dead. All of them." The news anchor shouted. "What was that?" The shadow monsters suddenly. "Cameraman Kelvin, please show us the previous footage. We need to see what happened." The screen showed footage from minutes ago. It had a slight red hue, as if a new filter had been added. The filter was used to let the people see the auras. Hundreds of shadow monsters were flying down. Suddenly, bolts of red lightning crashed into them. The attack killed any monster it touched. A black-haired boy appeared in the sky. He had jumped so high that he was hovering next to the flying monsters. The monsters, recognizing him as the source of the red lightning, attacked. The boy killed them with a single slash. He used them as footholds and jumped toward the other shadow monsters. He continued to move from one monster to another, killing them swiftly before they reached the ground. However, the monsters were too many. They were slowly overwhelming him. Just then, a monster's attack hit the boy. He fell from the sky and hit the ground. The monsters, realizing it was their chance, dove towards the boy. They circled him, slowly flying down, covering him like a cyclone. And a chilling roar reverberated through the city. Giant hands came out of the crack in the sky. The hands grabbed the edge of the window and pulled the window apart, slowly widening the tear. Before the monster could enlarge the crack, another powerful pressure erupted from the ground below. The shadow monsters circling the boy started to fall down, dead. An unfathomable pressure surrounded the boy. He had suddenly grown stronger. Condensed red lightning circled his limbs like snakes. The monster who was trying to widen the window's crack roared. It realized something strong was on the other side of the window and tried to hurry. The boy raised his hand. The red lightning condensed around his arm. It formed an arrow. The sheer force of the aura arrow distorted the air. He released it. The arrow shot through the air, releasing giant bolts of condensed red lightning, killing every shadow monster in the sky and flying into the window. The attack hit the giant monster on the other side. The giant monster roared. It withdrew its hand. Its roar grew frenzied. The monster had been angered. Instead of waiting for it to attack, the boy jumped. He used the falling monsters as foothold and entered the window. Before anyone could react, the window closed behind the boy. Chapter 179. Centuries-old monster sealed within the window. Silence. Nobody spoke. Arthur, Felix, Sean, Clara, and Nathan stared at the news with stunned eyes. The black-haired boy. They recognized him. The content of the news was too unbelievable. They knew the boy was strong, but to fight entities capable of destroying a city? Felix's phone rang. She picked it up. Mars. Hey, that's Neo, right? Mars' voice flowed from her device. What the hell is he doing there? And why did he enter the window? I don't know. Felix pursed her lips. Her gaze was fixed on the headlines of the news that showed the footage of Neo fighting against hundreds of shadow monsters alone. I have no idea what is happening right now. Greenwood City. The boy entered the window. Luna was about to follow him when suddenly the window closed. She froze. What? The implications of the closed window made her face contort. She hit her mechanical legs. Damn it! Letting the boy, strong as he was, into a window alone was like putting his head on a guillotine. She should have stopped him. However, her weakened body was too slow to react. Luna ruffled her hair. She looked around and noticed the adventurers staring at the sky. Some of them had taken out their devices. They were looking at the news. Luna frowned. She switched on her device and opened the Akashic Record app. As soon as she clicked on the search bar, the trending options appeared. Number 1. Black-haired swordsman, Greenwood City. Number 2. Greenwood Labyrinth closed. Number 3. Shadow Window, Greenwood City. Number 4. Neo Hargraves, Divine Ruler. Her brows creased when she saw the number 4 trending search. Neo? Why is his name a trending topic? Did he do something in the academy again? Under her confused gaze, it became number 3, then number 2, and finally number 1. Henry is going to throw the office upside down again. Luna, although curious, ignored it and clicked on the Greenwood City news. She wanted to know if there was a clue about the identity of the Death Affinity boy who closed the labyrinth and defeated the shadow monsters who left the window. The news channel showed the reporter interviewing a teenager. Are you saying you recognize the black-haired swordsman? Why, yes. The teenager nodded, nervous. I am Uriel Kalsova, rank 999, first-year Demigod Academy student. The black-haired swordsman is a student from the academy. Luna's eyes glowed when she saw the interview. A smile appeared on her face. These reporters are finally doing something good for once. She watched the interview carefully, making sure not to miss a single detail. The reporter opened his mouth. Oh, an academy student? Is he one of the top 10 second-year students? But this is strange. There isn't anyone among the current top roster of the second-year students who can handle Death Elemental that well. Is he one of the dark horses? The reporter continued to question. Knowing the candidates who could become a Templar was always one of the hot topics of the year. The black-haired boy showed he had the ability to become a Templar. On top of that, he was unknown. It was a major scoop. And no, he isn't a second-year student. Uriel looked at the camera. He is Neo Hargraves, the current ruler of first-year students. I'm sorry, what? The news reporter's expression changed from one that of an excitement to confusion. Neo Hargraves had repeatedly made headlines. His feats were beyond remarkable. But it was impossible for a first-year student to be that strong. Shadow Window. Neo appeared inside the window. He looked around, noticing the shadow mist decreasing his visibility, and turned back. The entrance of the window had closed. It's happening as I remembered it to be. Seems like my memory isn't all bad. He had read the novel eons ago. Even if he had a good memory, thanks to being a demigod, he was starting to forget the novel's content. I guess the only good thing is that I still remember the major arcs clearly. He muttered. The window he was currently in was supposed to pull hundreds of civilians into itself before it disappeared. It would have reopened months later after giving birth to one of the major villains of the novel. Her name was Mira, I think. She was a streamer before she was abducted by the window. What was her channel name? Me and Goo? After surviving the window and losing her lover, George, she would have awakened her darkness element and gained an inheritance that was stored here to become powerful in a short time. Neo continued to jog up his memory. If I'm not wrong, something here was related to Jack's family, wasn't it? His ancestors were the ones who sealed this window and created the labyrinth, hoping one day a strong successor would be born and something. Neo tried hard, but that was all he could recall. The shadow mist started to thin. He could feel the tremors on the ground increasing in intensity. That makes it clear. I'll try to see if my shadow spawns and... Chapter 180, Ancient Necromancer. Neo walked through the black desert. He saw the door to depth level 2. It was a swirling mass of shadows, about a day's walk away. Tremors appeared on the ground. Bones of various colors, white, yellow, black, jutted out from the earth. Revived corpses of monsters and mythical beasts began to unearth themselves. Seems like there's a necromancer here. Is he related to why Mira became so strong in the novel? Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of corpses emerged. Instead of taking a stance, Neo continued to walk. Red lightning crackled around him. It traveled from his core to his legs, entering the ground. The red lightning pulsed through the earth, killing the revived corpses before they could fully emerge. They're really weak. The journey was uneventful. Ghouls, ghosts, Dullahans, wraiths. They continued to attempt becoming roadblocks for him. Neo reached depth level 3 after several hours. The divine energy in the air grew murky. Instead of shadow elementals, the air was filled with death elementals. Black bones jutted out of the ground. Neo frowned when he laid his eyes on them. What is this? He could feel the grudges of souls embedded in the bones. A tear slipped down his cheek. Confused, Neo realized it was his blessing crying. Save them, it was telling him. Before Neo could do anything, he heard maniacal laughter. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. You've come, sacrifice. I must say, I was surprised to see you defeat my underlings. But it ends now. You've stepped into my domain. You are as good as dead. The necromancer, a skeleton in a majestic red robe, laughed from his throne far ahead. A giant orb of darkness floated behind the throne. I commend your bravery, sacrifice, for coming to face me alone. The necromancer stopped speaking when Neo disappeared from sight. He felt a gust of wind pass him and heard a voice behind him. A spirit seed. So this is where Mira got her spirit and became so powerful. I take it you used the grudges of the dead and their souls to empower the seed? Neo asked, standing behind the throne. The necromancer froze. How did he get behind me? I didn't see him move. Teleportation? Space warping? Perception manipulation. He grew nervous. I felt the gust of wind. Was that pure physical athleticism? Did he move at a speed I couldn't perceive? That was not good. It was bad news. The necromancer raised his hand. The rings on his fingers glowed. But before he could attack, his vision tilted as his head fell from his body. The bones of the skeleton's neck had been cleanly sliced. Neo looked back. He had beheaded the necromancer when he passed him earlier. It could still talk even though I beheaded it. Seems like a lich is quite hard to kill. Neo's words trailed off as he sensed something. He looked toward one of the bones jutting from the ground. The bone grew like a sapling becoming a tree and transformed back into the necromancer. What did you do? How did you attack so fast? Gone was the majestic aura and pride the necromancer held. 5 seconds were enough for it to realize the disparity between itself and Neo. Neo unsheathed his sword, ignoring the frantic necromancer. He infused his aura of death into the sword. Engravings of red lightning arcs appeared on the blade. The aura blade doesn't look defective. So, how are you still alive? That attack could have killed the Minotaur in one go. He retracted his aura, and the engravings disappeared. Seeing his frown, the necromancer realized he might not be as helpless as he thought. A smile appeared on his face. This is the power of my domain. As long as I'm here, I'm immortal. You might be strong, sacrifice, but you can never kill me. Sooner or later, you'll exhaust yourself, and I'll end you when that happens. The necromancer's confidence returned. Neo looked at the bones jutting out from the ground. It seems like he revives himself through the bones. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Neo returned the sword to its sheath. While he could brute force his way through and destroy every bone, it was time-consuming and exhausting. Trying to use death to overpower the necromancer's immortality directly was even more futile. The necromancer had lived for centuries. His death resistance was leagues above what Neo could muster. This is troublesome. I'm stronger, but I can't win. While Neo was lost in thought, the necromancer attacked. His ring finger glowed as two giant bone hands erupted from the ground, crushing Neo between them. The necromancer knew this was far from enough to kill Neo. The brat can use some sort of otherworldly sorcery to increase his defenses. I better keep attacking until I'm sure he's dead. Being ancient, the necromancer lacked knowledge of spells. It was not surprising he couldn't understand how Neo strengthened his defenses with aura manipulation of the water element. The water element wasn't supposed to increase defenses. That was the earth element's domain. Take this sacrifice. Let's see how much you can withstand. Neo's eyes narrowed as he gauged the situation. The necromancer was indeed relentless, but his attacks felt less threatening and more desperate. Sacrifice. I'd say I don't fit that role, Neo murmured, brushing dust from his sleeve. The bone hands squeezed tighter, grinding against his aura-infused defenses, but Neo's presence only grew stronger. The necromancer's voice echoed across the wasteland as he raised both arms. It chanted in an ancient tongue. That's not a spell. That's incantations. Neo realized what it was trying to do. Incantations were advanced form of divine energy manipulation techniques. They were different from spells. Dark energy spiraled from the necromancer's throne, feeding into the giant orb of darkness hovering above him. The air became even denser with death elementals. The ground shook as bones, claws, and skulls writhed up in droves. The army of revived corpses attacked Neo from all sides. The necromancer smirked, assured in his domain's might. So, this is your plan? To keep resurrecting the dead over and over, relying on numbers to exhaust me? Neo watched the oncoming wave, unfazed. You'll see, sacrifice. This is the wrath of centuries of cursed souls. No one, not even you, can withstand it forever. The necromancer boomed, his confidence returning. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The red lightning arced across the field, searing the earth and shattering the bones before they could fully rise. Waves of death elementals incinerated everything in a split second. The necromancer's grin faded as he watched his reinforcements crumble under Neo's relentless energy. Impossible! The necromancer screeched, stumbling back. Why do you have so much mana? Neo paused. He pursed his lips. The academy had felt like a cage to him. His friends and acquaintances in the first year were too weak for him to go all out. The 3 months of boredom nearly made him quit the academy. It was why he entered the window alone. To finally have a battle where he could go all out, a battle where he had to put his all on the line to win. But, you are too weak. He closed the distance in an instant. His speed caused his figure to blur, and he swung his sword in a wide arc. A surge of red lightning coursed through the air, creating a massive gash that cleaved the necromancer's throne in two. The necromancer let out a strangled cry. His form shimmered and distorted, his head detaching from his body once again. For a moment silence reigned. Neo stood, ready to strike, watching as the necromancer's body dissipated, only to reform yet again from another bone a few meters away. This is the power of my domain. Sacrifice. The necromancer taunted, trying to reassert his dominance. You might kill me 100 times, 1,000 times, but I will always return. You are merely a temporary annoyance. Neo sighed. He really wasn't in the mood to fight anymore. Each passing second only increased his boredom. Mars or Arthur would have been better sparring partners. Weak as they are, they can still use tricks and surprises to injure me. A smile appeared on his face as he recalled his friends. Well, Morrigan would have been the best sparring partner. But her demands are starting to increase. I'm worried my wallet won't be able to feed her for much longer. Neo took a deep breath, focusing his energy inwards. I suppose I should end this soon. His divine energy started to fuse into the air at a fearsome speed. The necromancer frowned when it realized Neo was doing something. Dark cloud, rumbling with red lightnings, gathered in the sky. Analyzing the aura signatures, the necromancer stiffed. How? His words got stuck in his throat when giant swords made of compressed red lighting descended from the sky. Each sword was as big as the giant shadow monster that Neo encountered when he first entered the window. The necromancer desperately set up defenses. The attack, while fancy, was very simple. It was pure compressed death elemental divine energy. Nothing more, nothing less. However, the amount of divine energy imbued in the attack made it devastating. "Stop this madness, fool. You'll kill us both." The giant swords hit the ground and the world shook. Chapter 181 Billions. Explosions accompanied by powerful shockwaves erupted. When everything calmed down, the necromancer's body was in tatters. It had survived thanks to the defensive spells. Neo stood calmly. Even after using a large-scale attack, he was barely short of breath. He. The necromancer started to laugh. Its chuckles turned into maniacal laughter. "I see. So, that's how it is." "Oh." Neo, although confused, didn't hurry to end the battle. He wouldn't be able to leave the window until the entrance reopened. There was a lot of time to spare. Besides, he was waiting, hoping his shadow would spawn. Though there were low chances of it happening, given that he hadn't encountered his shadow until now. "You must be the leader of Awakeners. That's why you are so strong." The necromancer pointed his long, elongated finger at Neo. Although he was shouting, there was a sense of pride in its gaze. "The damned Hanma family must have spent centuries cultivating you." He nodded to himself as if he had understood everything. "After they prepared their ultimate weapon, they opened the seal and sent you inside to fight me." "What are you talking about?" Neo frowned. "I'm just an academy student. No one sent me here. There is no need to lie. Someone as strong as you must be the strongest, or at least among the ranks of the strongs. Stop deluding yourself. I'm strong, but far from the strongest." The necromancer grinned. He remained firm in his speculation. "Oh? Then humor me. If you aren't the strongest, where would you place yourself?" "I, for one, was on par with Titans and the revolutionary who opposed them. I was one of the pioneers of the apocalypse era." Neo clicked his tongue. The centuries of loneliness seemed to have messed with the necromancer's head. Even if he was strong in the past, he had been surpassed long ago. "Answer me, strong one," the necromancer urged. "I'm somewhere among the top 25 students in my academy." Is the academy the name of the organization ruled by the strongest awakeners?" "That's just in my academy." Neo cut off the necromancer and continued. "I'm barely in the top 100 if we count the demigods who are around my age and didn't enter the academy, or those who used magical drugs or forbidden techniques to grow stronger." His words made the necromancer stiffen. Neo ignored his shock and continued. "These are all who are on par with me in my age group. If we are talking about demigods who can crush me easily, there are 1,000,000 of them at least. The number jumps to billions if we count the mythical beasts, monsters, and otherworldly entities in elemental dimensions." Neo shrugged. "I'm strong, but far from the strongest." "Don't lie," the necromancer scowled. "Do you really think I will believe those foul lies? What about the Titans? What about the Resistance? What about them? If you are average, then what are they? Gods? Yes, they've become gods centuries ago." The necromancer swallowed his words. He couldn't believe Neo. However, he knew Neo had no reason to lie. What is the highest stage of awakeners in your era?" the necromancer asked. He wanted to know. The myths, the strongest awakeners, were the second-stage awakeners. Neo opened his mouth. "I would call them fifth-stage awakeners if I were to use the terms from your era." "What about the gods?" "Their strength can't be measured in stages." The necromancer's head dropped. His eyes lost their drive. "What have I been doing for centuries? If I'm so weak, then have I not done anything but waste my time?" Neo didn't answer. The spirit seed the necromancer cultivated had the potential to shake the world. However, the spirit seed was unstable. From the looks of it, the necromancer didn't have a strong mind to bear the burden of the spirit seed that had been cultivated from the grudges of hundreds of souls. So, in a sense, it was true he had wasted his time. "If you've received your answers, I'll finish you now." Neo walked up to the necromancer. He placed his palm on the necromancer's head. The monster didn't resist. While he did have absolute trust in his immortality, he just didn't care anymore. Neo activated his blessing. The life of the necromancer played in his head. A man was traveling across the country with his family. His children were happy since it was the first time they sat in an airplane. The smile of his family warmed his heart. He felt it was worth it to spend a portion of their family savings for the trip when suddenly the apocalypse hit. The plane crashed and the man was the only survivor. Years later, he came to realize he had awakened the moment the apocalypse began and used the death element to save himself. He was talented in the arts of death elements. The man had been living like a ghost until then. However, the realization gave him a purpose. He would revive his family. He dabbled in the forbidden branch of death, necromancy. The soul hunters from the underworld were deployed to take care of the man. He defeated them easily. The man, drunk on his powers, started to use sacrifices to grow stronger. He was powerful, so powerful that the Titans and the Resistance, led by Zeus and Ares, had to set aside their differences to stop him. It wasn't until the Hamna family interfered that the man started to lose. Hamna family dabbled in the art of necromancy and, for some strange reason, they weren't hunted by soul hunters. With the Hamna family providing the knowledge of the strength and weakness of necromancy, the Titans and the Resistance forced the man to retreat into a rift connected to the shadow world. Defeated, the man realized he had been sealed in the rift between his world and the world of shadows. However, he didn't despair. He wasn't alone. He used the people he had kidnapped, killed them, and captured their souls, torturing them for centuries. The grudge born from the souls was an excellent fertilizer for the spirit seed of darkness. Centuries later, when the man was beginning to lose his sense of time, suddenly the entrance of the rift opened from the other side. The necromancer tried to invade the world and kidnap more souls to torture. A black-haired swordsman blocked his path. Neo exhaled lightly when the memory ended. His eyes glowed. His hand was covered in a starry, ethereal aura as he opened his mouth. Niles Radcliffe, you've led a life full of sins. Not only did you forget about your family, the reason why you became a necromancer. You became drunk on your powers and committed atrocities that destroyed the lives of tens of thousands of innocent souls. Even after being sealed, you never repented. You tortured the souls of more innocents to strengthen yourself. You, Niles Radcliffe, are a sinner. The necromancer realized something was wrong. Neo wasn't trying to kill him, but his senses were warning him as if an attack capable of reaping his life was coming. I sentence you to an imprisonment of 1,500 years in the fifth circle of hell. Chains erupted from the ground and bound the necromancer. They started to pull him into the ground. You, what are you doing? Who are you to judge me? The necromancer shouted, panic evident in his voice. The chains burned his soul, making him cry. He glared at Neo. You damned boy. I spoke to you as an equal, and this is how you treat me? Look at yourself. Your soul is even more accursed than mine. Your sins are far heavier than what I've accumulated. You have no right to judge me. The necromancer, unable to complete his words, was taken away by the chains of hell. It was easy to defeat the necromancer since he was a soul, and my blessing can judge souls. Neo looked at his hand. He couldn't help but recall the necromancer's words. My sins, Neo muttered. Using darkness to devour the souls of others allowed him to gain their stats and abilities, but it also brought their sins. It came as no surprise Neo's soul looked corrupted to the necromancer since he had devoured a lot of beings and was now carrying their sins. Shaking his head, Neo looked at the bones jutting out of the ground. Each bone was a prison for a different soul. He joined his palms, gathering the power of his blessing, and pushed it into the ground. The land was covered in a starry glow. Hundreds of memories started to play in Neo's head. The souls cried. They let out the grievances in their hearts. Neo listened to them patiently like a parent. He could see the lives they'd lived. Some of them were captured when the necromancer was trying to escape. They were innocent and had lived good lives. Neo sent them into the cycle of reincarnation. Some of them were sinners. Neo didn't send them to hell since they had already suffered in the necromancer's hands. He turned their souls into pure divine energy using the blessing and let them become one with the world. Some of the souls were innocent, but they didn't want to reincarnate. The centuries of torment under the necromancer destroyed their will to live. Neo used the blessing to soothe their souls. If they still wished for death after that, he let them become one with the world. A is satisfied with your judgment. You have received. Chapter 182, Second Stage of the Blessing. Neo could hear the souls thanking him. He freed them. They were grateful for ending their centuries-long despair. Sensing their emotions, Neo understood why his blessing had cried. Among the hundreds of voices, Neo heard a particularly different voice. A is satisfied with your judgment. A has unsealed the second stage of your blessing. Neo felt his soul expand. A soothing warmth surged throughout his body and turned into searing pain. Neo fell to his knees, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Something dark, something ominous appeared within his soul. He closed his eyes, concentrating. It wasn't easy to locate his soul. However, Neo, having reached adept mastery in death, could use death elemental vision. It allowed him to see souls if he concentrated. Neo followed the power of his blessing rushing into his soul. He saw that, within himself, hell, it was small and broken. The power of his blessing nourished the hell present in his soul. Suddenly, his divine energy churned. It flowed into his soul, helping his blessing repair the hell. The cracks disappeared slowly. Neo lost track of time. He remained on the ground, writhing in agony as his blessing and divine energy repaired the hell. It took days for the process to complete. His body was covered in sweat when it ended, and over half of his divine energy was constantly flowing into the hell to keep it working. What is this damned thing? The hell had always been in his soul, just broken. The blessing repaired it. This thing better be useful for making me go through all that. He tried to look inside the hell. Basic information about it flowed into his mind, and he saw 13 layers, 13 circles of different hells. Is this? The place was empty. Neo could see the whole place with a glance. Each layer was as big as a city. He noticed the necromancer's soul in the fifth circle. The fifth circle, the furnace of regrets. Neo pursed his lips. As if led by his instincts, he concentrated and used his blessing. His avatar appeared inside the fifth circle. He looked around. The place was covered in flames. He walked towards the burning soul of the necromancer. The necromancer raised his head sluggishly when he sensed another presence. The flames, instead of killing him, forced him to relive the worst regrets of his life. His gaze was unfocused and meek. You! His eyes regained clarity when he saw Neo. It's you! He tried to pounce on Neo, fueled by rage and hatred. The flames surged and pushed him down before he could hurt Neo's avatar. The necromancer was not discouraged. He began to laugh. I told you. You are just as evil as me. Now you've been imprisoned in the hell too. He was gloating until he saw Neo unharmed. The flames weren't burning him. Why are the flames not harming you? Why? I was the one who sent you to the hell. Who do you think I am? His words answered plenty. They were enough for the necromancer to know why Neo stood in the hell perfectly fine. Before the necromancer could answer, Neo canceled his avatar. His sense of self returned to him. Opening his eyes, he saw himself sitting on the ground inside the shadow window. Only the necromancer is present in my hell. It's almost as if he is a gift to celebrate the achievement of creating my hell. His hell was still young. The hell would grow stronger and larger as Neo fed more divine energy to it, as he regained his blessing and as he ranked up. But again, what's the point of the hell? Unfamiliar information surged inside Neo's head. They were the memories of the necromancer. Unlike earlier, they weren't a simple overview of his life, but detailed recollections of some of the necromancer's experiences. He exhaled deeply, unable to believe what he had just gained. Is this really true? He raised his hand and muttered chants under his breath. The chants were something he learned from one of the necromancer's detailed recollections. O death beyond, be my hands, crush my enemies. His divine energy churned. The incantation activated. Giant bone hands appeared from the ground, waiting for Neo's command. Neo was stunned. He shouldn't have been able to use an incantation just by knowing the chant. He needed to train, gain experience, and increase his understanding of the chant first. I stripped the necromancer of the incantation and took it as my own with the power of the hell. His amazement only increased. He gained only one incantation among the dozens of incantations and divine energy manipulation techniques the necromancer possessed. However, this could be solved as his hell grew stronger. When that happened, he would be able to strip more possessions from the sinners trapped within him and use their abilities as his own. Finally, I got something good. I don't need to depend on darkness and my luck to gain abilities from the corpses from now on. Theoretically, darkness allowed him to gain knowledge, memories, experiences, and techniques when he devoured someone. However, he had gained only stats until now. Secondary stats on top of that. He knew his luck was bad, but wasn't it too much to not gain a single technique or spell after using the darkness for years? The hell is great, but I wish there was a more detailed guide. A thick book appeared inside his soul before he could complete his sentence. Neo stared at the book with a strange gaze. They actually gave me a guide. He opened the book. It contained examples of judgments. Each example allowed him to experience the life of a sinner from a bystander's point of view and the sinner's point of view. After the vision ended, the book asked him to give a judgment. It would grade his judgment. He received C and A+ for the two examples he tried. The blessing had been guiding him until now during the judgments to make sure he didn't make mistakes. He lost its guidance after he opened his hell. The book and the examples were to help him train. A chuckle left Neo's lips. Even the Underworld is adopting modern education system. What's next? Sending practice questions online? He closed the book after going through two examples. Even for him, seeing so many memories of different people was exhausting. Neo stood up and dusted his clothes. He looked around. My shadow never appeared until now. It's safe to say it won't spawn in this window. Neo pursed his lips. He had expected to fail during the first few tries. Now, what do I do about this? He stood in front of the spirit seed of darkness the necromancer created. It was powerful but unstable. Obitus was far stronger, and it had even more potential. The spirit seed of darkness might be a treasure in others' eyes. However, it was lackluster for Neo. While he was wondering how to deal with the spirit seed, Obitus' voice appeared inside his head. No. The single word carried intense emotions. Panic, fluster, and jealousy. The sword didn't want to share Neo with another spirit. Neo smiled bitterly. Fine, I won't take this spirit. Obitus buzzed with happiness. Neo commanded it to devour the spirit seed. The sword's blade split apart from the tip. It opened its maw and gulped the spirit seed in one go, chewing it for a few seconds. It's bitter. Sense +4. Spirit synchronization +3. Neo could feel the connection between him and Obitus grow stronger. After completing the goals he had inside the window, he returned to the entrance. There was no need to close the window, even though he could do it without proper equipment. If he closed it, he would fall into the world of shadows if he was lucky. In case he was unlucky, he would end up in the gap between dimensions. Waiting like this is just wasting time. I might as well train. Neo brought his palms together until they were almost touching. Red lightning crackled between them. Instead of creating large bolts, he tried to create smaller, compressed bolts. His brows creased. He tried to compress the lightning further and further until it was strong enough to kill the space. There were different ways to create a miniature black hole. One of them was to destroy the space. Neo kept trying to conjure enough death to kill space. He failed. His mastery of death was lacking. He was gasping for breath after hours of training. If I can't do this here, I doubt I'll be able to do it outside either. Windows are a passage between two dimensions. The space here is unstable and weaker. I should be able to do this, damn it. The entrance of the window reopened a few days later. Neo jumped out when the time came. An invisible power wrapped around him as soon as he fell through the sky. Someone is holding me with telekinesis, he thought. The telekinetic hold brought him down carefully. Chapter 183, Court Hearing. The ground below was filled with adventurers. Leading them were powerful demigods. They are Templars. Each one of them was far stronger than him. The adventurers were emitting intense bloodlust, while the Templars stared at him curiously. Neo's gaze shifted to the blue-haired young man. He was holding him with telekinesis. Placing Neo on the ground, the blue-haired young man turned to his colleague. Check him for injuries. Yes, sir. The green-haired woman's hand glowed. Tiny white pollens materialized around her. They flew towards Neo and seeped into his skin. He is perfectly fine, the woman said, perplexed. Are you sure about that? The blue-haired Templar, Elijah, questioned. He has been alone inside a tiger-grade window for 7 days. Yes, he has no injuries, and he is in peak physical condition. Elijah stared at Neo with a deep gaze. He opened his mouth, addressing the adventurers and other Templars. Send Team 1 and Team 2 into the window. The leaders, Templars, will secure the perimeter. Follow the standard protocol. The adventurers moved. Only Elijah and Shauna, the green-haired woman, stayed with Neo. Neo Hargraves, we have a lot of questions for you. Follow us. Neo nodded. He entered a limo with them. Inside, Neo met Professor Evelyn. It's good to see you in health, Neo. She smiled and passed him several documents. While there is a ton I would love to say, thank you for protecting the city, while the management was slow to react. Congratulate you on returning and a job done perfectly. I believe we should focus on the urgent topics. Shauna coughed when Professor Evelyn mentioned management. It was a jab. Professor Evelyn clicked her tongue slightly when Elijah ignored her words. You entered a window without safety gear or permission. You used city-level attacks in the public domain. That's 2 major crimes, 17 minor offenses, and more if we were to count how recklessly you fought. It's 20 years in prison minimum. She continued. Normally, you would go straight to the Senate and be made to stand before the jury, but the Academy appealed for your case. All matters have been settled while you were in the window. You just need to give us a detailed summary of your time inside the window and the labyrinth, and you are good to go. There will be no prison sentence, and you will be rewarded for your deeds. Professor Evelyn continued to give him pointers about what to say and what not to say while giving the summary during the court hearing. Elijah looked pissed, probably because he had to ignore the blatant misuse of authority. But he had orders from the higher-ups, and he had to listen. After the pep talk ended, Professor Evelyn let go of her professional demeanor and praised Neo for his bravery. She smiled, saying he exhibited an impressive control of death, making sure to hit only his opponents. According to her, a lot of adventurers had sent gifts to him since he was the only reason they were alive. Their talk ended, and the car became silent. Elijah stared at Neo with an unfriendly gaze. Shauna was going through her social media account. Neo took out his device to pass the time. He noticed hundreds of messages from his friends. After giving them a short reply, he saw the messages from unknown contacts. They were adventure teams and other organizations trying to recruit Neo, or they were news reporters trying to fix an interview with Neo. Neo ignored them. Just then, a new message popped up. Henry Hargrave. Henry, how are you? Me good, I'd say. Henry, when will you return home? Me no idea. I'm going to the academy right now to deal with the proceedings of entering a window illegally. Henry, there is a press conference of Hargraves Corporation tomorrow before the launch of the auction. Henry, be on time. You'll be attending it. Henry, P.S. If those Templars or Academy staff give you trouble, give me a call. Henry Hargrave. Neo smiled. Henry was the same as ever. We are here, Elijah spoke. Neo stepped out of the car first. The noises of hundreds of cameras clicking surprised him. The entrance of the academy was filled with cameramen and reporters blocking their path. Neo Hargraves, we would like to know. Divine Ruler, our news channel. The flashes of cameras almost made Neo think he was standing in front of a blinding headlight. The reporters tried to rush up to Neo. No interviews. Neo Hargraves has to stand in a hearing. He can't waste his time here. Elijah's words were polite yet sharp. The reporters hesitated. They looked at each other and opened a path to the academy. Neo, escorted by Elijah and Shauna, entered the academy premises. On the way, Shauna's device rang. Elijah stared at her with a frown. "How many times have I told you to keep it on silent while we are working?" was what his gaze was saying. "Sorry, just let me check it." Shauna took out her device. Her brows jumped in shock. "It's a message from the Team 1 leader. They've closed the window," she said. "Already? That was fast." Elijah muttered. "About that." Shauna pursed her lips, wondering how to break the news to Elijah. "What is it?" The team leader of Team 1 reported they didn't do anything. All shadow monsters were defeated already. They only encountered shadow monsters that were born a few hours ago, nothing else. Her words made the group stare at Neo. "Did you defeat the shadow monsters?" Shauna asked cautiously. Neo nodded. Shauna opened her mouth and closed it, unable to form words. "All of us thought you were hiding there for 7 days until you escaped. Even if you didn't do that, no one could have predicted that you could clear the window in only 6 days alone." Elijah spoke in place of Shauna. The way he stared at Neo changed. His gaze contained a hint of acknowledgement and wariness. The four of them stood outside the doors of a conference room. Professor Evelyn opened the door. "This is as far as I'll go." Elijah and Shauna entered. As Neo was about to enter, Professor Evelyn gave him a smile. "Don't be afraid. Even if something goes wrong, the Academy will have your back. You've done a service by protecting the city. We'll make sure you aren't punished for it." Neo nodded and entered the room. The place had a big round table and a small platform in the center. Several figures sat around the table, including Charlotte. Elijah took the seat next to her, and Shauna sat beside him. "Please stand on the podium," Elijah said. Neo followed his words. Elijah turned to Shauna. Shauna understood the cue. She took out her device and a pen to note down everything that would be spoken thereon in the room. "Neo Hargraves, this is a hearing initiated to understand the cause of the window number 38023 appearance and the disappearance of the labyrinth. You have been called into the hearing because you are the prime suspect related to both incidents. Now, is it true that you defeated the Minotaur and entered the window that appeared later above Greenwood City?" Elijah questioned. "It is." Elijah nodded. Shauna continued to jot down the points. "Please give us a detailed summary of everything that went down. I entered the labyrinth and—" "Please, start from the beginning." "Oh." Neo pursed his lips. "I don't understand your question." "Then, I'll change the question to make it easier to understand." Elijah took out several documents. He flipped through the pages. "According to the evidence, you tried to take an SS rank mission from the Academy's hall and were refused. The SS rank mission was to defeat the Minotaur." "Oh." Neo frowned. He did not understand what Elijah was trying to say. Elijah continued, "In its place, you took an S-rank mission and multiple lower-ranked missions, all connected to the labyrinth in one way or another. Is this all true?" "Yes." "I see." Elijah nodded. "Thereafter, you proceeded to enter the labyrinth the same day. The same day, you encountered survivors who had the key to the Minotaur's chamber. And the same day, you reached the Minotaur and defeated it. Is this all true?" "It is." "I see." Elijah closed the documents. He interlocked fingers and leaned over the table, staring at Neo. "The above evidence shows that you knew the location of the Minotaur and sought it out purposefully. Is this true?" "Neo Hargraves, your actions have caused the loss of assets worth $3,000 million and nearly caused the death of thousands of civilians. All of it would have been prevented had you warned the Labyrinth Association that you knew the Minotaur's location and you were going to defeat it. If people knew the labyrinth was going to disappear, A lot of chaos could have been prevented. Neo shifted his gaze to Charlotte. The principal was frowning. Elijah, despite being ordered to end the hearing without any trouble, was clearly not planning to do that. This damned brat's sense of justice always causes trouble. She massaged her brows. Chapter 184. Court Hearing 2. Charlotte shifted her gaze to Neo. Their eyes met and Neo turned to Elijah. The small gesture was enough to tell her Neo was not going to stay quiet. Evelyn should have told him to remain silent if something goes wrong. Then why? She wanted to sigh. All students I take interest in turn out to be massive headaches. I was worried since Elijah was following in Elizabeth's footsteps. But now it looks like I need to worry about one more person. She watched Neo open his mouth. I found the Minotaur by luck. By luck? Elijah gave him an unsatisfied stare. You think anyone here believes it? You have something to prove that says otherwise? Elijah had evidence that suggested Neo knew the Minotaur's chamber location. However, there was nothing to show it was not luck. He couldn't even ask for someone with the ability to sense truth and lies, since he was doing this trial by going against his superior's wishes. By the time he asked someone for help to verify Neo's words, someone with a higher rank than him would come and take over the trial. Elijah seemed frustrated and angry. Neo didn't care. He had used the labyrinth's map to locate the monsters before he went out to fight the Minotaur. He had killed almost all monsters and saved many adventurers while trying to find the key to the Minotaur chamber. Unlike what Elijah believed, he had saved hundreds. Not to mention that tens of thousands would have died when the labyrinth closed and the window opened. And millions would have died when Mira gained the spirit seed that the necromancer cultivated. Elijah grunted. Fine, I'll leave aside that matter. However, it doesn't change the fact that you damaged civilian property while fighting the shadow monsters. I did it to save the civilians. You are neither a Templar nor a member of an organization that is licensed to fight dimensional threats, Elijah added. What you did is a crime, and you will be fined $5,000. That's all. Neo smiled. He looked at the device he had kept on the podium. You heard him, brother. Done already. Henry's voice flowed through the device. I've also compensated any civilians who were harmed during your battle. Of course, we've given them more money than what those lousy government jerks and Templars give them. Also, since you've spoken to me, I take it you've kept the device on loudspeaker? Henry questioned. I have, Neo answered. Good. Henry spoke. I hope you are listening, you cocksucking bitch, Elijah. You have quite a big mouth for someone who was missing when the window opened and the civilians needed rescue. And you have a nasty mouth, just like always, Elijah replied. Anyway, I'm just following the standard procedures. I couldn't let Neo go unpunished if he did something like putting so many people in danger. Even if he is your brother, he needs to take responsibility. Yeah. I hope you can say the same to your superiors. Henry cut the call. Neo could tell he was pissed. Elijah adjourned the hearing after finding Neo. He didn't try to push the case. As he passed Neo, he whispered, I don't care if you are protected by the Academy and Henry Hargreaves. You would have no choice but to take responsibility after I find the evidence of your deed. Neo remained silent. The people left the conference hall, leaving only Charlotte and Neo inside. Neo was about to leave behind them when Charlotte called him out. Stay here. He followed her words. Professor Evelyn closed the door after everyone left. Then Charlotte spoke. You have a knack for creating trouble, brat. It was coincidence. Yes, I totally believe you. Charlotte shook her head with a bitter smile. Anyway, the reason I told you to stay back was because of something else. Tell me, did you awaken your time element? I did. What happened to Professor Daniel? He time-slipped. I see. So it was true. Oh. Charlotte took out a piece of paper. I asked someone to write this for me since I don't have the time element. It's just that the person who I asked had a nasty personality. So I needed to make sure what was written here was true. What is written in that? Neo questioned. The paper was quite far from him, but he could still read it thanks to his eyesight. However, he didn't do that to show proper courtesy. Bits of information from your last regression, like who Professor Daniel was and other things. Neo pursed his lips. Why are you telling all this to me? No reason. I just felt like you should know about your teacher. Then, can I ask something? Go on. Who was Professor Daniel? Charlotte read the content written on the piece of paper. According to him, he was the founder of the academy. Her face contorted. He lied beautifully. Oh. See this. She showed him the paper. The sentence Professor Daniel was the founder of the academy was written in red. The person I asked this information from has unusual spell set. The fact that she wrote this sentence in red, a childish choice of pointing it out, of course, means that this is a lie. Charlotte sighed. Did Professor Daniel give something to you that might help us verify his identity? Neo recalled the tattoo of a dragon on his back. Could help Charlotte. However, he remained silent. Neo, I know you might not want to do something that seems like stabbing Professor Daniel in the back. But this is important. She suddenly closed her mouth. Her expression changed as she wondered if she should tell everything to Neo. In the end, knowing Neo was bound to make it big and find out about these things in the future, she decided to reveal the information. I'm sure you know what awakeners are, so I'll be direct. All awakeners from the Age of Gods have had happen one of three things to them. They either became a god, they died, or they betrayed us. Oh. Neo frowned. Even though he knew what she was talking about, he made it look like he knew nothing. The ones from beyond. A few awakeners have betrayed us and joined their hands. In return, they received power and long lives. Since Professor Daniel lived long and was extremely powerful, it's weird how he couldn't become a god. There is a high chance he is an affiliate with them. Neo pursed his lips. The ones from beyond was a code name for them. They had many names. The Herald of the Abyss, the Voidborn, those that must not be named. Calling out their name attracted their attention. It was why Charlotte had to use a title associated with them. Charlotte waited for Neo to say something. She sighed when Neo remained silent. If you change your mind, come find me. You can go now. Neo nodded. He left the room. While he was on his way to the academy exit, he recalled something and changed his path. Neo entered the mission hall. He walked up to the mission counter. I'm here to submit the completion of the mission I took previously. Of course, sir. The receptionist recognized Neo. She became enthusiastic, knowing he was the divine ruler. Someone named Mira of Me and Goo Corporation must have sent the academy a parcel a few days ago. The parcel contains the proof of the mission completion. During the chaos when the labyrinth was closing, Neo had given those things to Mira. After all, he couldn't carry them into the window, and he didn't have a dimensional pocket yet. I need to get a spell to create a dimensional pocket. He clicked his tongue. Damn it! I forgot I don't have the space element, and my shadow element doesn't work. While he was lamenting, the receptionist finished her call. Sir, I've called my colleagues and confirmed we received the parcel a few days ago. The mission rewards will be given to you shortly. Neo's device rang just when she finished speaking. He took it out and confirmed the credits. As for the material rewards, she gave them to Neo in a bag. Thank you. The pleasure is mine. Neo left the mission hall. On the way, he took out his device. He opened the messaging app. Elizabeth, me. Can we meet tomorrow? Elizabeth. He was about to type in the address, thinking Elizabeth would receive the chat when she comes online when suddenly he saw her reply. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Where and when? Me. Street 42, Crane City, Valsco, at 12:05 p.m. Elizabeth. Okay. Elizabeth. She went offline before he could explain why he wanted to meet. Neo shook his head. I did invite her, but I wonder how she will react when I don't go to meet her. He could picture her getting bothered and punishing him for it. What is done is done. I can sacrifice a bit for the future. Trivia 4? Or is it 5? The Labyrinth Association earned money through the labyrinth, and they didn't want the labyrinth to disappear. Of course, they couldn't outright ban demigods from defeating the Minotaur, which is why they made a rule. Only grade 3 mythic demigods and below were allowed to enter the labyrinth. It was theoretically impossible for grade 3 mythic demigods and below to defeat the Minotaur. The Senate didn't call the Labyrinth Association out for making such an absurd rule because the Labyrinth Association appealed that the labyrinth could be used to train weak and lower-ranked demigods, and won the case for the appeal. While it might have seemed that the appeals were useless, they were not. Originally, the Labyrinth Association wanted to allow the entrance to only awakened demigods. It was after a few court cases that the limit was increased to grade 3 mythic demigods and below. Chapter 185. Arriving at Hargrave's mansion. Neo walked towards the academy gates. He noticed the crowd waiting for him, and he frowned. Should I call someone to pick me up? Just as he thought along those lines, a black sedan entered the academy premises. It stopped in front of him. The door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out of the car. Greetings, young master. It's good to see you too. Neo nodded, acknowledging the butler's greeting. He wondered if his brother sent the butler, knowing he would need him. The butler bowed before he opened the car's door. Neo sat inside. He sank into the plush leather seat of the luxurious car. The smooth ride made him lethargic. His eyes started to droop. The fatigue from days-long battles was catching up to him. The butler, a stoic figure, smiled when he saw Neo struggling to keep his eyes open. He drove the car silently through the academy gates. Reporters waved cameras and microphones with excited shouts. The noises helped him stay awake. He focused on them. Neo Hargraves. Over here. The plethora of voices prompted Neo to look over. Neo Hargraves. Thank you for saving us. My daughter and I were immortal slaying death. Immortal slaying death. We are reporting live from the doorsteps of Demigod Academy. The Divine Ruler has left the premises unhindered. The Senate hearing. Ender of Undying. Ender of Undying. The cheers were all addressed to him. Ender of Undying? Neo's nose wrinkled. Who gave me that nickname? The title was given to you when you slayed the Minotaur, young master. The butler smiled appreciatively. Neo's frown worsened. Couldn't they call me something simpler? The Divine Ruler was enough as it is. Ender of Undying is a bit too much. Despite his complaints, a strange sense of pride swelled within him. I feel like I've become a local celebrity. He couldn't deny the feeling was addicting. The car lurched forward, and the butler navigated through the crowd skillfully. They inched closer to the Hargraves estate at a steady pace. It took them a few hours to reach their destination. Neo pursed his lips when he saw the mansion. He had seen photographs of the estate, of course, but experiencing it in person was something else entirely. His heart raced. The realization that this was the first time he was returning home as Neo Hargraves made him feel fuzzy. Home. He repeated the words, feeling a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity with them. The butler pulled into the driveway. The massive iron gates of the mansion swung open. The meticulously manicured gardens and pathways lined with luminescent flowers on either side surprised Neo. It's beautiful. It feels like I'm entering a castle. The butler parked the car before the main mansion. He opened the door for Neo. Neo hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath to steady himself and stepped out. A bag rested over his shoulder. Before coming back home, Neo had contemplated how to deal with the item inside the bag. The Trident of Poseidon. He had been struggling to find a way to put the weapon to use. It was too powerful for a demigod of his rank. Still, the weapon was too useful to be left rotting inside his room. After thinking it through, he decided to bring the trident back home. Neo exited the vehicle. He noticed a small crowd outside the Hargraves' main gates of the mansion. They were the residents of Greenwood City he saved or his fans. They came to cheer him to celebrate his return. Neo shifted his gaze from the gates towards the mansion. He noticed his brother, Henry, standing just outside the massive double doors of the mansion. Next to him were his friends, Jack, Nathan, Arthur, Felix, Mars, Sean, and Clara. The group's expressions varied, from concern to relief to anxiety. Before Neo could say anything, he noticed Henry's gaze. His brother was staring at the bag in his grip. Can he see what's inside? The thought prickled at Neo's mind. A flicker of uncertainty arose in his mind. Should I just reveal the trident to him? The trident was one of the few weapons that could harm Neo, and it could harm Henry too. He is definitely going to ask where I got it. Neo shook off the thought. He maintained a neutral expression as he approached his family and friends. Hey, everyone, he said, trying to sound casual. Neo. Jack rushed forward, his brow furrowed. You had us worried sick. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, did you? I'm fine, Neo replied, the practiced words rolling off his tongue. I wasn't injured much during the incident. Not injured much? Clara's voice rose in disbelief. You took on that horde of monsters alone. You even entered the window alone after that. An entire team of mythic demigods is needed to clear a tiger-ranked window, and it still takes them a few weeks. You took 1 week only. How can you not be injured after going through all that? Her excessive concern surprised Neo. Following her, praises and complaints from others poured in. Felix and Jack complimented him. Arthur had a troubled expression, happy that Neo returned safely, but he couldn't praise such a reckless attempt of Neo. Neo smiled inwardly. While he didn't show it, he appreciated their concern. He glanced back at Henry, who was still eyeing the bag. The tension was palpable. Neo could tell his brother had questions. He chose to ignore it for now, not wanting to escalate the situation further. So, what are you all doing here? Neo asked, diverting attention away from himself. We wanted to welcome you home. What really happened out there? The media is going wild with speculation. They're calling you a hero, but... Arthur stepped forward, cutting Mars off. He could not ignore the issue anymore. But what? But why did you do that? You had no obligations to save anyone. Fending off an invasion from an unidentified window is nothing but suicide. I know you wanted to save the civilians, but at times like this, you need to think carefully. Would you have retreated if you were in my place? Arthur's mouth clamped shut when Neo asked him a question instead of answering. I wouldn't have entered the window alone at least, he replied finally, the words feeling inadequate even as they left his lips. I would have asked for help from the adventurers or waited for reinforcements. Is that so? Said Neo. He had his reasons for entering the window alone. There was no way he would have risked showing the seed of darkness cultivated by the necromancer to anyone. Arthur had no more words. Neo's question made him realize he had been acting like a hypocrite again. Let's go inside, Felix suggested. The group entered the mansion. A grand foyer greeted them. It was adorned with exquisite chandeliers that cast shimmering light over the marble floors. The walls were lined with portraits of stern ancestors, and the air hummed with an unsettling familiarity. Neo couldn't help but be stunned again at the grandeur. Once they settled into the spacious living room, Neo placed the bag on a nearby table. He could feel Henry's gaze boring into him. He really looks pissed. Of course he is pissed. I'm carrying a nuclear bomb, one that is especially dangerous to me. I bet he wants to know what was going through my mind bringing a weapon like this without any security to protect it. The room buzzed with conversation. His friends wanted to know what happened within the labyrinth and the window. Neo recounted his experience for them. At the same time, his mind focused on another topic. I wonder if things are going to be okay with Elizabeth. I know she is strong, but I'm taking a huge risk by asking her to meet me tomorrow. Finally, Henry couldn't hold back any longer. Neo, what's in the bag? He asked, his tone low but firm. It's something I picked up at the academy. Along the way? Yeah. I found it in a nice shop while coming back home. Henry's eyes narrowed. He knew the answer was a big, fat lie. Henry opened his mouth to press further, but Neo raised a hand to stop him. Later. It was rare for Neo to dodge questions like this. The atmosphere shifted as silence settled over the room. Everyone realized that something was wrong between Neo and Henry's conversation. However, they didn't ask him about it, knowing it would be rude to intrude in family matters. Let's talk about something else. Neo diverted the topic openly. How's everyone doing with the academy? Any good news? The conversation shifted. Everyone was happy to bury the stifling, silent atmosphere. Soon, laughter and stories filled the room. Jack recounted how he had been trying to increase the number of summons he could do together. Sean revealed he had awakened the time element. While listening to them, Neo's gaze drifted back to the bag. What was he supposed to do with the trident? He had spent countless nights pondering about it. In the end, he decided to risk it all. Starstream News headquarters. A heated discussion brewed within the bustling media office of the local news station. Reporters huddled together, speaking with excitement and ambition. "Did you see the footage from the Greenwood incident?" Gwen exclaimed. Her eyes were wide with enthusiasm. "Neo Hargraves is a sensation. We need to capitalize on this." "Absolutely," Carl chimed in. He scribbled the notes furiously. "But what's going to make a bigger headline? The weapon auction or Neo's bloodline?" The murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. The auction is being held to advertise the new weapon series of Hargraves Corporation. Everyone is already focusing on that. It's better for us if we make the headline on Neo Hargraves instead of trying to do what everyone is doing. Gwen nodded. She conveyed her intentions to her fellow reporters. Neo is the son of the Hargraves family, a family with deep ties to the late Hephaestus clan. Everyone believes the Hargraves family has the bloodline of High God Hephaestus. Of course, it's not concrete proof as it's been ages since a demigod was born in the Hargraves family. She continued, "We digress. As I was saying, it is widely theorized Neo Hargraves has the bloodline of High God Hephaestus. However, his affinities say something different. He doesn't seem to have any metal affinity or fire affinity." Gwen's voice trembled with excitement. "What is Neo Hargraves' bloodline?" "He is certainly not a descendant of High God Hephaestus going by his affinities. This could be a gold mine for our articles." Her words earned her satisfied nods from others. "It's a good headline, but we need to tread carefully," an older reporter cautioned. "He's still a budding talent only, and the auction is a significant event. Let's focus on that and give a bit of spotlight." The others agreed. No matter what Neo's bloodline was, it couldn't overshadow the auction event. Hargraves' mansion. Neo leaned back in his chair. Laughter echoed off the walls, but his heart remained heavy. He continued to go over his plan regarding the trident. It was simple, but he was worried Henry would object. The conference is tomorrow too. Tomorrow would bring the press conference, and with it, more attention than he had bargained for. Neo would need to face the media. He would be confronted with the questions that would inevitably arise about his bloodline and his newfound fame. "Lucas tried to kill me because of my bloodline. I still don't know what it was about. There is a slight possibility the other clans might come after me too when they come to know about my bloodline." He glanced at Henry, who was still watching him with an intensity that made his stomach twist. Thankfully, Henry seemed to be holding back the curses because of his friend's presence. Chapter 186. Talk about the Poseidon's Trident. Author's note: Neo wasn't fined $5,000, but $5,000 million. They had lunch. Neo was about to leave for training when the butler came to him. "Master Henry is calling for you, young master." "Got it. I'll be there." He turned to his friends. "I'll see you guys in the evening. There is something we have to talk to you about. Make sure to come back and don't go somewhere to train while leaving us behind," Jack mentioned. His gaze was serious. The rest were the same. Neo didn't understand what it was about, but he nodded. He moved through the mansion corridor and stood outside Henry's office doors. Before he could knock, he heard Henry's voice from the other side. "Come inside." He entered the room. It was lavish and big. The office, grand and spacious, was adorned with dark mahogany furniture, velvet armchairs, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and a marble fireplace. Warm, Ambient lighting illuminated opulent artwork and a vast, polished desk. Neo sat on the seat across the table. Henry stared at him for a few seconds. Is there anything you want to say? The Academy. Tell me what was in the bag. Neo's brow furrowed. So it came to this. He couldn't avoid it anymore. The replica of Poseidon's trident. Who gave it to you? The late Tyrant Empress. The late Tyrant Empress? Henry leaned forward, his eyes burning with fury. That bitch cares about that weapon more than her life. There is no way she would give it to anyone, even on her deathbed. How do you know about the weapon? I thought no one knew it existed. Don't try to change the subject, little shit. Neo pursed his lips. She gave it as a commemorative gift for Amelia and my baby. Yes, that thing. Henry gave Neo an unamused stare. Are you going to keep using that excuse? It's not an excuse, though. I can call that bitch's daughter and get a medical report. I doubt she would listen to you after how you insulted her mother. Neo's words got stuck in his throat when Henry took out his phone. He opened the messaging app and showed it to Neo. This? Neo looked at the chats between Henry and Amelia. You two talk with each other. That's... I thought you hated the tyrant and her daughter. Look at the messages closely, dumbass. Amelia de Beaufort. Amelia. Brother. Neo started to train like a maniac again after he returned from the window. Amelia. Brother. I wanted to give Neo a gift. Amelia. Brother. Amelia de Beaufort. Neo's brows grew tighter when he read the chats. Amelia was treating Henry like her big brother. Worse, all her conversation topics revolved around Neo. Henry wasn't any better. She isn't as stubborn as her bitch mother and has a good personality. I don't hate people like that. This time, Neo gave Henry an unamused stare. Nice personality? All you two talk about is me. You creepy fucks. Neo knew Henry cared about him more than his life, and Amelia couldn't see him in harm after they grew close. Still, he wished he had high mastery in time so he could go back in time and stop himself from reading those accursed chats. They looked like two fans talking about their favorite idol. Whatever. Neo placed Henry's device back on the table. I have the trident because I asked for it in exchange for saving the queen. Although I couldn't save her, she still gave it to me. Neo expected Henry to object to his blatant lie. Both of them knew Elizabeth wouldn't give the trident for such a simple reason. Henry leaned back into the chair. He stared at Neo, lost in thought, as he drummed his fingers against the armrest. How did you know about the existence of Poseidon's trident? Henry questioned. Neo remained silent. Henry didn't force him to answer and ask something else. The trident possesses the ability to kill immortals. It's dangerous to you. Why haven't you destroyed it yet? If the Senate gets news about it, they'll do anything to get their hands on it. They are desperate to find a weapon that can kill an immortal, Henry explained. They know about my immortality already? Neo acted surprised. Don't underestimate them. The Senate is a gathering of the strongest demigods. There aren't many things they aren't capable of. Henry continued, Now, tell me, why haven't you destroyed the trident and instead brought it home? I want to undergo exoskeleton reinforcement. For the first time, Henry was surprised. His expression turned into one of indignant fury. Maybe I misheard you. Repeat what you said. I want to undergo exoskeleton reinforcement. Henry slammed his fist into the table and glared at Neo. Do you realize what you are talking about? That weapon is far too strong for you. It would kill you if you try to touch it, and you want it to reinforce yourself? The Hargraves Corporation should have methods to limit its power until I'm strong enough to unleash it fully, Neo interjected. You fucking crazy bitch. Henry looked like he was ready to explode at any moment. Even if we do that, the weapon has the Immortal Slayer trait. One mistake and you are dead. It will kill you, an immortal, if it isn't compatible with you. You lunatic. Brother. Henry's mouth clamped shut when Neo called him brother. He couldn't remember when was the last time Neo said that word to him. I don't have talent. Neo was reluctant to lay his weakness bare for others to see. But he knew he needed to do that for Henry's approval. Besides, he was okay with Henry knowing the truth. It might look like I have heaven's gifted talent, but it's completely the opposite. I have visited the underworld. It was enough to strengthen my aura of death. Yet there are people around my age who, despite not having such an advantage, can compete with my aura. I've spent hundreds of years to increase my mastery of darkness. All that, and I'm only at adept mastery. Neo chuckled bitterly. Rank 3, Year 2, Demigod Academy, Eric Garland. He is 1 year older than me and has a higher mastery than me in darkness. Let alone him, there are countless people who have reached higher mastery with only a few decades of training. Neo's expression worsened. Saying everything out loud was enough for him to realize how weak he was. I've spent years regressing, devouring monsters, strengthening myself, and I'm only a grade 5 mythic demigod. You know, Morrigan? I'm sure she is either already a grade 5 mythic demigod or she is near. Neo's heartbeat increased. He had to suppress the tremors in his hands. He felt exposed. Repeating the same days, same months, same years until I forgot the count. It took me all I had, and I'm still not the strongest in the academy. There are second-year students who are stronger than me. Chapter 187. Their Request. Henry remained silent. He could feel how hard it was for Neo to say what he was saying. It takes me 10 steps to do what others can do in 1 step. Those people you are comparing yourself to are geniuses, Neo, Henry spoke. You shouldn't compare yourself to them. My enemy won't care if I'm a genius or not. I can survive and win only if I'm strong. Neo continued, at my current pace, it won't be long before others start to catch up with me. My only advantage is my immortality. I can take bigger risks to get stronger. The trident is a chance. Can kill me, but it can make me stronger. Far stronger. He looked Henry in the eye. There was a deep determination behind his gaze. I need that strength, even if it kills me. Henry sunk into the chair. He massaged his temples and looked out of the window. There, he could see a gigantic tornado beyond the horizon. The tornado could be seen from anywhere on the continent. Neo followed his gaze and noticed the tornado. He opened his mouth. Void window number 8477. It appeared suddenly and wiped out the entire Hephaestus god clan. No one who entered that window has returned. That window killed. Neo pursed his lips. Mom and Dad. He turned and faced Henry. The god clan supported by one of the high gods couldn't survive. It's proof enough how much strength matters. Please, brother. Let me undergo exoskeleton reinforcement. Henry's scar started to throb as he stared at the tornado, at the window that took everything from him. The window that forced him to become the abomination he was now. Ah, fuck. He pulled out a cigarette and took a puff. The pain lessened after a few drags. This fucking shit. Henry knew the importance of strength. He had cursed everything. The fate, the world, and himself, for making him what he was. For not allowing him to awaken his god blood. Fuck. Henry threw the cigarette after taking a few puffs. He stared at Neo after calming down. What exactly is your reasoning behind using the trident? The exoskeleton reinforcement isn't something you can do multiple times. If you are going to do it, you should choose the best weapon or metal you have, Henry explained. The trident has an immortal slayer trait. It has a good compatibility with my death element. And it might help me in building my concept. The concept of the death element? Henry was slightly surprised. What concept are you trying to build? I'll tell you when it's completed. For now, it's barely reached its infant stages. His current progress was around 10–15%. It helped Neo had a clear image of his death element's concept. However, he would be lying if he said he knew what to do to progress further. Fine, Henry snarled. But if you die, make no mistake. I'll pull your soul back from the underworld and kill you again. That's impossible. Neo smiled, knowing Henry was worried about him. It's not impossible. All I need to do is threaten those Templars from the Temple of Death. Neo's smile disappeared. Please don't do that. Because I can see those Templars complaining to Grim Reapers and then Barbados coming to me, asking me what I did. The principle was enough. Neo didn't need another person after him, telling him he was creating problems everywhere. You can go now. The procedure for the exoskeleton reinforcement will take a week to complete. Until then, you should focus on the press conference and the auction. Neo nodded. He stood up. See you later. After Neo left the room, Henry took out another cigarette. Fuck. He knew Neo had been pushing himself to grow stronger. But what he heard from Neo was beyond his imagination. He looked out of the window at the tornado. From desire springs ambition, and from ambition arises power. His face contorted. He hated seeing Neo in so much pain. But it was necessary. Neo needed to be prepared to face them. Neo met up with his friends. Everyone was training in the private training rooms inside the mansion. They had a lavish dinner a few hours later. Henry made sure to treat them to the best of the best. After dinner, they decided to play table tennis. They did a blind lottery for the matchups. Neo sat at the side while Jack and Sean were having a match. Mars was next to Neo. Suddenly, Neo opened his mouth. What is it? All of you have been on toes around me. Mars smiled. It's always hard to hide things from you. No, it's just that you guys suck at it. Jack especially. Hey, I can hear you too. Jack shouted while playing table tennis. Stop slandering me. Neo rolled his eyes. The group laughed. Although they were looking at Jack and Sean play, Neo could tell their attention was on the conversation between Mars and him. We are lagging behind, Mars spoke. It's clear looking at you that we need to step up our game. That's why we wanted to ask you to help train us. You want me to train you? Neo swept his gaze around the room. They nodded. Neo thought about the proposal. Before answering, Neo turned to Arthur. You want me to train you too? Yup. There was a slight sense of hesitation behind Arthur's answer. Neo sensed it easily. Arthur, I know you are saying yes because of everyone here. Just tell me your honest opinion. I'm saying the truth. Arthur. Arthur closed his mouth. A sigh escaped his lips. Fine. It's true I think training under Neo is useless. It's not that I'm looking down on Neo, but he doesn't have much talent. Neo is growing at a blinding pace. True. I have no idea how he's doing it. However, I can tell that it's not because of his talent, Arthur explained. What? Jack spoke. You never told us anything like that. I couldn't say it. I'm sorry, Arthur said. There you have it. Neo interjected. It's useless to train under me. I'm growing stronger at a fast pace because I have my own methods. You guys can't use it, or I would have revealed them to you already. Everyone became silent. They were left confused, not knowing how to react. But, Neo continued, I can become a target for all of you. A target you need to surpass. His words caught their attention. Let's do this. We'll have a battle when the next semester starts. All of you can fight me together. You can ask for more people to help you, because I frankly don't think you have a chance against me with just you 7. And if you manage to defeat me. If we manage to defeat you? Jack questioned. Chapter 188, Bones of Old Gods. I'll get you guys an exoskeleton reinforcement surgery if you defeat me. The group's eyes widened. Am I dreaming? Jack muttered. This is too good to be true. The surgery was expensive. Using the cheapest metal for it would cost them at least $1,000 million. The price increased if the patient wanted to use a stronger metal. That's not all, Neo added. I'll use orichalcum for the surgery for all of you. Oh? Jack opened his mouth and closed it, unable to form words. Orichalcum was expensive. It was rarely sold for money, and when it was, its price would go into billions. You really are filthy rich? Mars chuckled from the side. Neo could throw billions as if it was nothing for him. His words made them excited. The exoskeleton surgery, especially with orichalcum, wasn't something they could get. Only Arthur had a dubious expression. While others returned their focus to the game, Neo stood beside Arthur and spoke in a whisper. You can use another metal if you have something better. No need to be shocked. Your face was saying everything. Arthur smiled bitterly. He kept his eyes on the game and spoke. Yeah. There is something else I want to use instead of orichalcum. That is? Arthur pursed his lips. He wanted to be cryptic but decided against it. Bones of old gods. I see. Sheesh. I thought this would be enough to surprise you. I'll be surprised if Jack gets more marks than us in the exams. Arthur chuckled. Do you know about the bones of old gods? Somewhat. They are the bones of titans. Not many of them remain now. Almost any bone that was excavated from the corpses has been used to create ancient weapons. Neo nodded. Arthur continued, You might not know, but ancient weapons were the names given to the replicas of the weapons of gods. The lightning bolt, Poseidon's trident, the Hades. Arthur. Neo interrupted. We aren't in a class. Arthur's face flushed, and he chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Both of them became silent for a few moments. Neo took out his device and scrolled through his messaging app. He was going through the random numbers that messaged him after he closed the Greenwood Labyrinth and window. He stopped searching when he found a particular number. Arthur, where are you going to get the bones? I haven't thought about it. I do have a place where I can start searching. It might take a few months. Not might. It definitely would take you a few years. If you are lucky enough to find a bone of an old god, that is. Arthur couldn't refute Neo's words. Before he could say anything, Neo spoke up. Keep your schedule open for the next few months. I'll help you get a bone. Huh? What do you mean? I'll tell you about it when I have completed the preparations. The table tennis continued late into the night. They split off after the game and went to their rooms. Neo opened the door to his personal room. Just as he stepped inside, he sensed a presence. He noticed a woman with mechanical legs sitting on the chair next to his bed. What do you want? Oh. Luna was surprised. Not who are you, but what do I want? Do you know me? He did know who she was. Even ID he didn't. He had noticed her outside the labyrinth, and she had sent him a message, so he knew she was coming. I don't know you, but no one can enter the Hargraves' mansion without permission. I'm pretty sure you are here because my brother allowed you. You are good, the woman spoke. You thought about the situation carefully instead of panicking. Neo sat on the other chair. Luna, the woman, opened her mouth. I'm Luna Burton. was the leader of one of the excavation teams of the Hargraves Corporation. The excavation teams? Our jobs are to collect materials for weapons. Precious materials are always rare and in places that are out of reach. Hargraves Corporation sends powerful demigods to collect these materials. Neo nodded. What do you want with me? Instead of answering, Luna asked something else. Do you know about the bones of old gods? I do. Oh, that's surprising. I thought it was a subject for the third semester in the academy. I have a studious friend. He told me about them. Well, this makes things easier. Luna added, the bones of old gods can make extremely powerful weapons. The trident of Poseidon, the trident you gave to Henry, is made from multiple such bones. For the first time, Neo was surprised. This was something he didn't know. You know about the trident? Yes? Why wouldn't I know? Oh, wait. I guess I forgot to tell you about this. She explained. I became a member of the R&D department after leaving the excavation team. In fact, I'm the leading researcher responsible for converting the trident into a usable serum for you. I see. She waved her hand. Anyway, the point is, bones of old gods are extremely rare. Even a fingernail-sized piece of bone can throw the world into chaos. Everyone would compete to get its ownership. And I know a place where we can get those bones in abundance. Come on, you don't believe me, do you? She slapped her mechanical legs. I lost these legs while trying to get to that place. Heck, the bones used to create the Soul Series weapons were excavated from there. Though I lost my legs, an entire team, in the process. As she spoke, her eyes went towards Obitus resting at Neo's waist. The sword was one of the 4 Soul Series weapons. Only Neo knew the Soul Series weapons would be called Godslayer weapons in the future. The bones of old gods were that powerful of a foundation metal. Neo opened his mouth to speak, but Luna spoke before him. I'm not trying to guilt-trip you or anything. We were paid for the job and we took it knowing the risks. My point is, the place I'm talking about exists. There is a huge amount of bones that have yet to be excavated. Neo pursed his lips. Where is this place? Glad you asked. She grinned and pointed at the floor. There. The ground. No, she corrected him. The continent. The bedrock of our continent is the corpse of the great Titan, Oceanus, and his blood is the ocean. Silence. Neo didn't say anything. Luna, believing Neo was too shocked, gave him time to digest her words. She opened her mouth after a few minutes. I know it sounds completely unbelievable. Anyone would tell you I've gone insane. But the weapon you are carrying, the sword, is the proof that bones of old gods exist in the continent's crust. I have plenty of proof that it is Oceanus' corpse. She continued, the problem is, the aura of death surrounding the corpse of a great titan like Oceanus is too powerful. Whatever killed Oceanus was so strong that its aftereffects haven't disappeared until now. My legs and my team died thanks to it. I've tried everything, but my legs won't heal or regenerate. That's how strong the death around the corpse is, she explained. So you want me to go down and excavate the bones? Yes, that's exactly what I want. Luna's brows furrowed. Although she had been excited, her enthusiasm started to wane after talking with Neo. He was a rich and strong. He was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. There was no reason for him to endanger his life and excavate the bones of the great Titan Oceanus. He would refuse. Luna was sure of it. Got it. However, I have one condition. Please think about it again before you refuse. Wait, what? I'll bring one of my friends along with me. Luna blinked. She had a hard time believing her ears. You are agreeing to my request? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She jumped and hugged him tightly. Neo heard his bones creak when she failed to hold back. The air was pushed out of his lungs. I'll go and tell the news to the other guys. As for your friend, he can follow you if he gives his consent. She waved and jumped out of the window in an excited, hurried pace. Neo shook his head with a smile. I secured a way to get the bone for Arthur at least. Neo slept after taking a shower. He had to undergo thorough makeup from the professional for the press conference after he woke up. Although Neo wanted to refuse, he agreed to it when the butler remained adamant. He met up with his friends before noon and went towards the press conference venue. The place was filled with reporters. They tried to surround Neo when he arrived, though the guards stopped them. I'll see you guys later. Got it. We'll go get seated in the guest area, Arthur said. They were about to leave when Mars approached Neo. Neo. He placed his hands on Neo's shoulder. You've become a celebrity thanks to everything you've done in past months. The reporters will ask questions that you won't like you and try to get answers from you. Stay calm. Answer only if you want. If you don't, divert the question. Jack spoke from the side. If you are nervous, just know things like these will become common in the future. You'll have to attend a lot more interviews, bigger than this one, because you are a friend of the future great necromancer, Jack Hanma. Something at this level shouldn't bother you. Neo rolled his eyes. The group laughed. They split off and went to their respective areas. Neo met with Henry. You finally look presentable, little shit. You look good too. Henry clicked his tongue when he saw Neo wasn't bothered in the least with the curses. Are you ready for the interview? Somewhat, Neo answered. But is there a need for all of this? Of course there is. Henry snorted. It would look weird if the heir of Hargraves Corporation didn't attend the press conference. Neo's brows creased. Heir. Stop asking everything twice. Dumb fuck. Chapter 189. Press conference. Henry did not answer Neo. He went up to the stage through the back room. Look at him ignoring me. Shaking his head, Neo followed behind him. The stage lights and hundreds of camera flashes instantly assaulted his eyes. He frowned slightly, his eyes taking a few seconds to adjust. The stage was wide and empty with only Neo and Henry on it. There was a few meters of gap below the stage and the seating area. The guards and the butler stood in the gap. Henry wore a microphone to enhance the volume of his voice. He gave a ceremonial speech, without any curses, much to Neo's surprise, before he reached the main topic. Today we, the Hargraves Corporation, are launching a new weapon series, the Soul Weapons. We'll give a short demonstration before we get down to the selling points of the new weapon series. A few crew members arrived on the stage with 10 thick metal blocks and a few swords. They left after placing the metal blocks and the weapons on the ground. Henry walked up to the metal blocks. He patted them. 45% purity adamantium. It can tank up to a hit from 125 strength stat and is almost immune to common elements like elementary mastery fire, ice, and lightning. These things here have the same defenses as a peak grade 3 mythic monster that has its stats geared towards constitution. He picked up the sword and tapped its blade. It's a standard blade made by our company for grade 5, grade 4 mythic demigods. Henry slashed the adamantium metal block with the sword. As you can see, an unawakened like me cannot put a scratch on it. The mythic demigods will be able to damage the metal blocks if they attack it instead of me. However, even they would find it difficult to destroy the blocks. Henry placed the sword on top of the metal block. He stood beside Neo and placed a hand over his shoulder. He spoke to the audience. Today's demonstrator will be my brother, Neo Hargraves. I'm sure many of you know about him. He has been quite famous for doing some vigilante stuff. The reporters chuckled. No, I'm being honest here. His actions, no matter how correct, were illegal. Quite a few media stations are painting him in an antagonist light. Calling him names, calling him evil, since he uses dark elements. But look at him now. Does he look like a villain? No. He looks like he has seen a ghost because I haven't cursed in the past 15 minutes. The chuckles grew louder. Henry smiled. Neo could tell Henry was enjoying his job. And that's what he is. A normal high schooler who entered the academy through his hard work and became the divine ruler. Henry was satisfied with the result of his digressive talk. He stood away from Neo and spoke. Neo, what are your current masteries in your primary elements? Adept, both. Neo wanted to roll his eyes. No one told him he was the demonstrator. That's awesome. It's rare to see anyone with such high mastery in death and darkness. I'm sure it took a lot of hard work on your part? It did. Neo pursed his lips. He could tell Henry was shaping his public image. That's incredible. Now, can you create an aura blade? An actual aura blade. Of course. Neo nodded. Although he hadn't made a proper aura blade before, it wasn't hard with his mastery. He held his fists together as if he was holding an invisible sword. The divine energy in his core churned. Red lightning crackled around his arms. It condensed and condensed until it was turned into the shape of a sword. A rush of emotion appeared within his head. Obitus started to sulk. Neo conveyed to his sword spirit he was holding another weapon just for a moment. Make a complete aura blade with both of your elements, Henry spoke. Neo frowned, but he complied. Black flames materialized around him. They covered his aura blade. The flames compressed until they looked like cold metal. The red lightning peeked through the surface of the sword at random intervals, giving the sword an illusion of red lightning moving within it. Darkness for strengthening the blade and allowing the sword to block attacks. Death to increase the damage. Neo used two elements together to compensate for their weakness. His aura blade looked similar to Obitus. Obitus' emotions flared. Happiness, jealousy. Neo found it hard to maintain the aura blade. Although the aura blade was small, it was deadlier than the giant swords he used to attack the necromancer. The audience started to sweat. Their pupils dilated and their heartbeats quickened. They could sense the powerful death within Neo's hand. He could kill all of them with a flick of his hand. There is no need to worry, Henry spoke up. Proper safety measures have been prepared for the demonstration. He motioned towards the butler who was standing below the stage. Sir Sebastian V. Roche is standing guard. I'm sure all of you know him. He is a living legend. I'll refrain from boasting about him since the demonstration isn't related to Sir Sebastian. But this should be enough for all of you. With Sir Sebastian here, you'll be safe even if a god clan attacked the press conference right now. Henry continued, You can enjoy the demonstration without any worry. Now, Neo, please attack the adamantium blocks. Neo nodded. He walked up to the first adamantium block and slashed. His aura blade passed through it like a knife cutting through butter. The top half of the adamantium block slid off the cleanly cleaved surface. Henry clapped. A marvelous demonstration. He turned to the audience. We've seen Neo's performance with his aura blade. It's exemplary, but as you can see, it's taxing for him to maintain the aura blade. He snapped his fingers. A giant holographic screen appeared in the air. It contained basic information about aura blades. Aura blades, while powerful, are too draining. Almost any demigods who can use them don't use them. The ratio of output to divine energy consumption for aura blades isn't worth it, or so the demigods say. This is why they use weapons and coat, or superimpose, if I were to use a more technical analogy, the aura blade on their weapon. The output is almost the same, and the divine energy consumption is reduced by half. Henry continued to explain pros and cons of aura blades. He clarified why demigods used their weapons to create an aura blade instead of creating an aura blade out of thin air. This sword. Henry picked the standard sword that was brought to the stage. Chapter 190. Press Conference 2. It is one of the weapons demigods use to create aura blade. Neo, can you demonstrate your aura blade with this sword? Understood. Neo nodded. He still felt weird seeing Henry talk normally, but he ignored it, or tried to do so at least. He took the sword from Henry's hand. Obitus didn't complain. It was trying to stay quiet, believing complaining too much would annoy Neo. Neo could sense how much it hated him touching other weapons. Swords especially. If he were to put Obitus' feelings in words, he was a husband who was spending a night with another woman. He spoke a few words of comfort to Obitus. After calming down the sword spirit, he channeled his aura of death and darkness into the sword. The blade started to crack. Neo realized it would break if he did not stop. Don't hold back, Henry said. Neo nodded and slashed. The sword crumbled away before it could touch the adamantium block. There you have it. Henry turned to the audience. Our company's product is already well known in the market for its durability. There is no need to explain that it's one of the best products with a good cost-to-performance ratio. Yet, you saw how easily it broke when the weapon is pushed beyond its limit. One of the reporters raised his hand. Yes, you can speak. Wasn't it too much to use Neo Hargraves as a benchmark? The reporter continued. He defeated the Minotaur. Even if he is a mythic rank demigod, he is in the upper bracket among them. The standard weapons are used by new grade 5 mythic demigods up to grade 3 mythic demigods. They aren't strong enough to destroy the weapons with their auras, the reporter explained. Miss Eli Spencer from Big News Daily. Miss Eli, you say the demigods aren't strong enough to destroy a weapon like Neo did. What about the monsters? A grade 3 monster whose stats are geared towards attack will do major damage to the standard weapons in combat. From our calculations, the amount an average demigod spends within 5 years to repair their weapon is enough to buy a new standard weapon. A standard weapon of Hargraves Corporation, while cheap, still costs years of savings on the demgod's part. This is same as saying they are burning through their savings to repair their weapons. Henry added, if this continues, the demigods will never be able to buy another gear. And without new gear, they won't grow stronger, they won't be able to defeat more monsters, and they won't earn more money. They'll be stuck at their current level for their whole lives. Hargraves Corporation doesn't want that. Our goal is to create affordable and powerful weapons that anyone can use and help them grow stronger. The reporter jotted down his answer and returned to his seat. More reporters posed their questions. Henry answered them patiently. After a while, he spoke. Now, we'll present the soul weapons. The crew members brought a suitcase to the stage. They opened it and presented it to Neo. Neo took out the sword from within it. Obitus, just wait for a few seconds. The sword didn't complain, but he reassured it nonetheless. Begin the demonstration. Neo poured his divine energy into the blade swiftly. He could not hear any faint murmurs from within the sword like he could hear from Obitus. Even though both were Soul Series weapons, they were qualitatively different. The adamantium block was sliced cleanly, and a deep gash was left behind on the ground. This is the ability of our Soul Series weapons. They boost your control over your primary elements, as well as improve the circulation of divine energy. Henry explained the benefits of the sword. Everyone thought the demonstration had ended. Before the reporters could start the interview in earnest, Henry raised his hand to stop them. Neo, please draw Obitus. Oh! Although confused, he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, his aura expanded explosively. It was as if Obitus wanted to show it was better. The aura of death and darkness was so thick that the adamantium blocks and the stage started to crumble away before Neo did anything. The butler had to step up to stop the damage from spreading. A thin, transparent golden film covered Henry, the stage, and the reporters. Soon Neo's aura returned to his control. The performance of Neo's sword left the reports slack-jawed. The weapon you just saw was the true soul weapon. Only 3 more such weapons exist. They will be sold at the auction the day after tomorrow. You can ask the questions now. The reporters jumped into action. Henry picked them at random and listened to their questions. What's the commercial difference between normal soul weapons and true soul weapons? The standard soul weapons are mass-produced, while only 4 true soul weapons exist. Another reporter stood up. What makes the true soul weapons different? There must be a reason if you are auctioning them separately. True soul weapons can grow along with their user. Conversely, the opposite is also true. As long as the weapon grows stronger, its user will too. The conference hall went into a frenzy. Henry's words were too absurd to be believed. But the proof was in front of their eyes. Neo had been seen using Obitus during ranking tournaments when he was a grade 5 awakened demigod. He was still using the sword, and it had grown in its abilities visibly. Mr. Henry, if your words are true, then a true soul weapon can allow Mars Everhart, the fallen genius, to grow stronger. The Ares clan would have paid any price for a weapon of that caliber. Why are you putting them in an auction instead of selling it to the Ares clan directly? Is it because you want the clans to compete for the true soul weapons? That's a tricky question. Henry chuckled. There are many reasons for my decision. But the main reason is the true soul weapons themselves. They choose their owners. If they don't like Mars Everhart, he can't use them. The reporters grew excited when they heard him. After all, his words were essentially saying true soul weapons were alive. Instead of confirming their guess, Henry dodged around the questions, saying any more information about the true soul weapons was confidential. The interview continued until one of them spoke to Neo. My question is for Neo Hargraves. Go on, Neo said. The short clip of you defeating the legendary Minotaur with only 2 attacks has gone viral. Not to mention, you proceeded to defend Greenwood City until the authorities came to the scene. Prior to this, you became the ruler by defeating Morrigan de Montaigne, who was the irrefutable rank 1 of this year. After becoming a ruler, your exceptional performance in the S-rank mission was also quite shocking. The reporter continued, my question is, who are you? Frankly, you are too talented to have a minor god's bloodline. We want to know what is your bloodline. An exceptionally powerful bloodline can be the only reason how you could grow so strong in such a short amount of time. The question came. Neo had expected it. You want to know my bloodline? He opened his mouth. Chapter 191. You want to know my bloodline? He scanned the crowd, his gaze unwavering, cool as a winter's midnight. My bloodline is named Monarch of Death. Silence. A beat passed, no one dared to speak. Then he added, it's the bloodline of the great god of death, Hades. For a moment, absolute silence blanketed the room. The reporters took a few seconds to digest his word. Their faces shifted from disbelief to awe. The conference hall erupted in a blinding flash of cameras and a chaotic flood of questions. They spoke without waiting for their turn. Their voices merged into a sea of incomprehensible noise. Neo picked one of them. "Neo Hargraves, are you sure about your bloodline? The bloodline of the Great Death has never appeared in history. This is not a simple headline. If you're telling the truth, today will go down in the history books. The principal of the Demigod Academy can vouch for my bloodline," Neo said. "Next question, please." Another reporter stood up, her voice quivering with excitement and doubt. "Hargrave's family is an offshoot family of the Hephaestus god clan. How is it that you possess the bloodline of Hades?" "I just have it," Neo replied bluntly. His voice carried an edge that made the reporter flinch. He turned to another reporter for their question. "You are the only bloodline holder of the Monarch of Death. That automatically makes you the clan head of the great god clan of death. What are your intentions regarding the future of your clan?" "My current goal is to pass the academy. Anything other than that comes after." Neo continued to answer the reporters with patience. His remained voice calm, his expression unreadable. Finally, near the end, one of the reporters asked a controversial topic. "Neo Hargraves, you possess the bloodline of the great god Hades, one of the three great gods, the god that rules wealth, the underworld, and death. Doesn't that mean you naturally have the highest degree of talent?" "I'm sorry, I don't understand your question," Neo responded. "It's simple, actually. Until now, you've been a dark horse, an uprising demigod with no talent, who reached the apex through sheer hard work. But wasn't that all a lie? Nothing you achieved was the result of your hard work. It was all your talent." Neo fell silent. The question hung in the air. He waited for the reporter to finish, and his gaze remained unreadable. "Your strongest elements are death and darkness. Don't they come to you naturally with your bloodline? It's proof enough that your success is built on the talents you were born with." Neo raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying that bloodline alone decides talent?" "Yes." Neo nodded. The corner of his lips rose into a faint smirk. "You are Carl from Starstream News. Mr. Carl, how many children of Hades can you name?" Carl's mouth clamped shut, his face turning pale. "Please go on." Neo nudged him, his voice dripping with irony. "I'm sure you won't say I'm the first son of Hades. If bloodline alone is enough to make one talented, the other children of Hades must be as gifted as me. Please, name some of them." The reporter had no words. He could only offer an awkward smile and sit down, defeated. Street 42, Crane City, Valsco. Elizabeth waited at the pre-decided location. Her eyes scanned the busy street. Neo had told her to meet here today. She ended up arriving an hour early. Left with nothing else to do, she loitered by the sidewalk. The street was bustling, alive with the hum of voices and laughter. Elizabeth noticed several people sneaking glances her way. A few brave ones approached her, going as far as asking her name and number. Her ethereal beauty caught attention of all passerby. She was in a disguise that resembled her original appearance. Only her hair was black instead of its usual pure white. Since she was an exalted demigod, Elizabeth looked like someone in their 20s. Before Elizabeth left, the principal had warned her something like this would happen. She thought it was the principal's needless concern, but experiencing it in reality was a headache. Some attempted small talk, trying to gain her attention. She ignored them as irritation flickered in her eyes. Her hand twitched. She had the urge to send them scattering, but she restrained herself from blasting the entire street off the map. "Where is he?" she muttered under her breath, impatience settling in. Is he really going to show up? She had no idea why Neo called her here, but knowing Neo, it had to be for an important reason. An hour passed with no sign of him. During that time, Elizabeth checked the latest online news and saw Neo at the Hargraves Corporation press conference. Her eyebrows furrowed as she watched. Still, she held on to the thought that there had to be a reason why Neo called her here. Sighing, she decided to enter the coffee shop next to the street rather than waiting outside. The door chimed as she entered, and she took a seat near the entrance. After ordering a coffee and sipping it slowly, she was approached by one of the staff. "Hello, could we ask for a review?" A young girl stood beside her, smiling politely. Elizabeth stared at her with a frown. The girl's smile faltered. She became nervous under Elizabeth's piercing stare. It's fine if you don't want to leave a review." The girl stammered and retreated as fast her feet allowed her. Elizabeth's gaze didn't leave her for a moment. "That's a high-level disguise artifact," she thought to herself. "Who is that girl?" She suppressed her curiosity. The girl could be a Templar on an undercover mission. Even if she wasn't, it didn't concern Elizabeth. Elizabeth was enjoying her coffee when murmurs broke out in the coffee shop. "Holy, the bloodline of Hades. That's a first. I told you." Neo Hargrave was too strong to have a normal bloodline. The people around were eagerly discussing today's press conference and the shocking revelations it had brought. Almost every other person was talking about Neo, their voices carrying a mixture of awe and envy as they recounted the details. It made Elizabeth happy and irritated. Her jaw tightened as the constant chatter surrounding Neo filled the room. The press conference had ended an hour ago, yet there was still no sign of Neo. Her impatience simmered as she glanced around, hoping for even a glimpse of him. It was then she overheard another piece of conversation. "Sigh, I wish I was Neo Hargrave." "Stop it, Dan. Just because he has a great bloodline doesn't mean he has everything served to him," the friend replied, rolling his eyes. "Thousands of children with Zeus bloodline are born every year. Yet only a few of them have the talent and are able to become successful. Besides, Neo surpassed everyone within a few months. That's not something talent alone can achieve," the friend said with a shrug, his tone almost reverent. "I don't want his talent," Dan muttered stubbornly, his expression sullen. The two friends continued their argument, oblivious to the looks they were attracting. "He's rich. I want his money," Dan insisted with a smirk. "And, damn it, that lucky bastard," he burst out, exasperation clear in his voice. "Why are you acting like this? You don't understand. That guy is the only person with the bloodline of death," he said, his eyes wide with envy. "Hundreds of girls would be ready to bear his children. He can marry as many as he wants by saying he's trying to preserve and spread the bloodline of Hades. Damn it, I'm jealous." "You should." The second friend stopped speaking abruptly when they heard a loud noise. Elizabeth had slammed her hand against the table. The sound startled everyone nearby. She gave the two friends a cold, piercing stare before turning on her heel and leaving the coffee shop. The day was drawing to a close, and her mood was at an all-time low. Normally, she would have punished Neo for standing her up like today, but affected by everything that had happened, she did something different. With a deep, frustrated sigh, she messaged him, asking why he hadn't shown up. "Neo, me, where were you today?" "Neo, Hargrave Corporation press conference." "Me, why didn't you come after telling me to meet up?" "Neo, Neo, what are you talking about?" "Neo, wait, what? You didn't meet her?" "Neo." Elizabeth's frown deepened as she read his responses. She didn't understand if Neo was purposefully acting clueless, given that their previous messages were just a scroll above, or if he had genuinely forgotten about her. Both options was terrible. Neo, one of my friends wanted to meet up with you." "Neo, I'm really sorry. I forgot to explain that my friend would be coming to meet you, not me." "Neo, again, sorry. My head was jumbled after the Senate trial, and I didn't properly explain it to you." "Neo." Her frustration boiled over as she stared at his messages. She couldn't tell if Neo was truly remorseful, or if this was just another of his careless excuses. Chapter 192, Ares Clan and the Bargain. Elizabeth understood something was wrong. She reread the message. There was someone who wanted to meet her? Was this a direct message or a code? She thought back to everything that happened today. The only thing that stood out was the coffee shop girl in the disguise. Elizabeth frowned. "No, that can't be." There is no way Neo would go in such a roundabout way to have me meet someone. It doesn't make sense. Then again, this wouldn't be the first time something about Neo didn't make sense. For one, the chaotic time elementals around Neo suggested he had regressed 3-4 times. However, given his current strength, Elizabeth knew he had regressed far more times. He somehow found a way to eliminate the chaotic time elementals. It should have been impossible for him. But the truth was bare before her eyes. It doesn't hurt to try. Saying so, Elizabeth closed her eyes. She chanted a short spell under her breath. Her eyes hidden behind the eyelids glowed. Her vision synchronized with every water surface within the city. Thousands of images appeared within her mind. Elizabeth looked through with a practiced motion. I can't find her anywhere. The spell Water Reflect was a powerful but widely known spell. The countermeasures against it were not secret. Elizabeth wasn't surprised. Given the woman's disguise, she had expected this to happen. The lead disappeared. Elizabeth would have hit the roadblock in her investigation. But she was an exalted demigod. She chanted more spells, layering multiple chants over the Water Reflect spell. The images in her mind moved. They showed her the memories of the water surfaces. It was easy to find the girl with her new method. Elizabeth followed the images in her mind and arrived at the location from where the girl disappeared. The alley was dark and enshrouded in shadows. It didn't take her long to find an invisible magic circle carved on the ground. There were faint traces of divine energy around the place. Elizabeth crouched and studied them. This must belong to the girl. Her gaze shifted to the diagram. Teleportation magic circle. It will activate with only specific divine energy signatures. The magic circle would explode if anyone else other than the registered divine energy tried to activate it. Elizabeth stood up. The divine energy around her churned. She used her concept. The signature of her divine energy changed, turning similar to the traces of divine energy left on the ground. She activated the magic circle. Her gaze was on the chats displayed on her device. I hope this is something important, Neo, or she would make sure he regretted playing with her heart today. Deepest part of Ares clan headquarters. You've returned home, boy. Greetings to the clan leader. Mars bowed to the giant seated on the throne. He had flaming red hair, fierce eyes, a deep, slow voice that made one's soul shudder. Mars kept his head down. He waited for the patriarch to say something. Boy! Mars' jaws tightened. The man never called his name. He knew it was how the man was. The man treated everyone the same way. I've heard about the press conference of Hargraves Corporation. Mars' brows rose ever so slightly. His heart thumped against his chest. He struggled to suppress the growing excitement. Is this why you called me back home? Was the man going to ask him about Neo? The first child of death was certainly interesting news. Neo, he is my friend. Mars did his best to calm himself. The man, father, questioned him about his friend. Their following conversation was going to be a familial talk, from a subjective point of view at least. Not the Dry Clan and War God Ares ideology exchange they had been having for years. He is the leader of my team. I want to know about the true soul weapons. The man's words poured cold water over Mars' heated head. Do they work as Henry Hargraves advertises them? I do not know. Those weapons can remove the chains that have been binding you until now. You are telling me you didn't use your connection with Neo Hargraves to know more about them? The man stared at Mars with a deep, powerful gaze. Mars felt drained when the surging emotions disappeared. It was his mistake to have expected a familial warmth from the man. I don't like to use weapons. I'm a martial artist, he said. It is my path. He wanted to laugh at the irony, at his own answer. The man and he were similar. Both had the ideology of power above all. They were driven by a flaming desire to reach the apex. There was just one thing that separated them. Morals. The man was ready to sacrifice anything, anyone, for his dream. Mars was not. The clan's council has decided to be generous and buy a true soul weapon for you. The man ignored Mars' words and added, You will bond with the weapon and finally break free from the limitations that have been holding you back. Generous. Mars almost sneered. He was thankful that his friends were not here. He could show his ugly self to the man without any worry. The clan council that forced me to be the rank 100, the last rank among all the God clan members, wants to gift me a true soul weapon generously? Indeed. The man ignored the sarcasm dripping from Mars' tone. The clan council has decided that investing in you in the current situation is the best for the clan. And I have decided against following their decision. I'm a martial artist. I don't like using a weapon. Why are you being so stubborn, boy? Why? You ask that now. Mars barely stopped himself from snapping. Nothing had changed. The man remained oblivious just like always. And Mars hated him as always. I asked you a question. Mother never used weapons either. Mars could have kept his mouth shut. But he answered, because this was one of the only topics that hit the man like a slap in the face. I want to be like Mother, a shining star, a radiant phoenix. Your mother wouldn't have liked you giving up a chance of being stronger. The man's voice grew soft as he continued. If she were here, she would have told you to take this chance and soar your wings. If she was here, Mars' voice was laced with contempt. But she is dead, 7 feet too deep into the ground. The man's face hardened. Mars didn't stop. She died and was mocked. Her martial arts, her pride, that she honed for her life was said to be the reason why she died as a weakling. You never. Mars closed his mouth. He took a breath and tried to calm himself. It was not like him to talk back against the man. Chapter 193, Temple of Void. Spending days with Neo's family, watching the two brothers interact, made him compare his family to them and caused him to explode. I'll show everyone that martial arts aren't weaker than spells or incantations, Mars said in the end. The man's aura changed. He gripped the stone throne so tightly that the armrest cracked. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, Mars could see the calculative intent hidden behind them. Is there nothing that can be done to change your choice? There is something, actually. The man suddenly realized he had fallen into Mars' trap. It was easy to see Mars had been waiting for this moment all along. Did you learn this from your friends? The man questioned, the sarcasm obvious. I did. Mars gave an innocent smile. The man snorted. In the end, he didn't care that Mars had a hidden intention. What is it that you wish for? Give me the weapon. Oh. Even if I fail to bond with the weapon will belong to me. Not the clan. The man's brows creased. Mars hated using weapons. Still, he wanted the ownership. His intentions were obvious. Silence reigned in the room. The man neither denied nor affirmed anything. Just when Mars thought he was going to be rejected, the man spoke. Your wish shall be fulfilled. But remember well you're part of the bargain, for it must not be forgotten. A sigh escaped from Mars' lips. You can leave. Thank you. Mars stood up. He approached the giant doors and was about to leave when suddenly the man spoke. Neo Hargraves. Can he use the blessing? Mars stopped. He turned around. Blessing? Forget it. The man waved his hand. You are dismissed. Elizabeth appeared within a corridor. The paths were lit with the help of the divine energy-fueled flames burning on top of wood torches. She closed her eyes and spread her senses. This place is as big as a small city. It looked like a gigantic bunker or an underground base. Given the low number of personnel within, it was not the main base. She cast Water Reflect spell along with extra chance. The memories of the water played in her mind. She found the girl she had been searching for. In the memory, the girl canceled her disguise after arriving at the base. She transformed into a man. Elizabeth had seen him before. He is. She tried to recall the man's name and failed. He is the owner of the mystical fauna sanctuary. He posted the A-rank mission that Neo's team took and failed after the Phoenix died at Lucas' hand. More memories surfaced in her mind as the words rolled off her tongue. The principal tried to catch him after the academy realized something was wrong with Mystical Flora Sanctuary, but he escaped before that. There had been no lead on the man for months. Elizabeth understood Neo purposely sent her here to catch him. Her displeasure increased. He can ask me directly if he wants something. Why be roundabout? Despite her words, she stepped toward the man's location. She inspected the base on her way. A patrol's path intersected with hers. He stared at her wide-eyed. Intruder! Water flowed into his mouth and left him unable to say anything. He tried to move and attack, but the ball of water trapping him erased all of his spells. More patrols found Elizabeth as she kept walking. She disposed of them, making sure not to kill them in case she needed to extract information from them. Took her a bit of time to reach the man's location. She could hear his voice through the wall. Finally! We can finally move our plan forward. The failure at the academy almost cost us our plan, but now we have a chance. Elizabeth attacked. The wall exploded, revealing the room. Elizabeth entered the place through the hole. The man sat on the chair at the head of the table. He smiled at her. Wouldn't you say so? Elizabeth frowned when she realized the man was calm. Too calm, almost as if he had expected her to arrive. Indeed, that's true. The man grinned. The coffee shop was meant to lure powerful demigods like you who came after me. Since we can't use the academy to collect sacrifices anymore, demigods like you will have to do. Elizabeth shifted her gaze to the roof of the room. A purple giant circle with one eye at its center was painted on it. Temple of Void, Elizabeth muttered. She lowered her gaze and met the man's eyes. What were you planning at the academy? Nothing complex. Grow tainted monsters. Create upheaval in the academy. Collect corpses of the most talented demigods of the generation and use them as sacrifices. For what? Excited, the man's breath grew ragged. It was as if he could envision the future where they had succeeded. We will tear apart the fake sky and welcome the true gods. The gods of Void. Elizabeth stared at the man as if she was looking at an insect. He clearly had a few screws loose. She was about to take a step to capture him when suddenly a force yanked her from behind. A blink, and she appeared in a strange world. The sky had a roof. A chessboard-like roof that seemed to stretch into infinity. The ground was the same. There was no wall, only a chessboard-like sky and floor. Ha 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 ha. Elizabeth turned her gaze to the source of uncontrolled laughter. She caught sight of a man, dressed in white, laughing his heart out. The man in the base was too weak to dispose of demigods that were lured, she thought. This person must be the one who deals with intruders. The man dressed in white raised his head and stared at her. Elizabeth flinched when she saw the worms eating half of his face. The worms entered his nose and mouth, eating his flesh, yet the man acted as if he couldn't feel them. A void tainted. So you recognize this appearance? The man, a void tainted, smiled. Of course you do. An exalted demigod would have knowledge about these matters, no doubt. He laughed and spread his arms. To be honest, I was quite shocked when both of us were teleported to the dream dimension. The will of the world opens this place only when exalted demigods are about to fight. He pointed at her. Think about how I felt when I was about to attack the woman who entered our base, and suddenly the will of the world pulled me into the dream dimension. The corner of his lips rose. Thanks to you, we can complete the ritual today itself. The man shot towards Elizabeth with a swift pace. I can't believe an exalted demigod delivered herself to our doorsteps. Die and become the foundation of our great ritual. Chapter 194. My 10 Beautiful Wives. A void tainted. So you recognize this appearance? The man, a void tainted, smiled. Of course you do. An exalted demigod would have knowledge about these matters, no doubt. He laughed and spread his arms. To be honest, I was quite shocked when both of us were teleported to the dream dimension. The will of the world opens this place only when exalted demigods are about to fight. The void tainted pointed at Elizabeth. Think about how I felt when I was about to attack the woman who entered our base. And suddenly the will of the world pulled me into the dream dimension. The corner of his lips rose. Thanks to you, we can complete the ritual today itself. The man shot towards Elizabeth with a swift pace. I can't believe an exalted demigod delivered herself to our doorsteps. Die and become the foundation of our great ritual. Training room, Hargraves' mansion. Status, he muttered. Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 5 Mythic. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 2 Mythic. Stats. Strength, 130. Speed, 128. Dexterity, 140. Constitution, 119. Luck 0. Affinity. Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water, Time. Magic Spell. Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath. Bloodline, Monarch of Death. Unique Skill, Death Immortal Eternal. Quest. Complete Barbados Training, Part 1. Completed March 5th. He focused on the luck values. A sigh escaped his lips. I wonder if my luck fate value will affect what happens with Elizabeth. He shook his head. There was no point in thinking about what would happen. He had played his card. Now he had to wait. Neo shifted his focus to the task at hand. He sat alone in the training room. He closed his eyes and meditated. Time elementals surrounded him, casting invisible shadows that danced along the walls. Sweat flowed down his cheek while he focused. Each droplet traced a path of intense concentration across his strained features. Rewind enchantment spell, he murmured to himself. It was a resonance rank spell. The other spells Neo had were all ingrained in his mind by Barbados, Elizabeth, or the system. He could use those spells easily. However, resonance enchantment spell was different. He had been practicing since the day he bought it. Neo's eyes snapped open. He huffed, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he caught his breath. Damn it! Why is it so hard? He muttered. Frustration etched in his voice. He closed his eyes again, focusing within himself. His lips parted as he recalled everything he had been taught in the academy. Resonance-ranked spells are third-stage spells, he repeated, a familiar chant now. It means they have 2 raised to the power 3/8 subshells. Each subshell was made of one elemental paired together with one strand of divine energy. The subshells were arranged in a very specific formation to activate the spells. The theory is simple, but this damned spell. He muttered, exhaling as he tried to calm himself. Again, Neo closed his eyes. He had yet to reach adept mastery in time element and couldn't use time elemental vision to see time elementals. He had to focus on his other senses to sense them. He took one elemental of the time element. Then, he tried to place it inside a subshell with a strand of divine energy. The strand and the elemental were attracted to each other like opposite poles of a magnet. He had to strain his mind and focus to keep them separated. After creating one subshell successfully, Neo tried to make the second one. Second, third, fourth. By the time he was creating the 5th subshell, he had to use all of his focus to keep the subshells in place. Some of them attracted each other while others repelled, and it took him all of his attention to maintain the delicate balance. Beads of sweat rolled down his skin, each drop heavy with the effort he was exerting. The opposing forces between the subshells became too much, and the formation shattered, leaving Neo gasping for air. Only now did he realize how lucky he had been with his previous spells. Necrotic Touch from Barbados, Ocean's Embrace from Elizabeth, an Essence Breath spell from the system. Those spells had been wired in his mind when he gained them. Time Enchantment spell, however, was something he had to train from the ground up. He had to learn it himself. Neo closed his eyes and returned his focus to training. He stood up when the door of the training room opened. The butler bowed. Young master, it's time for the auction. Got it. Neo stood up and used a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. He took a bath and changed clothes, the butler waiting for him in the room until he was ready. Let's go. The two left the mansion. During the auction, Neo found himself alone. His friends had been called back by their families. On the way, the butler broke the silence. Young master, there is something the master ordered me to tell you. What is it? Neo frowned, noticing Sebastian's cryptic tone. It gave him an ominous feeling. Please be prepared for the marriage proposal meeting. They've been arranged after the auction ends. Marriage proposal meeting? Neo echoed, confused. Yes, marriage proposal meeting. The butler clarified as he drove. You have the bloodline of death, and you are the head of the great god clan of Hades. Many families want to form an alliance with you. Naturally, the best way to do so is by having their daughters marry me. Neo massaged his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Polygamy was socially accepted, and he had no doubt there would be tons of marriage proposals waiting for him. Refuse them. We can't. The butler produced a letter from his bosom and passed it to Neo. Oh. Neo opened the letter. His eyes scanned the words, and his face contorted. Are they kidding me? His mouth hung open in disbelief. The butler watched Neo's expression from the rearview mirror and sighed. The Senate Council has ordered you to preserve your bloodline. Until then, you are under house arrest. The bloodline of Hades was precious. Neo was the only one who possessed it. The council's order was to ensure Neo had a child before he could be set free. Have my brother do it. He has the same bloodline. We can't be sure about that. Since Master never awakened his bloodline, there is a small chance he might have Hephaestus clan bloodline. After all, the Hargraves family belonged to Hephaestus clan. It was you who surprised everyone by awakening a different bloodline. Neo's face crumbled, his thoughts heavy. The order by the Senate Council was quite a burden. I'll ask my brother to help me. He trailed off, his frustration mounting. There was no way Henry didn't know Neo had no intention of marrying or having a child. Yet Henry still sent the letter through Sebastian. That damn bastard is enjoying this. He sighed and sank back into the seat. The butler coughed, trying to keep a straight face as he saw Neo's expression. I'm sure Master has appealed to the Senate Council already. He will try to have them remove the condition of you having a child. What about the marriage part? Sebastian? Say something. The butler coughed again. I'm not sure about that. But even if the marriage condition is removed from the Senate order, you will have to take fiancés. Fiancés? Multiple fiancés? Please read the letter carefully. Neo reopened the letter, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the text. He had missed a few lines before. 10 wives? Do I look like a rabbit to them? Neo slumped down in his seat like a deflated balloon. There was so much he needed to accomplish. Get his exoskeleton surgery, defeat his shadow, complete Barbados's trial, fight all of his friends together, pass the academy, and become a Templar. Marrying was the last thing he wanted to focus on. It didn't help his goal of becoming stronger in any way. He clicked his tongue and looked out of the window. They reached the auction venue. Neo noticed several high-ranked figures among the auction participants. Templars, Senate members, clan heads. There was no shortage of people. Neo stepped out of his vehicle and entered the auction house. He was guided to a VVIP room by the butler. Chapter 195. Godslayer Weapons and 4 Horsemen of Apocalypse. While waiting for the auction to start, Neo's mind wandered. The Senate wants me to spread my bloodline. On the other hand, Zeus clan wants to kill me. Is it safe to say Zeus clan is moving alone? Or are they trying to use a smokescreen to hide their true intentions? Whatever it was, Neo had no intention of marrying or having a kid. It was clear Zeus clan bore ill intentions against his bloodline. They would go after his wife or child, too. It was an unnecessary burden for Neo. Welcome to the Hargraves auction. Dear guests. Neo looked down over the auction hall from the VVIP room on the 2nd floor when he heard the auctioneer. Wealthy patrons wearing tailored attire sat in rows of velvet seats. Their eyes gleamed. Their faces revealed the anticipation they had for the auction as they murmured among themselves. The air was thick with expectation, and the soft rustling of fabric filled the silence between their hushed conversations. The golden chandeliers above cast a warm glow over the room, highlighting the gleaming jewelry and intricate designs of the attendees' clothing. The auction started. Weapons, ores, spell books, incantations, mythical beasts. Highest quality of exotic items were put on the auction. Neo watched the proceedings. At last, the host on the stage announced the final item of the auction. Dear guests, it's time to reveal the item all of you have been eagerly waiting for. The True Soul Weapon series. The audience clapped. Neo stared at the stage silently. A warhammer, a bullet, a longsword. 3 weapons were displayed on the stage. Please note, the auction house does not take responsibility if the True Soul Weapon refuses to form a bond with you. The auctioneer began to explain the information about True Soul Weapons. Finally, the True Soul Weapons change their shapes depending on their user's preference. So please don't worry if you aren't a swordsman, but a spearman. The audience chuckled. Neo placed his hand on the Obaitis hilt as he stared at the True Soul Weapons. The weapons of Apocalypse, he muttered. God-Slayer weapons all belong to one of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. Obaitis originally was supposed to be owned by the Apocalypse of Death. The other 3 weapons belong to Apocalypse of War, Apocalypse of Famine, and Apocalypse of Conquest. I didn't stop the auction, Neo muttered. Was this the right thing to do? The Apocalypse, while dangerous, were not villains. Not exactly, at least. They were something like a ragtag bunch of overpowered vigilante demigods. Still, there was a reason why they were called Apocalypse. Neo watched the auction carefully. Did the Apocalypse of Death come? Neo didn't know the identity of Apocalypse of Death, unlike the other 3. His plan was to use the auction as a way to find his true identity. First, we will be auctioning the Warhammer. The bids will start at 500 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion, 3 billion, 10 billion. The audience became quiet. They stared at the VVIP room where the owner of the 10 billion bid sat. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? The host asked. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10, 15 billion, 17 billion. The bidding continued to go up. Sold to Senator Abraham for 80 billion. The first True Soul Weapon was auctioned successfully. It's the same as in the novel. Neo frowned. Where is the Apocalypse of Death? Did he not come to the auction? We will start the auction of the second True Soul Weapon. Starting price is 500 million. The auctioneer pushed the bullet forward to show it to the audience. Another heated bidding took place. Sold to Gideon Everhart for 100 billion. The price of the second soul weapon jumped by 20 billion. The auctioneer hid his immense happiness behind a perfect business-like smile. Mars family bought the second weapon. Neo's expression was not good. He hated letting his friend have a weapon that was bound to the fate of calamity. But it was the only way for his friend to grow stronger. Besides, Neo himself was using Obaitis. If he told others not to use True Soul weapons because they were dangerous, it would just make him a hypocrite. This is the last remaining True Soul weapon. Don't let go of this chance, dear people. A True Soul weapon is invaluable compared to money. It can grow stronger with you and strengthen your primary elemental control. It will work even if you become a paragon demigod or an exalted demigod. The auctioneer did a short marketing pitch before starting the bidding. We will start at 500 million. By now, Neo was standing in front of the glass wall that showed him the auction hall. His hand held the railing tightly. Come out, fucker. Neo had no lead left if he failed today. The Apocalypse of Death was a mysterious being. He was strong, rich, and, according to the Apocalypse of Death himself, a student in the Demigod Academy in the same year as the main cast. Neo had gone through the student list of the Academy 5 times. He even mobilized the power of the Student Council. Yet he was unable to find anyone who could be suspected of being the Apocalypse of Death. Today was the only chance he could find him. Where are you, Death? The auction ended. Congratulations to Charlotte Fontaine, the principal of Demigod Academy, for buying the third True Soul weapon. Neo clicked his tongue. He left the room with a frustrated expression. The weapons were sold to the same people. It's clear the future didn't change much. Why did only he disappear? There were a lot of mysteries around the Apocalypse of Death. Damn it! The trip back to the mansion was uneventful. The butler passed him a few documents. What are these? The prospects who came to meet you today for marriage contracts. Sighing, Neo flipped through the file quickly. He stopped at a particular page. Why is Morrigan's name here? The Zeus clan seems to have sent her with a marriage contract. Neo frowned. Isn't this too much? The Zeus clan abandoned her because she lost her position to me. But giving up a genius like her for a connection to another family sounds like a stupid decision. It's how the Zeus clan works, young master, the butler explained. They want talented soldiers who listen to their orders without questions. Not geniuses who act on their own or failures who are useless. Neo nodded. The Zeus clan had a twisted ideology. Chapter 196. Queen of Gluttony. Shaking his head, he returned the document to the butler. I know it's an order from the Senate Council, but remove the prospects from the Aphrodite clan at least. Why are their names in the list? Understood, young master. I'll be careful next time. Neo was about to reach his room when he noticed two people outside the door. One had familiar blue hair, and the other was an unknown woman with green hair. You are here. The woman grabbed the wrist of the blue-haired man, Elijah, and dragged him toward Neo. Nice to meet you. I'm Signora Everly, 17th disciple of the Senator, Sir Nicholas Montague. She gave him a refreshing smile as she bowed and pulled Elijah down. This is my brother, Elijah, a Templar of the Temple of Wind. I'm sure you already know him. He was the one who handled your Senate hearing. Sorry about what he did back then. Elijah has a tendency to act out of line. She stood up straight after apologizing to him. Elijah looked away, irritated and embarrassed, but he didn't say a word. Why are you two here? Neo questioned. We were sent to supervise the meetings you will have with your marriage prospects. It's to make sure you don't reject them without a proper basis. Signora smiled awkwardly. Sorry about this, Neo. I know the Senate's decision might be a bit too much. However, it's for the greater good. I don't care about it. Oh. You can leave. Neo went past them and was about to enter his room when Signora called him. Are you going to meet the marriage prospects later? She asked, surprised by Neo's lack of reaction. Senators were the leaders of the continent. Their disciples were naturally treated with high respect. Even the presidents and prime ministers and large organizations bowed their heads in front of Signora. I'm not going to meet anyone, Neo spoke. He turned to the butler. Reject the marriage prospects that come today, Sir Sebastian. Before Neo could step into the room, an invisible hand of divine energy grabbed him. Now that is something we can't allow. The Senate has ordered you to meet them today, and you will have to follow their orders. Signora smiled. And I refuse the orders. Please think about your decisions twice, Neo, or else I'll have to resort to force. Neo snorted. He had no intention of taking a fiancée or a wife. Use the force, he said. Try it if you can. Signora continued to smile. However, the fury hidden behind her gaze was clear to Neo. Neo was sensitive to bloodlust. He could tell she wanted to kill him because of how he was acting. However, she didn't act. Neo smirked. Why are you not using force? Signora turned her gaze to the butler. Sir Sebastian, please tell Neo to follow the orders of the Senate Council. I apologize, young lady, but I can't refuse the orders of young master. If he does not wish to meet the marriage prospects, then I will follow his command. Sebastian snapped his finger. The invisible hand holding Neo shattered. You are disgusting, Sir Sebastian, Signora said with a smile. You are a taint on the name of senators. Do you know how much everyone in the Senate Council suffered when you decided to act like a butler for a dirty, small young lady? Please choose your next words carefully. I won't tolerate any insult against master or young master. Signora kept her mouth shut and stared at Sebastian with a fake smile. She turned around. Let's go, Elijah. We can't do anything if Sir Sebastian is helping him. After the two left, Neo shifted his gaze to the butler. Thanks. I only did my duty as your butler, young master. Neo nodded. He entered his room, took a shower, and called the butler again. Where are the marriage prospects? I've sent them back. Good. Neo nodded. What about Morrigan? Miss Morrigan is in the dining hall. Neo didn't need to ask to know what Morrigan was doing in the dining room. He went to meet her. There, the table was filled to the brim with different dishes. The silver plates gleamed under the warm light of the chandelier. Each plate was carefully arranged with vibrant, fragrant food. A roast duck sat at the center, its skin golden and crispy. The platter of grilled steaks with glistening juices and a hint of char stood next to bowls of mashed potatoes, creamy and smooth, garnished with sprigs of parsley. A large dish of fresh fruits, cut into perfect slices, lay beside the main course's slash. Their colors popped against the white porcelain. Pillowy bread rolls, their crusts soft and warm, were stacked neatly on a silver tray, ready to be torn apart and dipped in rich butter. There were bowls of soup as well, their steam rising in delicate swirls, with hints of herbs and spices that made the air fragrant. In the corners of the table, delicacies like grilled seafood, stuffed mushrooms, and vibrant salads added variety to the feast. Neo could see Morrigan devouring the mountain of food. Calm down. Nobody is going to steal your food. He sat next to her. She ignored him. Propping one hand on the table and supporting his chin, he turned to her. Why didn't you go back to your clan? I'm sure Sir Sebastian told all of the marriage prospects to go home. Don't tell me you decided to stay here so that you could eat like the glutton. Yes. She stopped him before he could continue teasing her. Low-ranked members like me aren't allowed to enjoy luxuries like eating good food in the clan. Neo closed his mouth. Before he could say anything, Morrigan added, I knew I could eat anything if I came here, but the clan didn't let me leave without any reason. So when the news about the clan selecting marriage prospects for you appeared, I applied as quickly as possible. Neo raised his brow. You want to marry? No, she said. I came here for food and not you. Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After 3 months of being teammates, Morrigan had opened herself to everyone, especially Neo. She didn't hesitate to treat him like a food truck. Neo shook his head and raised his hand to eat something. He was starting to feel hungry while looking at Morrigan eating everything happily. However, before he could touch anything, Morrigan slapped his hand away. She stopped eating and gave him a cold stare. It's mine. He was exasperated. War Empress my foot. She is the queen of gluttony. Chapter 197, Elizabeth's ticking time. Left with no other choice, Neo spent his time watching Morrigan. Much to his surprise, she passed him a plate a few minutes later. Oh, I don't like how you keep staring at me. Here, you can have it. Don't say I didn't share anything. Neo's lips twitched when he saw the half-eaten dish. He shook his head and took it. Just as he was about to start eating, his device rang. A call? He noticed it was from Amelia and picked it up. And Neo? Amelia's voice cracked as she sniffled. Mom, said he. Come here quickly, Neo, please. Neo's face hardened. He stood up swiftly. I'm on my way. Elizabeth's mind was muddy. The last thing she could recall was defeating the Void-Tainted. She had tortured a lot of information out of him. After leaving the Dream Dimension, she attacked other branches of Void Temple she had found out about. She was injured, with half a foot in the grave after the battle with Void-Tainted. But there was no time to rest. The members of Temple of Void would escape. Elizabeth had to deal with them before they knew the Void-Tainted was defeated. She couldn't recall anything after that. Her head throbbed painfully. Don't hit me, please. The voice snapped her out of the daze. She looked around and noticed a little girl. The little girl had silver-white hair and blood-red eyes. It hurts? Stop. The girl curled as the blue-haired man kicked her repeatedly. Fuck. I lost the fucking bet. Stop. Shut up. Fuck. Did I give permission to you to talk? Now even you are ignoring me. The man left after he had taken out his anger on her. The little girl continued to cry. It hurts. Tears slipped from her swollen eyes and mixed with the blood flowing out from her bruised lips. Black and purple marks throbbed on her limbs and torso after the man's, her husband, beating. She lay broken on the floor, bleeding. Painful memories surged in Elizabeth's mind. The scene before her eyes changed. The little girl had grown up. She came of age, and her womanly features began to show, revealing her alluring appearance. However, her gaze remained vacant. The girl stared at the screen. She watched the drama depicting the love life of a princess and her prince with murky eyes. A princess? I am a princess too. Will I be treated like that when I grow up? The blissful smile on her face disappeared when the door was smashed open and her husband entered. Drunk. Elizabeth, who had been watching everything from the side, clutched her chest. This is a dream. It's just a nightmare. She took deep breaths to calm herself. The painful memories of her childhood were but a thing of the past. She repeated those words to herself. Elizabeth was breathing heavily. Her eyes quivered. The scene changed. She saw a woman looking down from the castle's window. The woman had a similar face as that of the little girl. However, her cold expression was vastly different. Unlike the girl who had spent her life waiting for help, living on others' terms, the woman had taken control of her life in her own hands and cut down those who went against her. It's time, the woman muttered. Should I ascend? Elizabeth recalled that moment. It was long before the symptoms of the curse appeared. Back then, she had reached the peak of her strength. She was just a step away from becoming a god. The woman was lost in deep thoughts when suddenly a knock on the door echoed. Mom, it's time for dinner. Paul and Sister Clara are waiting for you. Let's go. Amelia's voice flowed from the other side of the door. The woman's cold expression cracked. She revealed a small but warm smile. I'm on my way. The woman opened the door and attended the dinner with her family. She had decided against attaining godhood. To become a god, she would have to ascend and leave the world, leave her family behind. I finally got what I wanted after those hellish years. There is nothing more that I want. Her family was enough for her. I don't need power or godhood. Elizabeth, who had been watching the scene, started to tear up. She hurriedly wiped her tears when she noticed them. Damn it! Neo sat next to Elizabeth. She was on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and injuries. The room was lit dimly, sterile, with monitors quietly beeping. Tubes and wires surrounded her frail, bandaged body as she rested, bruised and motionless on the hospital bed. It's my fault. Neo clasped her hand and bit his lips. I should have been more careful. I underestimated the strength of Temple of Void, since they were just a budding organization at this period of time. His heart clenched when he noticed tears slip down Elizabeth's eyes. She is having a nightmare. He wiped her tears. The door of the hospital room swung open. Amelia entered. Her eyes were reddened and swollen, and her hair was unkempt. For some reason, she glared at Neo with intensity. She grabbed his arm before he could say anything and pulled him out of the room. After they had moved away from the room, Amelia grabbed Neo's collar and pushed him against the wall. Why was Mom fighting against those people? How are you feeling, Amelia? I didn't see you after I came, and I've been worried. Don't change the topic. Amelia held his collar so tightly that it started to rip. Tears gathered in her eyes. I've checked her phone just now. You were the last person she talked to after going missing, and watching Elizabeth in the ICU reminded her of the time when Elizabeth was about to die to Clara's, her sister, curse. Neo, tell me, please, why is Mom hurt? The doctors are saying that she might not live. Please say that it isn't your fault. Amelia cried, almost begged, to say that he hadn't betrayed them, that he wasn't the reason why Elizabeth could die. Neo, say something. Please, say something. She pushed him against the wall with force. Neo avoided her gaze. I sent her there. Amelia stiffened. Tears slipped down her cheeks as her fears were confirmed. She let go of his collar. Why? The single word was all she could muster. I wanted her to take care of an organization. The Temple of Void? Neo nodded. Hope returned to Amelia's eyes. Why, yeah. Neo wouldn't push Mom into harm's way. He must have asked her to scout the place, and she encountered the Temple of Void by coincidence. Chapter 198. The Price Demanded by Fate. Eliabeth had destroyed several cities, all belonging to Temple of Void, in her rampage. The news was spreading among the upper echelons already. "Did you know Mom would encounter the people from Temple of Void?" Amelia asked with a shaking voice. She shouldn't have asked such a question from Neo. He was the one who saved her mother from the curse. He was her savior. But after being betrayed by her siblings, she had started to doubt everyone. Neo exhaled deeply. "Yes. Why didn't you tell Mother to bring more people with her?" The truth was bare before her eyes, but she remained desperate. She wanted to hear anything, even if it was an excuse to trust Neo. "Neo, answer me." More people could have jeopardized the secrecy of the mission. Besides, they would have become a burden on Elizabeth when the battle started. "Then why didn't you ask Sir Sebastian to go with Mother? He is an exalted demigod." Amelia didn't know why she questioned Neo. She wanted to know if he had purposely pushed Elizabeth into harm's way. She was afraid of the answer, afraid that he would say yes. His answers until now were enough. They should have satisfied her even if they sounded like excuses. But she continued to question him despite not wanting to hear his answer. Neo remained silent. It was enough as an answer. A crisp echo rang, and a sharp pain rose from Neo's cheek. Amelia stormed away, crying. Left alone, Neo sighed. "Fuck." He moved down the corridor and left the building. After arriving in the park outside the place, he sat on a bench. He stared at the clear blue sky with a muddled gaze. "Was my choice wrong?" Neo shook his head. "It wasn't. It wasn't wrong. If you had sent more people, then Elise might have actually died." He snapped his head towards the source of the voice. Charlotte, the principal, sat next to him on the bench. Her cane rested next to her, and she stared at the sky. "It's funny, isn't it? The more you try to change the future, the more fate resists." She kept her eyes on the sky. "There is a famous story among the time users. Do you know about it, brat?" "No," Neo answered, even though he was confused. He didn't understand what Charlotte was trying to say. 900 years ago, a genius was born. He grew up to be one of the best time mages. He was capable of going as far as 8 years into the past. Charlotte continued. He was prideful and arrogant for obvious reasons. One day, he was assigned to protect a village. Long story short, the village was destroyed by them. Neo's face hardened at the mention of them. He listened to Charlotte's story with attention. Arrogant as he was, the man was also kind. He regressed to save the village. He failed and regressed, failed and regressed, failed, regressed, failed, regressed. He kept going on for decades. Charlotte stopped for a moment. She took a glance at Neo before returning her gaze to the sky. He didn't have an extraordinary will, nor was he kind enough to waste decades of his life in a fruitless attempt. The only reason he continued to regress was because he had fallen in love with a woman from the village. She chuckled. Why not escape with the woman? He did that, but it never worked. She would take her life after the village was destroyed. Charlotte smiled bitterly. The man was depressed and on the verge of losing his sanity from hundreds of failures. He was driven to the corner and he ended up breaking the taboo of regressors. He shared his pain, his past attempts and knowledge of future, with others and asked for help. Neo closed his eyes. Her last sentence was enough for him to know the ending of the story. The man saved the village and the woman he loved. In exchange, those he had revealed the future to died a brutal death a few months later. Charlotte sighed. The fate of death remained. The people who helped the man paid the price in his place. Shaking her head, Charlotte lowered her gaze. She stared at the park, at the trees rustling from the wind. Even 900 years later, we still don't have a concrete explanation as to why those people have to pay the price instead of the man. There are plenty of regressors who reveal the future. Take a few students in the academy as an example. They would regress after an exam and share the question paper with their friends. The fate wouldn't interfere in small cases like these. However, if it was something big, like the incident where an entire village's life is at stake, the fate would make sure the timeline doesn't change even if someone regresses. The bigger the stakes, the harder it is to make changes. Fate wouldn't let you act as you wish. Charlotte stood up. She walked to the front and turned to face Neo. Neo Hargraves, for what reason did you put my disciple's life on the line? What was the fate that you wanted to change? She trusted you. That's why she fought until she was on the verge of death. Don't worry, Neo exhaled. She will survive. His lips parted. I didn't tell her anything. She was clueless about the entire matter. I neither led her to the Temple of Void directly, nor did I help her catch them. He spoke without hesitation. In essence, she was just a piece in taking down the Temple of Void, and I was the mastermind. Sure, I changed the future greatly. The fate would demand the price for it, of course. But it will leave Elizabeth alone. Neo never revealed the future to Elizabeth. She was spared from the wrath of fate. The fate would attack Neo and Neo alone, because he was the only one who was aware the future was being changed. Charlotte's expression changed. She looked at Neo with pity. They were the priests of Void. Killing them like this is a big change. Can you pay the price for it? I don't know. Neo stood up. But I will do my best. He patted the dust off his clothes. Why did you target the Temple of Void specifically? I wanted to delay the inevitable. He turned to leave the park. Just as he had taken a step, Charlotte questioned him. The inevitable end of the world, she muttered. So you know about it. Everyone does. Neo's answer made her stiffen. She watched Neo's back grow smaller in the distance. Everyone knows about the end of the world. She repeated the words and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Of course, everyone knows about the inevitable end. After all, the world was supposed to have ended 500 years ago. Chapter 199. Bonding with True Soul Weapon. Neo roamed the campus aimlessly. Should I have given the trident to Elizabeth before the mission? Maybe I should have sent Sir Sebastian too. He could not decide if his choice had been perfect. I sent Elizabeth while she was in her weakest state to make sure the fate doesn't retaliate against her. If I had given her too much advantage, the fate could have interfered. But did I make the right choice? He bit his lips. Charlotte's words swirled inside his head. Elizabeth trusts you. That's why she put everything on the line for you. His face contorted. Damn it. Neo clenched his fist. Damn it. If only I was strong enough that I didn't have to depend on others. I wouldn't have to put Elizabeth's life on the line like this. Neo found himself to be pathetic. Even after everything that happened, he would have done the same if he had another chance. The Temple of Void was too dangerous to let them grow. They had a huge hand in causing the world's end. Even if a few stragglers are left, the Temple of Void is officially finished. Neo laughed bitterly. He extended the world's life by a decade in exchange for almost sacrificing the life of someone close to him. Pathetic. He was weak. That's why he had to resort to underhanded methods. I have to be stronger. His eyes glowed with renewed resolve. Stronger. Neo made his choice. He would enter shadow windows and try to find his shadow. If he didn't find his shadow until the day he got his exoskeleton surgery, he would stop looking for his shadow in the shadow windows. It's time I stop dawdling and enter the world of shadows. He had to take risks if he wanted power. Mars Private Training Room, Mars Dorm, Demigod Academy. Are you sure you want to do this here? Arthur questioned. Yes. Mars nodded. Let's get over with this quickly and make a plan to defeat Neo. He stood in the center of the room. Jack, Arthur, Felix, Nathan, Clara, and Sean were present around him. A man, with brown hair and thick limbs, stood near the door. You should do this at your clan, Nathan muttered nervously. They will be able to help you if something goes wrong. It's fine. The clan has sent Uncle here. Mars directed his gaze towards the man far from him. The others followed his gaze and nodded. I'll start. Mars took out a fist-sized black box. His friends retreated a few steps to give him space. He opened the box, revealing a bullet within it. A true soul weapon, Jack muttered with a complicated gaze. It feels weird knowing Neo had been carrying something like that around like nothing. Well, he spends millions like it's nothing. Felix shrugged. Jack agreed with her with a helpless smile. They stopped talking when Mars took out the bullet and held it in his hands. Nothing happened. A few minutes passed, and Arthur opened his mouth. Maybe you should drop your blood on it to bond with it. Arthur's mouth clamped shut and he covered his ears when suddenly a high-pitched noise screeched. The noise was coming from the bullet. The screeching increased. It feels like an attack. Arthur clenched his teeth. He tried to use his sound affinity to stop the screeching. Felix, the weakest among them, started to bleed from her ears and eyes. Arthur was about to help her when she stopped him. Help Mars. You can help me later. Felix was on her knees, unable to handle the pressure oozing from the bullet. Mars, at the center of the screeching, had his eyes closed. His face remained motionless. It was as if he was saying an attack of this level was nothing for him. The screeching suddenly stopped. The bullet shot out of Mars' hand and flew towards the group at a blinding speed. Arthur dodged the bullet at the last second. It hit the wall like a cannon and left a deep crater. They were shocked, unable to understand what happened. Mars! Jack suddenly shouted. He ran towards Mars. Are you okay? Of course. Mars struggled to speak. He had grown extremely thin. His hollow cheeks and shriveled muscles made him look like he had been starved for a few weeks. Blood dripped from his hand. His fingers were mangled when the bullet shot out of his grasp. Jack supported Mars and helped him sit. No one spoke. They had grave expressions. Jack bandaged and applied medicines to Mars' damaged arm. Mars chuckled when he noticed the despondent atmosphere. It's fine. There is no need to be shocked like this. I expected something this to happen. Their excited expressions from minutes ago were nowhere to be seen. Mars! Felix opened her mouth. Sorry. It's fine. I told you I never expected much. It was clear to them Mars failed to bond with the true soul weapon. Despite Mars' calm expression, Felix could see the despair and relief hidden behind his gaze. While they were trying to console Mars, the man from Ares' clan took out the bullet of the wall and placed it back in the black box. Mars called out to him before he could leave the room. Leave the weapon here before you go. The man turned around. You've failed to bond with the weapon, Mars Everhart. Since you lost its ownership, it now belongs to the clan. Who ordered you to do this? The clan council. Sigh. Mars shook his head. The clan head has given me his word that the weapon belongs to me. You should know what would happen to you if you go against the words of the clan head. The man's face hardened. The fear behind his gaze was evident. The council won't be able to protect you, Mars added. The man clicked his tongue after minutes of contemplation. He left the weapon inside the training ground and left. Please bring that to me, Mars said. Arthur picked the black box with the true soul weapon inside it and returned to Mars. Mars held the box in his hand. I can't bond with it. He raised his gaze and looked at Felix. So, it's better for someone else to have this. He threw it towards Felix lightly. She caught it in her hands, her eyes wide. What are you doing? You can't give me something precious like this. Felix, Mars smiled weakly. The blood loss was making his head light. It's yours now. Before Felix could refuse, the box exploded. The bullet, as if alive, dug into her hand. Floor B4 Hargrave's mansion. Neo walked through the white corridors with a tired gaze. His clothes were tattered and covered in blood. He had been clearing shadow windows for the last few days with no success. Chapter 200. Absorbing the Trident of Poseidon. Seems like I need to enter the world of shadows to find my shadow. After walking through the white, sterile corridor for a few minutes, he came across a door. A green light shot out of the door and scanned Neo. Neo Hargraves confirmed. Entry allowed. The doors opened with a shush. The massive laboratory behind still shocked Neo even though he had come here multiple times in the past days. A sprawling, high-tech laboratory filled with glowing holographic screens, advanced machinery, and sterile metal corridors. Robotic arms assembled complex devices, while scientists in sleek uniforms analyzed data on floating interfaces. The people wearing white clothes were busy with different experiments. They ignored him. Neo went past them and arrived at the door at the other corner of the laboratory. The door opened, and he entered another room. The room was smaller than the laboratory. It had a single giant tube filled with an unknown liquid in the center. Pipes were connected to the tube. Their other end went underground. Henry and Luna stood before the tube. They were calibrating the device. "I'm here." "Oh, welcome." The two turned to see Neo. Henry frowned when he saw Neo's haggard state. However, he stayed silent. "Neo, are you sure you want to go through this exoskeleton surgery?" Luna questioned. "We have developed a new technology for exoskeleton surgery. It is much safer than the standard surgery. However, the fact remains that the trident used to make the serum for the surgery is an antithesis to you. It can kill immortals." Luna pursed her lips and added, "You might die. The chances are low, but they aren't zero." "I'm okay with it." Neo smiled. He knew that the new technology for the surgery was not supposed to have been completed yet. It should have been complete 6 months later. Henry, along with Luna and other head scientists, have pushed themselves to the limit to complete the new technology for the surgery before the scheduled time, because it was safer and it increased Neo's chances of survival. "Please remove your clothes and enter the pod." Neo nodded. He took off his clothes and climbed the ladder. The lid on top of the pod opened. He turned to Henry before entering the pod. "Thank you for doing your best for me." Neo entered the pod. The lid closed above him, and an unknown liquid entered the pod from the tubes connected to it. Henry watched the process, the concern behind his gaze clear to Neo. He stood with crossed arms, his fingers gripping his arms tightly, and he maintained a stoic expression. The liquid filled the pod to the brim. "I'll start the process," Luna said. Neo nodded. He did not feel any different for a few minutes. As time passed, the temperature started to increase. It was bearable at first. As a mythic demigod, he could hold his breath for a few minutes and fend off slight heat easily. It soon turned into scorching heat. Neo closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. He didn't want to thrash around in pain before his brother's eye and worry him. The scorching heat made his skin sizzle. The liquid seeped into his skin forcefully. It made him feel as if someone was forcing pebbles into the pores of his skin. The liquid started to turn red as Neo bled, and it seeped deeper into his skin. Deeper and deeper. From skin to muscles. It continued sinking its fang into Neo until it reached the bones. The liquid touched them and wrapped itself around their surface. A sickening crunch echoed. Neo's bones started to break. The liquid was eating them, corroding and replacing his bones. Neo stifled his screams. His nails dug into his skin as he tried to stop himself from blacking out. Pain. Neo was used to it. He should have been able to shrug it off. However, he felt as if his soul was being peeled away, layer by layer, as if something entirely else was replacing the damaged parts. His very essence started to tremble. His consciousness grew hazy. Whispers entered his ears. "Oh, Neo! Neo!" He was jolted awake. "Take deep breaths." Henry held him in his arms, having taken him out of the pod just a few seconds ago. "How are you feeling? Answer me? Don't shout near my ears." Henry's expression relaxed when Neo answered him. He helped Neo stand. "Can you give me a towel?" Neo spoke as the pain disappeared slowly. Luna passed him the item. He wiped his body with trembling arms and turned to Henry. "I can stand on my own." "Shut the fuck up, bitch. Just take my support." Henry helped him to the seats at the end of the room. After taking a minute to wash away the drowsiness, Neo changed into his clothes. "How are you feeling now?" Luna questioned. She kept a notepad in her hands to write down the details about his condition. "I'm good." Neo clenched his fists and reopened them several times. The pain and weakness had almost disappeared. It was replaced by a deep power coursing through his limbs. Luna took his full check before nodding. Seems like there are no harmful side effects. It's a miracle that the surgery ended so easily. Henry stared at Neo from the side. The trident merged with him too smoothly. His concept, Henry thought. The only reason I can think of is his concept. It must be something similar to the trident's trait, which is why the trident accepted him without much resistance. Neo stood up with a jump. The weakness had disappeared completely. He felt refreshed and energized. Let's test out my strength. The corner of his lips rose slightly, surprised by the changes in his body. I can feel my water and death mastery has increased. I'm almost at adept mastery in water element. Those must be the side effects, Luna explained. Exoskeleton surgery mainly strengthens the physical stats. I know. That's why I want to test my strength. If the side effects are so great, the boost to my physical strength must be immense. Henry clicked his tongue when he saw Neo excited like a child. Henry himself was extremely happy. However, he didn't show it. Fine. Follow me. Henry took Neo to the 6th basement floor. Luna followed behind them. They entered the 3rd door they encountered after entering the floor. The room beyond the door looked like a destroyed city. We test large-scale weapons here. You can try out your strength. Got it. Neo cut off Henry and stepped forward. He pulled his fist back and punched towards the 7th-floor building at the front. The air exploded. A beat later, Neo saw the building he had attacked. It had been pulverized along with dozens of buildings behind it. Henry remained expressionless. Luna, on the other hand, was shell-shocked. She had seen many mythic demigods. And Neo, what is your current rank? Grade 5 mythic. She couldn't believe her ears. Only grade 5? Luna turned to the destruction Neo had laid with a single punch and looked back at him.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.